It's not actually like a magical part of this. Would you rather? It's just I can tell she would already assume it's my fault.
We all know. We all fucking know. There's no question. We all know that William would do it. William would do it for free for the entertainment value, I think.
He's lived a good life. He'll live another good life as Pikachu, I think.
I'm just saying. Think about it, Kim. You would never get a power outage again.
But
Dude,
board games,
imagine how popular of
play
a
board
guest.
games anymore.
Yeah, you could. You could still understand him, and he would like.
Imagine
he has opposable thumbs.
Popular
He'll
of
just
a
like
guest.
throw all the stuff around by accident because that's what Pikachu was doing the whole movie. He was
that's because Ryan Reynolds is a dumbass,
How
though.
How dare you profile Pikachus, okay?
It's not. She's not saying all Pikachus. She's just saying the only one she saw was Ryan Reynolds, who's an idiot.
Kim's board game playing Pikachu dad is going to be.
Kim, okay,
so the whole movie though, Nick, was Pikachu being a dumb Pikachu, and then we realized it wasn't a Pikachu, it was the dude's dad.
It was Ryan Reynolds. That's the big spoiler of the movie. Ryan Reynolds is Pikachu.
Ryan Reynolds is your dad.
I'm really disappointed it wasn't just Ryan Reynolds in a fursuit.
That would have made it a lot funnier.
Oh, like that fucking show Wilfred. Just give me that, but with Ryan Reynolds.
So fucking good, man.
Oh. Like him in a fight is just him like fucking straight up, like he's got car battery on his back with like jumper cables. That's how he shot people.
He just throws little like paper lightning bolts.
Oh. So what? Kim, last part of this. William has now turned your dad into a Pikachu. What is his signature cute hat?
As all Pikachus have.
Well, no, just this one.
Yeah, just the dad Pikachu.
Yeah, just Ryan Reynolds and Kim's dad.
There's
other Pikachus with hats. What are you talking about?
Yes, there's the one from the anime that had like the furry hair. And then there's the one from Pokemon Snap that was on balloons. Dude, and there was the surfboard Pikachu.
In Smash Brothers are fucking wearing different hats.
But we're talking about the ones that Kim has been exposed to. The ones that have exposed themselves to Kim, which all have had adorable hats.
Probably Panama hat, because I think that would be pretty cute.
What?
I gave him a nice Panama hat? It's... Wait.
Kim, do not curse us now, please.
Are you saying a real word?
We've almost made it.
Yeah!
Oh, a fucking fedora.
But they're like made out of straw and stuff.
I want a straw hat fedora.
I gave him one.
Okay, that would be a signature hat. I'm into it. Yeah, I'm into it. Kim, if you would please doodle a Pikachu with a straw hat fedora for us.
Sure, you gave me references.
William did, yeah. Oh my god, William just has a picture of a Pikachu with that hat!
I googled Pikachu with hat. I think it's just a regular straw hat.
I mean, it's the same thing. That's it, right there. That's... Oh, god.
There's your dad.
Kim, I can't believe your dad's already been enshrined as a Pikachu.
It's you.
I like the last one there.
I don't like the Pikachus that are wearing the heads of other...
Why not? Kim does it.
Yeah, but like that, like there's like a story behind that. It like here, it just looks like, you know, you like imagine putting a dog hat on your dog.
What really fucks me up is that Pikachu in the Mimikyu outfit.
What about it?
Like
he looks like a
Pikachu looking like a Pokemon that's trying to look like a Pikachu.
It's pretty cute, to be honest.
I mean, it's funny, but like...
Oh, he also looks like he's going to a
it looks like he's going to a fucking, like he lost a bet, and now he's, like, gotta go to a bar in a dress.
Oh, man. Hey, Mitchell.
Hello.
That actually happened to somebody in my brother-in-law's fantasy football game.
Well, I'm leaning back in my chair.
Okay, yeah, it's good. Hey, Mitchell. $5 becomes dad becomes Pikachu, yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. That's three yeses. If I get a majority, Kim, it happens.
Hey.
Yeah, well, I mean, according to you, I can just say yes like 3 more times.
So...
And 6 yeses.
I think it's about to kick in, so...
Does that mean if I get
after
double that, does it become 2 Pikachus?
After! Oh, okay, real quick, let's just... that. We can resume now. It has pause and resume functions. The last thing I want to present to you before we start playing D&D. Mitchell, You can turn William into a Pikachu. But in turn,
That's hot.
everyone in Kim's family is also turned into a Pikachu. No one knows you did it.
Absolutely. In a
Sorry,
heartbeat.
Kim.
Does that include
Yeah.
Kim?
No, not Kim. Everyone else.
Me? Okay.
Kim has to now. Kim now lives on a ranch with a bunch of Pikachus
Kim wakes
that
up.
only she can understand.
Is my dog also
matriarch.
Pikachu?
What?
Is my dog also Pikachu?
Your dog family?
No, your dog is not a Pikachu. Your dog's
dog
just a
family?
dog.
Mm.
God,
Is
you're
your
gonna have
dog
to keep
family?
your dog away, or it's gonna start hunting your
Then
dad.
yes, your dog becomes Pikachu.
You're getting conflicting information.
Actually, I do like the idea of your dog hunting your dad.
Oh my gosh.
But I feel like, you know, I mean, Pikachu
You
doesn't
just-
really have natural
You just have a
predators, right?
separate cage outside next to your fucking chickens for your family of Pikachus.
They probably wouldn't run after them because my family, even as Pikachu, probably wouldn't be scared of my dog. So my dog doesn't run after things that don't run away.
Look, I'm not saying I wouldn't be scared. I'd be scared, but if Oreo were 4 times my size, if he were 800, 600, 700 pounds, something like that.
But they also know my dog.
I mean,
know
Oreo would
each
know
other.
me, but still one swipe of his claw would kill me.
Apparently, Pikachu is a foot tall.
All stand up on top of each other. They're
Anyway.
they're taller than a dog.
After making your way into the lands of Kintaran from Nashdween, attempting espionage, learning what you can about the town of Boralis and the binding that you are on the hunt for, you met new allies, strangities within the lands of Kintaran, those who are still fighting against the Red Band invaders. Old friends of Evians from the Old friends of Evians from the Arkmorda Isles, a strange druidic man who claims to be of the Gravesend. Allies. You make your way to a cave you found that Milo O'Halloran, this member of the Gravesend, purports would presumably make its way through under Mount Dock to the town of Boralis into the mine. Seeing no better way to do this with the increased security after your espionage was caught, you decided that, yes, your best course of action here was to go through the mountain. So, with Milo as your guide, he got you as far as he could before turning back to see what he could do about clearing out, making room, and making sure your escape would be safe. You pressed on well into the night, traveling hour after hour, well into late evening, before coming across strange, glowing ghosts of some sort. Fought it. The sounds of fighting it drew forth a strange, massive, blind, underground troll. This drew forth strange oozes. You fought them off valiantly, and eventually settled down to rest, patching yourselves up for what may be the next leg of this journey. Oh. Hopefully, everything on Foundry continues to do its best, and I would ask unto you all, as you finish patching yourselves up from this battle of strange enemies, the question... God, I love my new sound effects. As always, Owen, Rom, Simon, Sophia, Evian, Ishri, and Mr. Walker. It is late in the evening, going on night. You're not exactly sure what time, but you've been in here for a hot minute. What are you guys doing?
We gotta move.
I believe we had
Gotta
discussed
get
last
going.
time that Walker scouted ahead and found that it's kind of a mismatch. So we more or less decided we had to like stick together as a group and try to find a way around all the shit that might be ahead of us.
Early scouting did seem to imply there's some level of maze or
Ooze.
some such.
Based on how like animals work, right? would like
Walker
is there
have any
way-
idea what could have created this?
What? No. Like,
Oh, I thought that's what...
like since we murdered a bunch of them, like might other animals fear our presence? Like, I don't know. William might be in there.
Not
I don't know
like
what I'm talking about.
something as intelligent as a troll would probably, like, if you fucking... you would imagine if it got back up, it probably would have, if it thought it saw a way out, run, or if there was another one that saw you butcher this one, possibly run. But something like the oozes showed no fear or real intelligence beyond, you know, basic hungry, your food. And as far as you know, don't have any intelligence beyond that. Ditto that with whatever those fucking flying rock things were. You can't even really say, but same difference on them.
That's
Well,
unfortunate.
The possibility is
nothing.
there, but not within the capacity beyond what's already happened.
Well, I've got nothing crazy to add here, so I'm ready to proceed if everyone else is. That's William speaking, by the way.
I can never tell because William and Walker, when William's describing something to the group, it sounds exactly the same way that Walker talks, same cadence.
I try not to use the same cadence because I try to use slightly different cadence for Walker, but you know it is. Anyway, yeah. Walker can lead as we make our way through.
Alrighty. So
I have a question before we start going.
Okay.
Because Walker said he said that it was the path. There was multiple pathways ahead. We've been traveling for some time underground now, right?
Yes, it has been
Several
an
hours.
amount, like, yes, somewhere in the realm of a few hours. And based on when you went in, it was early to mid-afternoon, I believe. So it is sometime late evening, early night.
So in the interest of not spending multiple days lost underground, would it be possible, like, you know, since we have magical dogs, that, you know, we don't like, we can just talk to them, you know, in one way or another.
Yeah.
Can the dogs, so like if you're in a cave, the air is different than the surface, right? It's not the same. It doesn't smell
Yeah,
the
no,
same.
it's more like
taste the same.
stagnant. I
Yeah,
think is the best
exactly.
way to describe cave air, especially now. Like, maybe near the entrance it felt better, but you are well and truly, like, there's like a little bit less oxygen, it's stagnant, it's kind of like dry and just the air feels dirty, I think is the best way to describe it.
So could we use the dogs to Gandalf our way out of here?
How exactly are you asking that? Like,
Well,
what do you
like-
mean in that sense?
They can
Well, so-
tell the difference in the air.
Yeah, like they would be able. I mean, I'm not a dog, so I don't know exactly how it works, right? But they should be able to smell. Like if they walk a few paces down a tunnel and then do some sniffing, they should be able to tell if the air smells different down that tunnel. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Yeah.
A dead giveaway would be like, this tunnel smells like human feces.
Yeah.
Oh, we're probably going the right way. But it wouldn't have to necessarily be just like that. Like, if they smell fresh air, then, you know, somewhere down that tunnel is a way to the surface.
Yeah,
Is
no,
what I'm trying to get
that tracks.
at. So Owen would, like, you know, as we're getting ready to leave, he'll try and explain that in less words, different words.
I'm sure Lily the dog can do that. Yes, perhaps the dogs can kind of go ahead a bit, sniff things out, especially as we get closer to the end.
I'm sure they can just do that passively as we proceed, so that we know if we're going the wrong way.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how close we are, but something to keep in mind as we get closer.
Well, it can't be too much farther. if we're going the right way, there can only be so much more we can travel before we'd hit the town. Unless the path starts snaking.
Which way first, Walker?
Walker will begin to lead the group forward through the caverns, trying his best to avoid any passageways that are too narrow and any ooze. Hopefully using Sin to assist him in that endeavor.
I went ahead and added Kim's dad as Pikachu to the recording for the session.
Where is that?
Oh.
She's
Thank you,
he's here to
Kim.
watch.
Yeah.
Oh. He's watching
my.
over Kim, making sure she doesn't fuck up her rolls this session.
There you go.
Very funny.
This is what I told you. I love the new recording setup. I can do shit like that very easily. Anyway, so with that, if you guys would give me perception checks from the dogs, and then I need a marching order.
The dogs have advantage because it's keen.
Yes, this is smelling, so yes.
I have an open walker sheet.
Good old Lily the dog.
Or the disgusting animal. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention Walker twice there.
Also, does anyone, do you guys want to change the marching order, or are you keeping it as is?
Walker, is it here?
It's on
order.
the main world map. We still have it listed out.
I'll go over and look.
Hey, Orion.
It takes a minute to load.
Yeah, all good, all good.
Y'all should probably stick on the other one, and Ben could have vocalized it, but
well, right now it is Walker, Owen, Simon, Sophia, Rom, Ishri, and Evian.
Sounds good to me.
You guys all good with that?
I think so.
Owen's good. Owen's good wherever.
Bear's probably still chatting to Rom.
What are they chatting about?
At first I had assumed Sophia was still talking about, like, you know, the whole thing with the music and Rom's boyfriend, and was a bit, like, nagging him a little bit.
Bats, didn't we?
Yes, we talked about that for a while. Sophia probably would talk to her a lot about, like, various arts now that she knows that Rom has some interest in music.
She's a patron.
Sophia might, like,
bougie.
Sophia might also tell a few stories of, like, the adventures she had back at home. She might tell her of, like, you know, a few little random things that she has seen in Brightfall and a few other countries that she visited with her family while they were traveling. She only had, like, very touristy stories to say about most of the other places. Prey Flurry, she would describe as well, things like that. She'd also ask Rom to describe a bit more, like, you know, where she came from, what kind of environment she's from, what things she likes as hobbies and things like that. Very leisurely things.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get to know each other.
Go ahead.
Did you have anything else, Alex?
I
didn't
was
want to cut
just
you
gonna
off.
say that Rom was probably gonna talk about, like, definitely not about drugs.
Sophia probably also wouldn't bring that up just really casually.
Hey man, you want some drugs?
Rom is clean, okay? She's clean.
Sophia currently
Those
is.
booze.
Why did you say it twice, Alex?
For what's the word I'm looking for? Emphasis.
Emphasis.
Rom
Good
can
old
talk
emphasis.
about, like, things that she learned in school, like studying languages and, like, some of the cool art stuff she's seen in, like, I'm trying to remember the name of the capital.
Rona?
It's Verona.
Is she talking to you shit?
Mm,
No, we did that last session.
All I'm saying
Not
is,
right
piss shit
now.
at them. We can talk shit anytime.
maybe later.
Unrelated, my favorite thing about the new recording setup right now is the fact that I can get all of Kintaran on one screen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys off there.
I was about done.
Rom and Sophia gossiping about the arts and all the bougie shit that they're into as the dogs try and sniff forward like only a bloodhound and a large mutt can. And Lily
Isn't
the dog,
Evian in
I
the
guess.
Isn't Evian in the back?
Evian is in the back.
Is he loving the conversation that's right in front of him?
Issues in front of him.
I'm sure Evian still hears it.
And also, Walker, you are just at this point, following the dog's lead.
Leading using the dog as guidance.
Okay. Alright, in that case, with Sin and Lily the dog, immediately, like, what Ishri, you and, Walker both get is the dog's, essentially giving you this sense of, like, this all, like, all same place, like, it all, like, they, like, you see as, like, Sin darts a few feet, like, turns left, turns right, those of you without dark vision kind of lose sight, Sin making sure not to break line of sight from you, though, Walker, specifically, and, like, looks left, looks right, goes a little bit further, gets to the edge before line of sight can be lost, looks down another one. The general gist of Sin's whining and muttering is that it seems like a mess, but there's no obvious inclinations of which way to go. It all smells very similar right now. Anyway. So, you guys start moving, and
We proceed?
yes, you start pressing forward into this strange maze. About a couple minutes in, as you, like, start considering each angle, where to go, which way could be the exit, I will open question. Rather than have nature rolls first, I'm going to ask, have any of you characters had any extended interest or knowledge about bugs, beetles, insects in general, etc.?
Not Walker.
She might have a basic knowledge of, like, she read books about this.
Okay.
Because,
Rom
like, she had family
only-
members with that interest.
Rom only knows about moths. She probably has forgotten a lot of that.
I wouldn't say Simon would know much of anything.
Okay. All right.
bugs.
I'm just gonna base it purely off Owen's super duper good Ankeg check, and apparently he knows about bugs, so...
Owen, you can go ahead and... Owen, give me a nature check. Sophia, give me a nature check.
His is not like a book knowledge, though.
No.
You know, like he's
No,
never read.
it's practical, what he's observed.
Yeah.
Well,
Sophia probably knows mostly about collector's books. And that's...
yeah. Well. Owen, you start to think, like, there's something... not necessarily familiar, but you've seen things similar to this on a much smaller scale, and you almost, like, I imagine, start to open your mouth and mention it when you hear a voice inside of your head.
What?
Is it Loki?
It is not Lokar. It is...
Oh, no, his question was, is it Loki? Is the trickster god...
Is it the Norse trickster god?
Yeah.
It is Kate. And
Really?
you hear in her... Hello, Owen, your parents are, well, everyone's ready, we're waiting on the word from you. on when we can start the march forward. We were just supposed to give you all a warning that we're ready, right? That's all.
He comes to a halt, like mid-stride almost, and he puts a hand against one of the cave walls and kind of scowls a bit in concentration.
Can you tell the intonation? Like, did she sound uncomfortable or like a sense of urgency?
A little urgent, but that's about it. Like, nothing about it, Owen, comes across as like out of the ordinary. Like, urgency about warning about an imminent war in which probably thousands and thousands are going to die does not seem out of the ordinary.
So like I said, he comes to a stop, and he furrows his brow in concentration, thinking furiously as to what he's going to tell Kate. Back to Kate, he says, thanks, I suppose. We are still trying to get the binding. Ran into some complications with the guards. We'll keep you posted. That's all.
Does Owen say that out loud?
He probably like mutters it as he's trying to, you know. It all happens in the span of, you know, a few moments, right? He stops, scowls, and then like he begins muttering.
I think Walker, a few paces ahead, like keeping his eyes hyper focused on Sin, who's going down one of like the little pathways or whatever, and just says, "What was that, Owen?"
I received a message from Kate. The army is ready. They're awaiting our word.
I thought that was already the case.
They probably were hoping to wait as long as possible for outlying soldiers to come to Nashtuin. I imagine the arrival of those knights probably threw a wrench into their plans. A good wrench, but a wrench all the same.
And you told her we're still working on it.
Aye.
And Walker goes back to pathfinding without another word.
Ishri does say, I'm assuming overhearing this because we're in tight quarters-ish and things echo. She was probably just double checking we were still alive, to be honest.
It is a good way to get a sense of where we're at with things, since they're going to take a little while to march all the way here.
Less time than you might think. But it is an army, I suppose.
It'll probably take more time than it did for us to get here.
And even if it doesn't, they'll still have to gather.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure about more time. They're not going to be heading through the woods like we did.
I
suppose that's fair, but it's a lot more people.
True.
I don't think their plan is to march all the way to Moralis. They want an open battle. We want them to come to us.
Fair enough. Do you have a way of baiting them out? Because if I was them, I'd just kind of wait around. Are you going to siege them?
Well, once they have no binding, they will have a choice to make. they can hunker down in the town, take the townsfolk hostage. In which case, probably there will be a siege. They can surrender, or they can fight. I can't say which choice they will make.
I suppose by the time that's happening, we'll be after the second binding.
That would be ideal.
It's hard to say. I intend to stand on the field of battle if there is to be one.
Well, for now, let's focus on getting this one. No point talking about all this, and we don't even know if we're going to actually get this binding at the rate we're going.
One impossible task at a time.
Exactly. I assume we march on forward.
Yeah.
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 So Ven, does Owen's intimate knowledge of bugs and insects prompt any more spontaneous sendings? from
Yes,
anyone?
after a moment of shaking yourself back into it, you start considering, and this is like, you have seen anthills, things like that. You've seen, like, this is very reminiscent of that. The way these paths are not, it's more tunnels carved. Like, there was blatantly something here, but it has been carved into something completely different. Like, it is just this mess of tunnels, some of them just looping back around on themselves. It definitely comes across as very, very much like an insect hive in the mountain. Though, from what you're gathering, just moving through it for 5-10 minutes or so, it seems abandoned. Like, there's no overt evidence of insect. But
We literally found one of their carcasses.
I mean, yes, I mean in here, though. It seems
also
whatever it
didn't
is, it has been
notice.
abandoned.
What does ant shit look like? Microscopic?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I suppose we have no way to upscale it. To find out.
They're oval shaped. That's what
What?
Google's telling me. Yeah. hmm It looks like sawdust.
I wouldn't.
Owen will like.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He'll, he's not going to stop, but he'll like point stuff out, like, things that he recognizes as like, oh, this reminds me of an anthill that I watched as a child, stuff like that.
Based on what you're observing, Owen, these are probably somewhere between the size of, like, the dogs you have with you and as big as some of the biggest horses you've ever seen.
Jesus.
Yeah, these are very large. Like,
I'm just.
very large.
How does this remind you of a hole in the ground, Owen?
Well, I mean, like, sometimes you have to dig in, in the farms and things, and your shovel crosses an anthill, and you can see the tunnels. They look like this, only much smaller. And he pinches a thumb and forefinger together.
And as you do that, you hear Kate's voice once more in your head. This time, not hesitant, but much more careful. If Soulstride is dealt with... Like, she definitely sounds like she's reading from something this time to get as much as possible out of it. If Soulstride is dealt with, House of Light willing to lead charge and take Borealis imminently. Your father's intent is to take it quickly as possible. Okay?
Okay, question mark. That's Jesus.
Okay.
How many, before Owen responds, how many Soul Striders have we witnessed
Like
in
3 or
the
4,
town.
I think.
There's
Milo
been
said there was
several,
half a dozen
In this town or the other one?
in this town, from
But-
what I remember.
But how
I believe
many
he
have
said
we
he guesstimated
seen?
like half a dozen. You guys have observed, I want to say 3, though I have
At
not
once.
exactly
But we've
kept track.
also vaguely known that there's others walking around the town with shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he'll again he'll stop and like maybe this time instead of a scowl it's just a frown, and he'll say, "Dealt with. There's at least 4 of them, probably more. Do they wish us to take care of them?" That's all.
There is no response.
Another message, Owen?
Aye. They say that if the Soul Striders are dealt with, that they intend to take the city.
What are they expecting from us? We're here to get the binding, not deal with soul striders.
I don't know.
I mean, at the current state we definitely can't take on 6 of those, especially if they are resting in their town.
What if we find where they bathe?
An exact
That would be
justice
something.
issue.
Oh my god.
Using
don't
their own
know.
tricks against them.
I don't know. Mages seem pretty competent even when they're undressed.
I mean, to be fair, I took quite the beating that time.
I think we all did.
Perhaps
Hmm.
they will all be as ashamed being in the bath as Owen was, and then it'll be perfect.
Owen's cheeks turn bright red.
Don't be that way,
well,
Ishri.
that would be ideal, but I think that situation is unlikely here. Unless Owen knows of a nice bathhouses in the area we could stock.
If
Owen
dealing with
thinks
soul
back to the
striders,
conversation we had about bathing and sewage systems just a little while ago.
There, to the best of your knowledge, Owen, there is not a bathhouse in Boralis.
Right. Bathhouses. I'll see if I can remember anything.
if dealing with soul striders was our priority here, we would not be going to the city itself. We'd want to lure them out one at a time.
I mean, we probably would have gone through a lot of things differently if our initial goal was to do this rather than, get in, get out.
Can't be helped now. We stick to the plan. The binding is more dangerous than the Soul Striders.
By far. But I'm worried what they're expecting. Was there a miscommunication on what we were meant to be doing?
I mean, maybe the expectations were varied because apparently they're not giving us help and now they're expecting greater things of us.
To be clear, it was not the Kins that promised us assistance in this matter.
Rom, if you can contact Kate, try to clarify what's going on and what they're expecting of us.
So I mean, from what she said, it sounded like, should I just ask if they want us to take care of the Soul Striders? Is that
Well,
what you want?
you can say our priority was to get the binding. What is it that you all expect? We weren't planning on taking care of the Soul Striders at the moment.
Maybe say that we plan on avoiding them if possible.
Or
All
just
right, that
going
makes
in and out.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I can do that. So Rum will message Kate or sending even, and it will be Quote, we had planned on taking care of the binding and avoiding the Soul Striders if possible. Do you expect something else of us? Does that sound okay?
Well, then might it be that your father has different expectations now that we've taken one down?
I imagine that my father's expectations will do nothing but mount.
All right, I guess that's what I'll do then. Our plan was to take care of the binding, avoiding the Soul Striders if possible. Do you expect something different?
That's what you're sending?
Yes.
Okay.
What was it like having Alex as the prime communicator in Saturday campaign?
A lot more. Well, she had a lot more spell slots to use on it back then.
Yeah. Different rest rules too.
Yeah. Easy rest rules meant, you know, time on a boat would just be literal days of nothing but sending conversations.
Not easy. Regular. Regular rest rules.
Hey, just
The
because the
fuck was that noise?
the default's easy mode doesn't mean it's not easy mode.
Nick's mic got angry.
Yeah, Nick's
Sorry.
mic is getting worse by the day.
I didn't move it, so I don't know why I did that.
It's getting riled up.
Just getting upset.
So,
My
you
emotions.
you send that out, and a moment later, coming back. It is not that we expect you to deal with it. Just letting you know that if you do, we can take Borealis quickly. It's on Owen's father's orders. That's all.
What was the last bit?
That's all.
No, before
That was Owen's father's.
It's on
orders.
Owen's father's orders. That's all.
To do it, it was Owen's.
No.
Him.
It seemed the letting you guys know about it was on his orders.
Was the orders.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't just like we're walking out the front door to go get some groceries and Dad's like, get a job while you're out there too, and fucking kicked us in the ass.
No.
Locked the door behind us.
No, nothing like that.
Okay. God, that'd be pretty funny though.
So anyway. Rom. Alex.
Hmm?
You received a message?
Oh, fuck.
Well, that wasn't that the response to the message that she sent?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you tell us?
Yes. Can you? I think I missed a little bit. I don't know if my headphones went out or something. Could you repeat it, please?
The gist of it was... It's not an expectation, it's just... something that they... Hannah has it. It is not that we expect you to deal with it, just letting you know that if you do take care of them, we can take Borealis quickly. Owen's father's orders. That's all.
And the orders were implied. Orders were for her to tell us, not for us to actually do it.
Yeah. Is that the implication?
Yes.
Or
As was
We just had that
explained less than
conversation.
30 seconds ago, Alex.
okay, I'm just making sure. It sounds like they don't expect us to do it. They're just telling us that if we do, then they can take Borealis. Owen's father told her to tell us.
And before you ask, Nick, yes, that tracks. These people are probably itching for battle at this point.
Yeah, but like, what are a bunch of charging knights gonna do if they close the gate?
Climb. Also, isn't there not a gate? It's a mountain.
There
Or is
is
there
a
a gate
gate
on
at the at the bottom of the path, blocking it off.
Okay. Actually, I do.
So Sophia was like, I don't get why they would leave the city if y'all came to attack.
I mean, hey, if they're confident that they can take the city, that's not my problem, man. It's not currently my problem.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, as a town, Borealis is not incredibly valuable right now. The idea of just sacking it to save people, probably, like, if it means getting the red band out, probably in your father's wheelhouse, Owen. Just fucking, like, raise the goddamn city and get every red band out of there, whether they retreat or die.
Regardless of how many
Civilians get fucked? Boralians?
Boralians?
That's great.
Die.
I mean, the idea is probably more, you know, if they charge and the red band know they're fucked, they would probably be more intent on running. At least that would be the hope, I'd imagine. This is the DM speculating, because I don't think Owen would know that either. But, like, it's the red band, people are already dying. So yeah. Anyway.
I'm not sure how we would deal with as many as 6. But I suppose it's something to keep in mind.
I mean, I might say that we could take 6 if we had a good night's rest and all of us were tip-top shape. But that is not the case.
We barely survived the one.
We barely survived one that got a surprise attack off. If we were the ones getting the surprise attack off, we'd probably be able to take more than one.
I've always thought with enough preparation anything's possible, but magic makes things complicated.
I think the biggest issue right now is that they'll be able to have a good night's rest every night. We won't be able to have a good night's rest for a long time still, and haven't been able to since we've left.
My powers are dwindling.
My point exactly.
It's harder for the rest of you, I suppose.
Yeah, it's something I'm learning, but let's not worry about that for now. We need to get to the end of this, find somewhere safe to truly rest.
That, with your trusty bloodhound and mutt leading the way, it is time for another one of those oh-so-lovely skill challenges.
Oh boy.
Well, what is the plan, guys? How will you be getting through the caverns under Mount Dock?
Walker is going to be leading the group forward, pathfinding to the best of his abilities, leading us towards the where he believes the exit may be, using his trusty companion for assistance. Can that be a survival check?
Yep. And you can give me advantage because of the dogs.
Thank you. That could have been better, could have been worse.
Right. That is Walker. Next up.
Would it be possible to help
popsicle?
People... What?
Continue, please.
I hate you. Would it be possible to help people traverse the more difficult areas with an athletics check?
Yeah.
Rubbing them.
Yeah. Helping press through, moving boulders where you can, trying to clear the path. You can do that for sure.
Can we get a chasm where Evian has to toss Simon across?
Evian uses
Can we get a chasm where... Oh my god, you fucking made the joke already, Mitchell, you son of a bitch!
Evian puts his arms on one side and his fucking feet on the other, uses himself as a human bridge.
Sophia, based on a like previous knowledge of how mazes usually work and various puzzle solving that she might have like studied it in the past. She tries to make suggestions on like the best strategic paths to take to be able to like, you know, traverse this without losing as much time or without like going backwards and stuff.
Okay. All right. Trying to keep a general idea of what. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was thinking history based off of what she would have studied, but I don't know otherwise.
I would say this is an awkward one. I'm gonna say straight intelligence. I don't think any of the I'm sick of skill checks. Every fucking skill challenge, you guys fucking kill this shit.
No, hold on, Ben. Let me bring down our average a little bit.
Ishri, you know, also intelligence, so that way you get a failure.
Nat 20.
I was gonna say, apparently Owen has a vast and extensive knowledge of ankegs. So can he use that to help navigate through
Like
this
where
particular
the
anthill?
exit might be, yeah.
Oh,
you
well,
can, like-
you see, actually, the common ankeg has a tunnel that leads directly towards the center. So if we can just find that, then we'll be right as rain, you know.
Yeah, I'll allow that with a nature check to identify certain tunnels.
That's so fucking good.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
Did someone say grand?
Why can't you guys do anything bad during
Hold on,
skill
hold on.
challenge?
Simon hasn't rolled yet. So fucking
Yeah, it's not even
don't
magic.
worry. Don't worry.
Just great.
Yeah, let's have Simon fuck this up first. Come on now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Could we? Okay. Could Simon be? As we're walking, sketching. We have dancing lights, so there's light around us, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Could Simon be making a map so we don't if we do double back, you'll be able to see it, type of thing?
We know the best way to.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
the
trying
best
to,
way, just like making a map of the cave system, more or less.
Okay, give me a. Oh, this is a weird one.
I know.
It wouldn't be straight intelligence, but like.
Investigation.
No,
Not really. Maybe more.
clue.
It'd be like a
It
general.
feels almost
perception.
like survival because you have to you're keeping an eye on what's in your head, but
Okay.
like to know which way north is to make sure that the thing is accurate, kind of. I'm going to say.
But he knows two guys who just know which way north is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
also-
say.
Cartography is a.
He's
is
also
a,
close
is a
to them.
tool.
Cartography is a tool.
It is a tool.
And navigation is also a tool.
But yeah, he's right next to Owen and Walker, who both know where
Yeah,
north
I'm
is.
gonna
He'd
say
be able
in-
to reference that.
In this case, I would say you can just give me an intelligence check on it.
Didn't Simon briefly study maps?
He did. This
Yeah,
is not
on
his
the
first
ship.
rodeo.
Did you have proficiency in cartography?
That's
No.
pretty great, dude. That's pretty excellent, dude.
But
Our lowest.
All right,
score has been a 9, but it had a +9 on it.
Fucking Walker's roll with advantage at +9 is the worst thing that's happened.
It's pretty funny.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Let's call it Walker.
Oh, Mishri, you guys want to knock this thing home? You're
Let's
on
call it-
5 successes, 0 fucking failures.
Okay, so because apparently I don't need to actually be smart about this, or pick any of the things that Ishri is actually good at. Can Ishri? Actually, no. Wait, I'm gonna steal this from Rom. Never mind. Let Rom go first, so that I might steal something from her.
Well, hold on a second, Alex. You know that if you pick something, and I guess Hannah, you know that if you pick something your character's not good at, you're going to roll well. Just throwing that out there. I'm just saying.
It's
Right?
'cause my
I'm
Pikachu-
declaring it.
Legally, you do have to roll well.
This is all thanks of Pikachu, Dad.
I agree.
Thank you, Pikachu Dad.
What will you do without you?
Oh.
What's your dad's name, Kim?
His name
His name's
Emmanuel?
Ryan.
Emmanuel.
Thanks, Emmanuel Chu.
Oh my god.
His dad is obviously Ryan Reynolds, right?
I didn't know, I know that's what you were fucking going with that.
Timothy Reynolds just tracks.
Oh man.
Well, I think I already encouraged everybody, so I probably can't do that again.
Why not? I literally did the exact same thing I did last time because Walker's good at it.
Also, I did too. I also did the same exact thing I did last time.
All right, then I'll.
Yeah, and then Ishi's gonna do the same thing by barreling through it, like running through a wall like the Kool-Aid man.
Well, actually, Ishri, if you just run right through that wall there, it'll put us out on the main tunnel system, so we should be good to go.
Simon, write this down.
All right, then I will try to keep the party's spirits up
All right.
by encouragement.
Irv, give me that roll.
Tell jokes.
Give me that.
Telling jokes. Hey, did you hear about the heroin addict who got hit by a car? It was me.
All right, give me a persuasion check.
Hey. Wow.
You're welcome.
We're pretty good average.
See,
there.
now what I would have said, if Rom did this first, I would have said any one person can take advantage after it. But everyone's wet. So Ishri, with Rom's encouragement, whatever you do, you get advantage on.
Bring it home.
Barrel through Kool-Aid man,
So-
that shit with advantage.
I mean, I guess I could cool him in. I was gonna say Ishri bolsters everyone's spirits with really horrifying tales of caves that she's been in to make everyone realize that it could be so much worse.
I'm sorry.
Christ.
But Rob took performance, so I guess Ishri is going to run into walls aggressively.
Sophia can also help since she's been doing the whole puzzle thing.
Like performance.
Yeah, can I do performance? Could Ishri?
Ishri could sing.
Could Ishri do performance?
Oh.
I'm sure there are several
Ishri keeps
monster
asking-
All
related.
right, yeah, okay. Telling stories with performance about your time in various caves and dangerous situations, and
In
how,
software?
hey, there's always a chance we get to the end and there's something that can kill us and we can't escape. Things like that, I assume.
Yeah, and I get
All right.
advantage.
You got advantage because Rob's helping.
Good lord.
Bring it home. Damn it.
As Rom starts, like, as you guys are traveling, Rom gives these, you know, these pep talks, and immediately, through almost every one of them, Ishri finds a way to pivot it into something absolutely horrifying. Well, maybe there's a chance that there's a cave in behind us and we all suffocate. Hasn't happened yet. It could. Let's look on the bright side. Hasn't happened yet. That sort of thing. Lots of, you know, things that are dangerous, that are very well, you know, you guys have steeled yourselves, if nothing else, at this point. But more than that, you have prepared, you have got everything going for you, and despite some of Ishri's horrifying tales of dangers of the Shadowfell, you continue to focus, you listen to these, and maybe you even find a sense of encouragement in wanting to avoid these horrible things, these stories that she relays to you of both her own experiences and those she's learned about in books. Cursed books. And immediately after the first 10 minutes or so, the first thing you notice is, specifically Walker, you and the dogs notice, there's no immediate, it's like fucking Swiss cheese. Every path leads to another path. There's no blatantly obvious anything. Thankfully, Walker, you count your lucky stars that you can see here in this darkness, because there are little piles of black tar all over, scattered. A few times you're like, wait, and you have to like turn everyone around back to the nearest junction, go a different way. It is awkward. It is... Turning around is definitely the worst part, because that's when it becomes a matter of you have Owen trying to, like, figure out, like, he's consulting the maps that Simon's drawing, which I imagine with how quickly you guys are moving, Simon is kind of just drawing lines and, like, noting this is a big one, this is a smaller one, and, like, just trying to see where they connect and where they don't. A lot of it is Owen consulting, being like, okay, well, if this one goes there, then we can take that and pivot back around. Hopefully this matches up with that, and we can go from there. And it gets very awkward because you have to turn around. Owen does that. Evian, at one point, there are occasional blockades where it's a matter of, shit, we can go around, and then Evian barrels through to the front and just starts dragging stuff out of the way. One thing you guys are not on this journey is quiet, but it seems at least here... there is no one really keeping an eye out or an ear out outside of the dogs, who are mostly smelling, but... They would presumably give warning if they hear anything specifically untoward. They have not at this point.
I don't think the likes of, like, Walker and Evian are also going to get, like, you know, caught off guard.
Yeah.
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 Walker physically cannot be surprised.
Never throw him a birthday party.
I was gonna say, like, birthday parties are awful in the Walker household.
You know, I just assumed that that Walker. It's not that he can't be surprised. He's just completely dead emotionally, so he doesn't react.
So after you get through this initial mess, eventually it does, in fact, lead to one major thoroughfare once more. As a couple of splits, you kind of, just judging by the map that you've made so far and which direction makes the most sense, for the most part, over the course of the next couple hours, with very little going wrong, very little taking the wrong path and having to turn back, you guys make your way down this major cave. A couple of offshoots that are blatantly nothing, and eventually you do hear this bit of just chittering and clicking.
Wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there, bud. Does Owen know, like, do Ankegs have, like, a queen? Is there a queen Ankeg?
Yeah, let's grab her and hold her hostage. I'll put a gun to her head.
And
Stop
if
down,
so,
set
does
up the
he
tent.
know, like, if we, you know, you can feel free to tell me to shut the fuck up about Ankegs anytime you want, because I'm enjoying myself at this point. Does Owen know, like, you know,
Imagine enjoying
this
something
this
D&D.
far along the main thoroughfare of an Ankeg colony, one will find the royal chamber where Her Majesty sits atop her throne and lays eggs all day. Like, does he know if that's where we're going?
There is a Queen Ankeg, but the main thing is that...
Question.
Yes?
Is the Queen Ankeg the big Ankeg that makes all the rules? Please continue.
I'm really disappointed in you, Kim.
I'm also disappointed.
I didn't expect that.
You're better than that.
Yeah.
You're better than that, Kim.
Clearly trying to show us otherwise.
Here's the thing. Ankegs don't really chitter like this.
So this is odd. This is an odd.
This is
chitter.
very odd.
So the Queen Bird is here.
Like, it is a clicking, like something, you know, moving lightly across stonework. Ankegs don't really do that. They're very heavy and large by default. Even born, they're fairly big. Like, they don't move light and have exoskeletal clicks across hard surfaces like this.
Does anyone else recognize these noises?
I'm sorry?
Does anyone else recognize these noises and what they might be?
Do
spiders make noises like this?
Does Rom get PTSD flashbacks?
It's not dissimilar to the sounds that spider made on the stonework.
Oh no.
It's not the same, but it's not dissimilar.
Is it feasible to avoid whatever's making this noise?
Possibly. You don't exactly know where the tunnel's leading, just that it seems like it opens up ahead.
Okay. So I feel like even without input, Walker would be intent on avoiding any and all suspicious noises. So if that's at all possible while leading the group forward, that would be the preference.
All right. At this point,
Uh-huh. Is it a different
I
map
am
time?
going to. I'm sorry. What was that one?
I don't remember what I asked.
Is that different map time?
Ah.
No, not yet. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see how these rolls go.
Oh, stealth roll? Hit me, dude. Hit me.
Yeah, no bonus this time, fam.
So, before... It's really weird that the new update has decided to occasionally just stop the music playing. I need to figure out why that is. Very neat. There we go. So, you make your way further into this cave, and you begin to hear that clicking, and
And none of us like
occasionally,
that.
occasionally there's a slight, like almost like a crunch. Walker, you are still in the front, correct?
Yes, sir. Oh, am I gonna get rommed?
Ugh.
Oh.
I hope you have that spell prepared. Nick, who are you?
You continue on for another couple of minutes. It gets a little bit louder, and you start to hear an echo. And you see, Walker, you would see at first what looks like small, tiny, like marble-sized black eyes reflecting the light of Sophia's dancing lights back at
Marble-sized
you.
what? Eyes?
Yes, small, almost marble-sized, maybe a little bit smaller.
In our way?
Yes. Further down the path, you can see where it starts to split, continuing off to the left slightly and hard right. And at that little junction, you can see what looks like a mostly skeletal corpse of something? And maybe 15, 20 eyes looking back at you. And that is where we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Alright, so, with that, yes, there are maybe 15 or 20 sets of eyes, small, maybe marble-sized or even a little bit smaller, reflecting back, staring at you.
15 sets of eyes, as if there are 15 separate beings with 2 eyes, or a group of 15 eyes?
Seemingly the former. Walker, after a second of looking, you ain't never seen nothing like this. They are strange. They seem to have, from what you can tell, 6 legs, all of them ending in just these almost sharp, chitinous, just appendages. None of these are much...
That was one!
What?
What?
Wasn't it a stabby spider? Stab
No, we
claw?
said we don't know yet what it is.
A couple of them with these open mouths have mouths almost like some sort of reptile, except it's just the top and bottom of its mouth as it kind of opens it is just a row of sharp, long teeth. Definitely made for crunching and tearing flesh from bone.
And they've clearly killed the ankegs that were here.
No, that's not an onkeg, it's chewing. This doesn't seem like it's onkegs at all.
Let me
Is there
through.
a path
I'm a bug
around these
expert.
guys at all?
What?
Yeah, go talk to them.
I can't talk to them. I don't have that spell prepared.
You don't know. It could be talk with animals. Or do you not have that one prepared?
I don't have it prepared.
For size, these seem to be around the size of like a baseball. Very small.
Is this the sort of nightmare fuel Ishri is used to in Hell, or not?
Similar to this. This is the kind of, you know, like, not this exactly, but this kind of thing definitely is more up Ishri's alley.
Well, as soon as he sees them, Walker would put like a hand up to halt the group as he examines them. These creatures ahead. They seem to have killed something and are consuming its carcass. If not made a move yet. Walker has no idea what the fuck these things are, right?
No. No. There's no roll on that. You have no fucking idea.
Does he have any frame of reference for how they might act?
They look almost like they have this chitinous armor on the outside, but then they have almost like slight amounts of hair around them, and the way they kind of are built almost looks pseudo-reptilian. At that, based on what they're doing and like looking more, you can see these small mandibles as well that just look like they're made completely of that same chitinous material that their hide is. Presumably for crunching things. As for how they'd act, I mean, they're all currently staring at you, but the way they kind of froze seems more in fear or surprise than like they're going to attack.
So if we like shock them, might they run away?
Possibly.
Let's see. In addition to that, and there's no way around them.
They are in the middle of the junction that you need to get through. The bones, like observing more on the bones, you can't tell what they are. It's just a small pile of crunched bones. Like, they're grinded up.
We need to get past these things. I have no idea what their demeanor might be. They've already frozen up at the side of us. No idea if they're about to attack, or if they'll be just likely to flee if we approach.
How big are they?
Small. Yeah, palm-sized maybe.
Flash of light should do the trick.
I can cast a fear spell. In a cone.
Maybe give that a try. And if that fails, we'll have to be prepared to use more mundane options to frighten them.
If we could produce a flash of light, they're creatures of darkness. They will flee from sudden bright light.
Unless they're blind.
They have eyes. You said they have eyes.
Around us.
The troll had eyes. It still seemed pretty blind.
We also already do have light around us. Sophia would be like slowly kind of bringing lights a little bit more towards the back to make sure that it's still dark around the creatures if we want to scare them. With a flash.
Not steady light, a flash of light. Like the flash that accompanies any motions to Simon, your magic, Simon.
Simon nods. Yeah.
Well, I only have one spell left before I gotta rest a little. So if anybody else wants to take a try first, go right ahead.
As the lights fade, they, getting pulled back by Sophia, they stare at you, Walker, for a short moment more as you guys are talking. Then they
Walker
kind
keeps
of...
his eyes on them.
They kind of like... Even after the light has seemingly left you, they continue to stare in your direction, like at you. They seem to have some sort of vision, sure. Even without the light. And after a moment, you just start to hear this, they start to like move a bit, and then you just hear and you see as a couple of them just start to like, one jumps on another and they begin rolling around, and you just start hearing this loud, like, piercing sound as one of them gets pierced through the neck, and then the rest of them begin to jump out and start consuming that one. tearing flesh from bone.
Jeez. Keep the lights surrounding us. Stay back.
Bear moves the lights back up.
Walker's gonna keep his eyes on them, on the creatures, while the rest of the group figures what the fuck to do to get past them, and keep a hand on his crossbow. In case one of them feels like jumping towards the group, he's gonna shoot out of the fucking air.
I mean, do we want to try to get fire going if they're scared of light?
Could we not just... Simon, you have the ability to throw small little flames, no?
Technically, I could shoot like Star Strike down the middle corridor, and it'd be a light. Yeah. Okay.
If I might, maybe between us and them, rather than just in the middle of them.
Well, yeah. Simon will cast Star Strike to see if they can get him to move.
Summoning it down, it begins to like fly out from the top of the cave and then crash in front of them.
Yeah, I'd like to. Can Owen like combine a spell of his own, like
Wombo combo.
As Simon does Star Strike?
Yeah,
he would like to take a knee onto the floor of the cavern, and he spreads out his fingers on the stone, and he'll just close his eyes in concentration, and
that's middle finger.
He's gonna use thaumaturgy to make the ground shake.
Oh. All right. As it starts vibrating, just it's very off-putting, and that combined with the flash of light as the Star Strike slams into the ground, it just and they begin to like move back off onto the right path, and then you begin to hear a scraping sound.
The Walker tell what the scraping noise is?
Not immediately. You only saw it after they left.
Is it coming from where they were?
Yes, it's coming from where they went.
So they are currently not.
No, they turned off. Like you're facing down, and the path begins to curve left, and there's a hard 90-degree right that they went down at the junction.
So we should be heading left if we want to avoid them.
Yeah, the straight left.
Walker's going to urge the group to hurry on. Let's go. Keep the lights bright as we pass the juncture and head left.
You guys begin moving once more.
Owen has been marking the walls, just so we're clear.
Now, Owen, you are leaving the tremors going for a minute, or did you have them fade after?
No, they'll fade as we pass.
They fade, and then after a second, they begin to pick up a little bit more.
Okay.
Looking down the path that you guys went past, Walker, you can see small, almost mouse holes at the base of the cave here. Little bits of rock and rubble at them. You'd be able to quickly intonate, it seems they have chewed holes into the bottom of the cave to hide in.
So they're hiding from something.
Presumably you. It was an immediate reaction to what you did.
Oh, they immediately chewed into the
Yes, no, that was
so
fresh.
That's what the
That's what that crunching was, yeah.
Okay. Walker's going to keep moving at a steady pace forward.
You are perceptive enough to know that the style those are cut in is the same as much of the cave you are going through now.
So these things have, or bigger versions of these things have done this?
Yeah, that would track. With everything said between what the information you guys have got, yeah.
Huh.
So, are we still going the right way?
As far as you know, yeah, you're heading the right way. Still northwest.
Walker comments something like, we'll probably run into more of those. Not specify further, because he doesn't want to freak anyone out, and, keep us moving.
Owen never, saw them, right? They were in darkness.
They were in light for a bit from Sophia when it first started.
does he, with his expert knowledge of various
Buggies.
insects?
He
and
has
and
never seen
eggs?
these before.
What?
He has never seen these before. Yeah. No. Straight up. I would go so far as to say none of you have ever seen these before.
I'd like to remind everyone that the fishermen at Dunrock were made artificially by a scourge. I'm pretty sure that's something we know in character.
Thanks for that, bro.
Alright, you guys continue. At this point, I need... Are you guys going to try the stealth?
I think more important is to keep our presence so that like things know that don't fuck with these things. Now
that's more... remember, after you passed and Owen had the tremors fade, they after a second began to pick up again, a little bit heavier and more like a bit more bassy, like from the treble of like this thaumaturgy to like a more deep bassy rumble.
Didn't you mention that was from them nibbling into the wall or something?
No, this is something else. It is still happening.
Is this some Jurassic Park shit?
I mean, it definitely feels like a bigger something within the mountain.
Well, I got a couple level 2 spell slots left. God, I hate this fucking mountain. Walker will let's slow it down. Be quieter. I don't want whatever making that rumbling to find us. And we're gonna use Pass Without Trace.
Won't they be able to follow the lights?
Maybe he won't.
I would like to note, Evian.
Hi.
You, with your passive perception, are able to detect specifically, like, you can feel, like, focusing for a second with your eyes closed. There is definitely, like, it's like this slight rumbling, and then there's, like, like, it's almost like pulsing, like,
I don't like that.
like, it's something moving, pausing. Not at consistent intervals, but...
Can I tell, like, what direction, or is it just, like,
vaguely north and down.
down? Is it getting closer? Like, louder?
I need a perception check for that.
Okay.
Do well.
We just roll big.
It's pretty good.
Maybe
That's
a bit. It's not coming directly at you.
Okay, I'll keep an ear on it, I guess.
Yeah, you're gonna focus on keeping that back pocket.
Yeah,
that
if it gets like,
if you feel like it is imminently approaching, you'll let people know. Yeah,
that's
okay.
when I'll say something, because I don't want to like unnecessarily worry people.
Funny.
So with that, if you guys are going to be trying to be quiet and light on your feet.
Well, we was a conversation about that.
I'm sorry.
Owen Walker would say many of the things in here are blind from having lit under the ground for so long. As long as we keep the lights dim and close, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm more concerned about our presence. We need to step lighter. Did Nick leave?
Sorry, I
You tried to take a drink and forgot how.
yeah, I tried to drink and breathe at the same time.
Oh no, by Owen. Owen's dead. Everyone's dead.
You guys turn and Owen's like taking a drink of his fucking of his water skin, and he just starts like fucking choking. Oh.
All right, I'm alive. I'm okay.
But it's Owen.
Well, that remains to be seen.
Con save.
That depends on how bad this fucking stealth check goes.
He just kind of like throws a nervous look back over his shoulder down, in the direction that the Gribblies went, and just kind of gives Walker a grim nod.
Walker is going to lead the group in being a bit quieter, though while there's enough time to pass out any rope, any strings to tie armor off, those who do have armor would notice that it is oddly quieter than it normally is.
That's with +10, right?
That is a Plicity plus 10.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Hannah!
Ishri has disadvantage.
Oh my god!
Well, you can't do much more.
Just roll the d20 and see if it's a natural one.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. Okay. Oh, can't do worse.
+10.
Alex, why don't you add your
sorry.
plus, you motherfucker? Something's still pretty good.
That's not.
Something's still pretty good.
17 with a natural 1. Oh, get fucked!
Oh, I did it! He beat Walker at stealth check!
Oh, Sophia's the sneakiest one here. That's.
Oh, Sophia being the sneakiest makes me a little sick. Like, there's legitimate stealth people here.
Oh, wait, did Simon roll?
Sophia's just always quiet. She just stopped talking, and that's why she got stealthy.
Sorry.
She just stopped.
I have to
Pretty
roll
funny.
still. I'm very sorry.
Plus 10.
+10.
Does anyone add their plus?
No one ever adds their +10,
I
William.
did.
24.
Thanks,
It's the
Kim.
first time I
Thanks,
did that.
thanks
I've
everyone
never
except
used
for
this
Alex
before.
and Logan.
Hey.
Uh,
All right, well,
well, did better- did
Walker
better than
taking the
history.
lead and trying to keep your eyes peeled, keeping focus where you can. You continue to lead them, and eventually you 20 feet, 30 feet, 50, 100 through this winding edge of this cave, you start to notice, while not necessarily a maze.
Question real quick.
Yep.
Do we need stealth checks from dogs, or just assume that they're okay?
Oh yeah, I guess I do need stealth checks from the dogs.
Well, luckily Sin radiates past without trace as well.
Okay, so they both get it too. He has
I
stealth
mean,
checks from the dogs.
Also, I'm pretty sure we had enough for them
Yeah.
to get it anyway, but yeah.
So they both got it. Lily the
I'm
dog.
I'm just rolling it. How do I?
Just roll dexterity. And then plus
How
10.
did you add the bonus for Lily the dog? I don't see a bonus ad for that on here. The fuck?
Because after you press skill check.
Yeah, you have to
and
press
then-
ability check, then it shows up.
Ah, thank you.
That's how NPC
Ayo,
should.
Sin.
Jesus! Sin has
Sin,
taken
stealthiest.
words to heart.
He is the stealthiest.
Sin is passing without trace.
She wanted
right
to
now.
contrast Walker there.
17's still pretty good. I don't know what
And
you're on about.
Walker, you start to see, like, at this point now, you're like, oh, like, Sin is no longer ahead of you, she's next to you, and, like, staying in lockstep like those SWAT dogs that are trained to walk
Oh.
directly under you,
That's sick.
like, perfectly in lockstep next to you. At one point, you start moving, and you keep looking, like, to the right. Like, this opens up a lot. This is definitely an active hive. It is the same sort of thing as before, but there are things in. And into step, and you hear the slightest bit of, like, crackling almost, and Sin immediately just bites your leg and yanks you back.
Oh, shit.
And you kind of, like, look down, and you can see where it looks like abandoned bits of bone with no meat on them that, like, your boot had just started to make contact with, and Sin just reacts immediately on.
Shit. That's a good girl right there.
Kind of looks at you,
Walker.
looks back at it.
Is this an indication that we're going a bad way, or?
I
Is
mean, this is the way, like, you're continuing north right now around this massive active hive of whatever the fuck these things are, and, like, now leading little by little, you see
Walker will
holes in the
make sure
ground.
others, we'll make sure to whisper to others to watch their step here.
Evie, and that pulsing, it's It's definitely not getting overtly closer, but you guys are definitely getting closer to it.
Oh. Maybe I'll bring
You said it was to the
that up.
north, but we're heading
It's the
west,
queen.
right?
It's definitely the queen.
You headed kind of west and then pivoted north along the outside of this hive.
So we're not going near the center. We're still like on the outside.
Yes.
Okay, that's
I
good.
think I will bring that up to my good friends and companions.
Your compatriots.
Yeah. There has been a pulse almost underground beneath us. Further north, I've noticed it for a while. It isn't getting closer to us, but we are moving towards it.
We're still on the outside edge of this, whatever it is. As long as we stay that way, hopefully we'll be able to avoid whatever's making that.
If I will keep an ear out for it, I will make sure we do not, hopefully, get too close to it.
Please do.
Whatever happens, we must take care not to anger the hornet's nest, as it were.
Those of you with dark vision, I believe just Ishri and Walker, looking like to your right as you're kind of heading north towards the east through the various paths, this is getting cavernous. Like, it's opening up more, it's becoming more vertical, like, it is becoming three-dimensional. There are holes in the ceiling, holes in the floor. It is definitely a case of this is a fucking active hive. And presumably somewhere there is almost a literal beating heart that Evian is listening to. But you guys continue to quietly move. And it seems after a quiet 15-20 minutes of very careful steps, very quiet, careful fucking steps, little by little, stopping, waiting, observing, keeping an eye on where you've went, while checking Simon's map, making sure to keep markings. Evian, you start to lose that feeling, like you put a hand to the ground for a second and you can't feel it quite as heavy. It seems the worst of it has passed, and through sheer skill or dumb luck or some combination of both, you guys have avoided angering this hive of strange beasts.
That's good.
How long does it take us to get through?
Maybe half hour or so, and that's going no more than a few hundred feet, very carefully, stopping to make sure the coast is clear, that sort of thing.
So we still have another half hour pass?
Yeah.
Okay.
You continue on back to your original bullshit stealth checks.
What's that?
You continue on as you originally did through these bullshit stealth checks that got you this far.
Mm-hmm.
And with this quiet urgency, speeding through as quietly as you can, it gets to the point where Evian, you can't even feel that rumbling anymore. Like, even after everyone else, like, you guys are, oh, we're safe. Evian, still in the back of your mind, like, every time you take a step, you can feel that vaguest of pulses that eventually gives way. And you see as you follow this a little bit more, and there is a steep drop-off of about 15 feet. It continues on straight, and there's just a hole about 15 feet long and about 15 feet deep. And in that hole, you can see scaffolding.
Fuck.
What?
Evian sees this?
All of you would at this point.
Oh.
No, I was just mentioning the vibrations about Evian, but yes.
Apologies.
All of you can...
So, just in front of us,
Walker
there's a
first,
hole
taking
with
the lead.
Scaffolding.
Yes. It looks like this, from what you can tell, it looks like this was a thoroughfare that those strange things were using that collapsed in to the mine below it. The scaffolding is
we're
busted and
above.
old, but you are currently above it, yes.
Does climbing down into the where the scaffolding is make sense to get to the town?
I mean, that's a mine. Presumably the mine would be connected to the entrance.
Walker would call the group to a halt, make sure they're not gonna.
You are single
fall
file,
down.
so this is, well, I'd say you could go 2x2. A cramped
still.
2x2. So yeah.
Walker will call the group to a halt, and then he'll move over to the edge, bend over, and look down. Looks like it's the mine down here, about a 15-foot drop.
Well, that's good, right?
Well, mine should mean that we're just about there.
Yeah,
They did.
that's where we were going. Rom looks very nervous. She's like got one hand on the hilt of her sword still, even though like there's nothing in sight to be scared of.
I will also mention at this point, you guys are well and truly within night. You are definitely starting to feel the effects of a day of travel and being awake and dealing with this shit. Like,
Sleep. And should we go down below and check it out before we try to camp for the night, or?
I think we need to confirm where we are before finding a safe spot to settle down.
There was more than one mine in these hills, but it's a good sign.
Van, is there anything nearby to tie some rope onto?
not really.
I
Is
could
the wall-
hold it if you're looking
is-
for.
That's
I could help.
William just asked Vin that question, Hannah.
That's true. It's very obvious. You doesn't see Walker like holding a rope, going, "Where should I tie this?" Sorry.
Hmm. is the ground or wall so that we could put a pitten in it, or
Yeah, probably.
can we do that without making too much noise, or would that be very loud?
No, you'd be hammering it into fucking hard rock. Like, you're gonna have to fucking hit that shit like you did before. Last time you tried this, like, you gotta slam it in there.
What if we like a pitten is a big nail, right?
Yeah.
What if we put like a scrap piece of leather over the nail head?
Well, it still has to like
sound.
pound into the stone wall, right?
Yeah, but
It would definitely stop
Uh,
the echoes. It would, like, the vibration is still gonna be there. It's still gonna sound loud, but it would stop that echo of, metal hammer on metal nail, at least to a significant degree.
Hold on, wait a dim. Does Walker like pull out a pitten and then a hammer and look at it quizzically?
No, he's probably just like examining the pit down the immediate area around it before saying, Evian, Ishri, use a rope to get Evian down there. Evian, take Sin with you. Take a look around the immediate vicinity to make sure see if we're at all close to the mine's entryway.
Alright.
If you find anything out, just whisper to Sin, and Sin will make sure I know.
Sounds good.
If there's nothing immediately there, we'll want to put a pitten into the wall up here so we can lower a rope down. We'll need to be able to climb this quickly if we are to make our escape this way.
Evian will hand Ishri 50 feet of rope.
She holds it. Yeah.
With her
And,
big hands.
Their big hands, and Evian's going to grab Sin. And
With his big hands.
with my big hands.
And throw him.
Yeah.
No, he's
Throw
just gonna
her,
shove him
personally.
down.
Oh yeah, it's only 15 feet, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll just take that drop.
Yeah, I was wondering.
With Sin in my arms.
Okay, you just kind of grab Sid and just whoop down it.
Yep. And Ishri's just standing there with rope.
Listen, all I'm saying is 10-foot drop is enough to take some damage. That's all I'm saying.
Well, not for me.
Okay.
Well, the
Listen,
monks
you
get
can just
fucking...
ignore Walker's advice. It's fine. It's okay.
Oh. Yeah, wait, what's the slow fall on that anyway? Like,
30, I think? Get 30 for free?
Curious.
More.
Oh yeah, it's 5 times your monk level. So yeah, he can fall 35 feet for free.
Ugh.
You know, it's like
Is he
that.
Superman landing while holding a fucking bloodhound?
No, he just. I'd imagine he just takes it really well with his knees.
You just coofed, and you're
He's
just
gonna,
there.
He's gonna destroy his body in the next 5 years, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all he
Um,
needs.
Yeah, you only need.
He only needs to make it through the adventure.
Is
sure
Sin, is,
Exactly.
I forgot to ask. Is Sin? Go ahead.
No.
Is Sin holding up all right?
I mean, yeah, she's fine.
Yeah,
He seems to trust Evian.
Put Sin back down on the ground, and I give her a nice little pat on the head.
You get an echo from Sin Walker in your head. What are you waiting for? Let's go. She can, like, she's like, this is different. Smells like humans.
Too bad no one can tell me that.
Sin saying, Walker whispers to the others. Evian probably hears anyway.
Oh yeah, true.
Sin says that she smells humans nearby.
And then me and the doggo will continue forwards.
Which direction? East? It's kind of going like east southeast and then west northwest.
West northwest, I think, is the direction we want to go.
We probably shouldn't go too far. We don't want to spook anybody. If they hear noises from the caves, we don't know exactly where we are. We probably should rest before we alert anyone nearby.
Speaking of, Owen, you said you can create silence. Is that right?
I was actually just thinking if we need to do some hammering for a pit end or anything like that, I can mask the sound.
Is that exhausting for you?
No, but I will need some time to prepare.
Would it affect the vibrations anymore?
I don't think so. Only sound.
Because the insects are probably sensitive to the vibrations. If they don't see very much, they probably rely mostly on the feeling and on the sound. So even if you cut one out, they'll still probably investigate.
We shouldn't. We should be far enough away from them at this point for that not to be too big of an issue.
Very well.
Oh, by the way, since Sin's with Evian, he gets a plus 10 to stealth still.
Hey yo!
Oh, it's very funny.
All right. So with that, Evian, you are scouting ahead. How far?
Until I see something.
All right. Give me stealth checks from Evian and Sin.
I get a plus 10 to this still.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Does he have light?
No, but what I realized
He's got a
that
dog.
I do have,
Who also
is
doesn't have light.
I have perceptive, which means being in a lightly obscured area doesn't impose disadvantage on my perception checks. I don't know if that matters.
That's not going to help you be able to see in pure darkness.
Well, I tried.
Well, Jesus! Sin's loving this shit. Sin's going home. Sin's going home with Ishri to party in caves for the rest of her life.
Sin is showing how fucking awesome she is with these checks.
That's insane.
All right, and if I could also get a perception check from both of them.
Do you want smelling or hearing or general?
Whatever you want Sin doing. That's up to you.
Hearing, I believe.
I'll
in this
take a
instance.
19. That's good.
Sin will take an 8. It's not good, but she'll take it.
Man.
You continue forward for. How far are you willing to go? I guess is the next question.
Probably 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Oh, you guys are going far then.
Jeez.
All right.
I mean,
Walker's implication at the beginning was check the immediate surroundings of the below to make sure that we're not like right there,
okay, 5-10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So you begin heading in the westernly direction. Sin, right at your side, perfectly in lockstep, just as she was with Walker, and you continue on. There are a couple of times where it splits, and there are what seem to be very old carved markings, like with a hammer and chisel, of an X.
Okay.
on various outshoots of this mine.
Would
Other
that be an
than
indication of areas that are like used up?
Yeah.
that would be
Yeah, do I
the
know what
assumption
that
there.
is? Okay.
Or dead ends.
Does Evian smell piss and shit?
Do I smell piss and shit?
FM?
I am curious.
Thanks,
I mean,
Alex.
not especially.
But vaguely, like very faint, a faint
A
scent
tang.
of
A
piss.
tang of
I
piss.
mean,
A tang of piss,
A hint.
mayhaps.
there
I hint
is
of home and piss and shit.
there is definitely like something, not necessarily putrid, but there's definitely something that smells
Worse than just cave.
yeah, worse than cave here.
Worse than meets the eye.
You would also note there are a number of unlit torches on various bits of the scaffolding, including occasionally lanterns. There are junctions that have destroyed tables at them. This has been abandoned for a hot fucking minute.
Okay.
But other than that, like, continuing on for 5 minutes or so, it seems like this just continues. You want to go for 5 more? You said 5 to 10.
I'll go for 10. See if I can
Sin
find-
is reporting to you, Walker, that thus far they have continued traveling west and everything is good.
I'm assuming in the meantime, Owen is preparing his spell while the others kind of sit.
And you guys can take a short rest while they're doing this.
Sophia would put up the little hut if we're doing this. For more
Just
than
in case.
I don't think.
Oh
Owen
my
knows
god.
that. I don't think he's preparing his magic because he doesn't know how long Evian's going to be gone.
I mean, it says last more than 5 minutes.
I think Walker would have urged him to do so we can get the way back set up.
Or-
Yeah, so if
After
we get
He would have also noted that Sin has reported that they've kept going and that everything is mostly abandoned so far.
After another probably 3-4 minutes, this is the easiest travel. Like, everything's open. If there's any places where there's like lots of awkwardness, it's kind of been smoothed over with boards. Like, if it starts to dip and then come back up, they've just kind of smoothed it and patched it over with boards to make the travel easier.
I have to imagine, being a big man, Evian's a bit of a heavy stepper, right?
I was going
not
to say,
today, is it?
the boards are in disrepair, but not so decrepit that they fall apart.
Okay.
Like, these were, like, you'd be able to identify. These were... when this was being worked on, these people spared no expense for safety. This was OSHA compliant for its day.
Nice.
Which is for
like I was-
Mitchell. That's for Mitchell.
But Evian's probably like a bit of a heavy stepper, right?
Not right now, he's not.
Well, that's my point. Like, I won't specify that.
Yeah.
Evian would have probably noticed that, even stepping on boards or whatever, there's very little noise.
I feel like Evian would say to Sid just like as an aside, just like, these are very well made boards.
As you say it, like, Sin pauses and sits down for a second and, like, stares down at one and then nods and keeps walking. Walker, you also get that from Sin.
A mental image of a
No,
well-crafted board.
Sin essentially telling you that she and Evian are in agreement. These things are very well made.
Is that all she says and not clarify
No
what
context.
Oh yeah, seems to just whatever she's seeing seems to be well made.
Mm.
And after about 3 or 4 more minutes of this, you come to a fallen apart lift. It's about a 20 to 25 foot, eyeballing it, cliff upward. And you can see there's scaffolding at the top where it keeps going. So it looks like looking up, there's a lift, and then it still goes further west and back east. So there's like a second level to this mine. The lift itself is destroyed and just, heap on the ground. The winch and pulleys are just kind of busted up. The rope is kind of decrepit and ruined. Fallen apart. Some of the boards up there look like they've collapsed in, like there's like something fell through it. Though there's no evidence down here of that, outside of busted up boards and pieces of scaffolding on the ground.
Okay. How high did you say it was?
About 20, 25 feet.
Okay. So if I use a
Are you gonna
key point
fucking wall jump,
if
Mario?
I use a key point for Step of the Wind, I believe Evian has a vertical reach with his leap of about 17 feet normally. So with Step of the Wind, the height on that is doubled, so he can get it's 3 plus your strength modifier. So that's 7, so about 25 feet vertical with a...
Yeah, using a key point.
Yeah.
Go ahead and, the one thing I will say is give me an acrobatics check to accurately make it through the opening at the top.
Acrobatics?
To accurately make it through the opening at the top, that is not going to be a strength-based thing.
How big is the opening?
It's maybe
I wanna know if this is a good idea or
8
not.
to 10 feet in diameter. Like, there's definitely a lot to grab onto. It's whether or not you're going to... Like, it's not a matter of whether or not you make it. It's a matter of how gracefully you can get up there.
Would I be able to grab onto that?
Oh, yeah. If you don't make it, you'd be able to grab onto the side of it easily.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, like I said, it's not a matter of failure. It's a matter of the level of grace and quietness you can exude doing this.
Taking a second to listen before I do so, can I hear any noise of, like, anything past it?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna look to Sin, and I'm gonna be like, I'm going to try to jump up really quick.
Walker, you get from Sin this skepticism as she's eyeballing how high this is and essentially gives you this crazy motherfucker thinks he's got to jump to like 25 feet.
Don't try to catch me if I fall.
As you say that, Walker, you get... I think he might break his leg here in a minute.
Walker's gonna say something along the lines, don't let him get too far off. Don't let him go too far away from you.
I can't climb this. It's really fucking big. What do you want me to do?
So he's already gone?
Yes! And Evian, you get about a 5-foot step back. You run and kick off of the edge of the destroyed lift. Jump back and kind of like kick off the side. And as you do, you kind of lift straight up and catch yourself at the top, kind of like putting your arms out, barely reaching on the two opposite sides of the opening. Just about, like, your arm span's just long enough to reach it, and using your strength to lift yourself that last foot or so, and then almost like a gymnast, like, putting your feet up first and kind of thrusting yourself so that you land feet first.
Makes sense, yeah.
I
Walker
still get
would-
the effects of Pass Without Trace up here.
Walker would,
30-foot radius.
let the others know that apparently Evian has gone up something big and Sin cannot follow him. Given that we're in my chat, I'd assume with a ladder or something.
And I'm just gonna look around and see what's up here.
This looks like the immediately. This is the main thoroughfare. This is definitely like.
This is exit central.
Yeah, this, like, immediately about 20 feet further in, like, you start moving in that direction just to get a bit of an idea. About 15, 20 feet. You see this, what looks like a couple of tables. One of them's destroyed, the other one's kind of shoved off to the side. Some destroyed chairs. This looks like where people were having lunch breaks. So you cannot be more than, at most, like, an hour's travel from the exit at this point.
Absolutely. Okay, awesome. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and drop back down.
As Sid is telling you, what the fuck? He's not human. I don't know. This is weird. Oh, he's back. And she, like, backs up and, like, is narrating as he lands back down. Oh, God, he's wait, he's fine.
Walker, like brow furrowed, like kind of mutters, he's apparently back and fine.
I'd like, because I'm just a swell guy. Like as Has it been 10 minutes, Ben?
About 10 minutes, yeah.
So as Walker's narrating what's happening, Owen has been kind of sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to focus. And as Walker opens his mouth, Owen just says, "Shh," and the sound just flees. It's just gone.
Then, would Walker have been able to make a rope ladder or anything like that?
I mean...
Maybe just tie some knots in a rope so it's easier to climb
Yeah,
up?
like, you can. Like, a rope ladder would require a lot of fucking wood, but tying knots at least just to make it easier to climb is possible.
Yeah,
You'd
Walker
probably
would've done
lose
that.
10, 15 feet of it, but...
Yeah, we got lots of
You guys have an ass ton of rope, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, Walker would get that together. Maybe if we have enough time in the evening, Walker will put together a rope ladder, or an actual rope ladder to get us up more easily. Once he realizes it's all silent, Walker's going to bang in 2 pegs into the rock on the floor, to a point where he could make a rope ladder later if needed, but for now it's just going to be a couple of pegs.
Okay.
And
It is unnaturally silent.
Damn!
There is no sound whatsoever.
There's nothing. You just feel this slight vibration from him hitting the rock of just... and nothing else. God, that's gotta be weird.
There's probably a moment where
Also-
Walker's like, finally.
It's also not damp anymore. It's like a nice, comfortable temperature because we're all inside the
Oh
bubble.
my god, oh my god. Oh.
It's very relaxing.
You guys are just having a great time while Evian's busy showing off for a dog.
And relaxing or eerie, however you see it.
But I would tell Sin that we should probably head back now and start leading the way back.
Sin does so as well, following right in lockstep with you. Well, actually, probably about 2 steps behind you this time. Walker, you would get, just in case, he seems like a better shield than I.
Understandable.
Walker's response would just be along the lines of, just be careful.
That is, after a few moments of this, Owen, with your silence. Jesus, 10 minutes?
Yeah, dude, this smells so good.
Jesus, if you guys got the drop on some fucking Soul Striders, they'd be fucked!
I'm so glad that he finally got a chance to use it, but I would, like, it would, I thought it would be cooler if he used it, like, you know, in a confrontation rather than to hammer a fucking...
It doesn't mean you can't.
Man, fucking Owen casts silence, Evian grabs them. What do?
Owen casts
Nothing.
silence after you, and then you guys just lock him in a room and burn them all alive.
Evian grabs
Oh
them,
no!
rips their tongues.
Give them a taste of their own fucking medicine.
Would you say lock him in a room and burn them alive?
Yeah.
No one will hear
Nick
their
knows the
screams.
context of that.
I do.
Is that related to something I should know about?
Yes, they locked a bunch of people in the fucking, when they originally took, fucking, Citre. They locked a bunch of people in the fucking inn and lit it down alive, burnt it.
I vaguely
And
remember that.
then when people clawed their way out of the fucking windows, they shot them with crossbows.
Yeah.
Because they're just
Uh-huh.
real swell guys.
And then they tossed an old lady on a fire.
And then they did that.
And then they just jobbed to a bunch of random garish fucks for a little while.
How
They're
dare
both-
you? How dare you call Owen MacDirk the Prince a random garish fuck?
I'll call him what
How
I want.
dare you?
I'll
Anyway,
never call him late to
sir.
dinner.
So, with that, you guys, after a few moments, Evie, and you make your way back, you can see vaguely where the opening is, though obviously the pitch blackness is not helping, but you kind of, like, at one point, like, Sin's like, I think we're about here. Pauses. This is to Walker, obviously.
Okay.
I think we're about here. And, like, pauses, stops, Evie, and you would notice that Sin stops.
Evian screams as Sin speaks out loud.
Oh.
Oh, they wouldn't hear it.
And then you scream, and Sid's like, wait, that wasn't me.
When we hear sounds that are from 30 feet away, or do you not hear
No.
anything when
So
you're
yeah, so the thing about silence is that no sound can exist inside the sphere.
Yeah, it's just a bubble of no sound. It cannot be created, it cannot make its way into it.
I think by the time we get back, though, wouldn't it be gone?
I mean, about,
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
about 10 minutes. Yeah, you guys will get back right before it's ending, give or take.
So I imagine by that point, we've all kind of made our way down the rope.
Okay.
And we're now just kind of standing in the hallway.
Yeah.
I imagine they would see the lights from Sophia's funny lights.
Guys,
actually, the lights would probably be in the bubble at this point, or she would have.
well, you were making your way down after it was done, right?
To head down.
Okay, fair.
As soon as the lights show up, Sin breaks lockstep and runs directly towards the party. Her tail trying to suppress a wag, not doing a good job of it.
Walker will lean down to pet the dog and tell her that she's done a good job.
He jumps up and licks your face.
Walker's not gonna let that keep happening for too long. He'll stand back up.
After a moment, she stops and just looks excitedly at everyone.
There is a lift about 10 minutes down that passage. It leads into like the main mine, I believe. There were some tables and such where I presume there was like a rest space when this was in use. And I assume it leads back to the town.
It shouldn't be too hard to navigate our way through. Path is clear.
I will need to probably jump back up and tie a rope for the rest of you to be able to get up.
We'll probably want something a little more stable than just a rope. I was planning on putting together some rope ladders. A rope ladder for Walker kind of points to the wall there. To the wall where he has like the tied up rope. If I can find some wood to repurpose here, then
there are plenty of wooden boards.
I'll probably put something together.
It might take a little while to make a rope ladder, though. No.
Maybe, but well, we need rest, so there'll be plenty of time.
It will be, regardless of whether or not we have a rope ladder, it will be hard to get those two up.
And he's nodding at Lily and Sin.
Sin just kind of rolls her eyes a bit and just looks at you, Evian. Looks at the hole that you guys came down. Looks back at you. Back at the hole, back at you.
I don't think I can do what I did carrying you, also.
He rolls her eyes.
Even shrugs.
Walker, you get, oh, now he's capable. It has limits.
Since fairly small, I'm sure one of us could manage to carry her, but...
I guess up the rope ladder.
Yeah. Not all of us are going to be jumping, Evian.
Yes, that is why I suggested a rope.
Well, anyway. I'm going to look around for some... and no, let's find a good place to establish our camp. And then we can worry about other things, resting, etc. How long will you all need to rest before we can begin making attempts, gathering more information?
That depends on how much of my magic you wish me to have.
How long would it take for everything? For you to recover everything?
One kind of squints a little bit. He looks like he's about to look up at the sky as if to check the time, and then remembers where we are. Probably 3 days, 3 nights rest, but I don't think we have that kind of time.
Walker looks towards the other mages.
Probably. I would have probably just about as much as I think I could get rest in a cave like this within 2 days or so.
Yeah, 2 days would be fine.
Let's plan to rest for that amount of time then. We may not have a lot of time, but we don't want to be running in here and dying.
I can see if within those 2 days I can get a prototype for the magical paper, I suppose, whatever I'm going to call this that I'm speaking of, but we'll see. Depends on how well it would be going in the next 2 days. At this point, she starts putting up the. Actually, no, we're looking for stuff.
So,
Question.
Um,
Out of character
yep.
question. Doesn't Simon have a spell that lets him switch spots with something? With someone?
Yeah, it only lasts a minute.
Can you use that on his familiar?
Technically?
any
Can you
willing
just-
creature.
Yeah.
Can you just have his familiar in the minute fly into wherever the thing might be, switch spots with him, grab the thing, and then I don't know. Does Simon?
Not
Yeah, Simon has some
switch
fucking
spots.
getaway
It's
stuff,
not
right?
switch spots. It's I can pull him back to me.
Oh,
Oh wait, well then do you have to be able to see them?
When I cast it, yes, but otherwise you have a minute to do whatever you need to do. As long as you're 120 feet
Yeah,
away from me.
it is touch and range 120.
Could
where
we
is
use-
wait,
the could we
compared to
could
the mine? Where is the house that we think it might be in?
we- more than 120 feet, I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Would we
I
be
could
able to
sneak up
like?
there though.
But would we be able to use it to like? If we mixed it with the fucking
the
what's it
funny
called?
gel.
The funny gel. If we were within 120 feet of the thing, we give them a minute to run through.
Well, it's a minute. It'll take a minute. It would have to be a minute. During this minute time, assuming Simon casts it, the very second the person becomes ethereal, and the very last second that he can see them, they would have to in that minute make their way up to 120 feet into that house where the object is, grab it as soon as the etherealness is. Can they? Hang on, how
No,
long
they
the etherealness
can't
lasts?
take-
Simon
they
can. Simon, you can upcast to increase the duration.
So the thing
How
with the
long?
etherealness is, from what we know, it is an
forgot.
hour, and we
Yeah.
can't leave out of it.
Except for I
Yeah,
can't have
it's,
to
It's
wait.
an hour, absolute.
I have to long rest before I could do it.
Is that a third level spell?
I can make it a. Oh, it's a second level. I thought it was third.
Oh,
Okay, then
second.
what's third level get you?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's still not
Let's-
very good.
Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, that's better than one.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
but
but we
it's
can't
not
combine it with the ethereal.
Why not?
thing.
Wait,
Because
how
that-
does
that's
the
an hour.
ethereal thing? Oh,
An
it's
hour absolute.
Uh,
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, it was worth a thought.
Well, there goes that.
Anyway, Walker's gonna help the group find a place to rest, and we can start setting up camp or something.
How long
mean, I do
How long would a fourth level bring it to?
10
The
minutes.
same 10 minutes.
Oh, 10.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Is it only the one upgrade?
It goes up to 5th and 6th is an hour.
At
instead
9th
of
level
20.
spell, it lasts until dispelled.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Let's just do that.
Yeah, there it is.
Just
You
cast
can
that.
permanently
Cast that
have
at
someone
9th.
pull back to me.
9th level. That would be
You're
really
not-
funny to just cast on someone and like 10 years later.
It's me.
Every year,
you're
pulling
back.
Simon casts it on everyone. It's not concentration or anything. So he just casts it on everyone in the party. It's like, look, I'm gonna need you all one day. And then like 5 years later, he's
He
like,
also needs
guys,
to
we're
be
having a party.
within-
You're like, wait, no, and just everyone's there.
But he'd have to be within like 120 feet
Shush,
of us.
shush, shush.
Does the
Don't
range
ruin,
increase?
don't ruin the fun thing.
Is the range increase with spell?
The range should increase.
No,
to be
it
fair.
No, I made him choose either range or duration
Yeah.
for scaling it.
Duration.
That's funny.
Simon could look in through a window.
Well, someone. Okay, so assuming
No,
we're
I
next
don't
to
have
the
to see
thing,
you.
could like someone teleport into the building, grab the item, and immediately be pulled back?
I have ways of
Harry.
getting people. I have the umbral
with
form.
dimension door, right? Teleport in.
Can't
going-
do that. Oh, actually, I guess I could.
Yeah, can't you?
I mean,
I
if we're theory crafting, like we.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean that's we have to, right? Like we have to
technically
think about.
can do it once.
Well, and here's an even better question: is there like an anti-magic shell around that room that it's in? Maybe.
We don't know.
People
There could be.
recon.
I
Would
can
it-
message.
Recon bed. I don't
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
need-
if this
we need more
will
info.
work, but can I cast clairvoyance on a location that I'm not sure if I'm within a mile of? Like, will the spell just fail if I'm too far?
Within range, a location familiar to you, or an obvious location that's unfamiliar. When you cast a spell, you choose a range 1 mile. Yeah, I would say if you tried to cast it beyond the range, it would just fail.
Consuming the spell slot or not?
No, I would say it wouldn't.
Hey,
It would just, you know, Karad would be very cross with you.
I can.
he might reconsider murdering Walker's family or something.
So while everyone's setting up camp, Owen will kind of like go off to the side. You know, maybe like down a little passage or something. You know, one of those ones with the little X's marked. And he'll set out his significant bowl and take his water skin and very, very carefully pour some water into the bowl, and then he'll begin casting the spell, focusing on the I forget exactly like the layout of the place, but like the manor that we decided to scout out first.
Mhm.
There was like a stairway that what's his face, the Asimar guy, was walking down or through, or a doorway or something that he was going through. And Owen would like to, so his first clairvoyance was just inside the door of the manor. I would like his second clairvoyance to be as far towards into the house as he can, following the path of the Asimar Eminent.
Wouldn't
If that makes
wouldn't
sense.
the second place that's like most obvious be this? Wouldn't it be like an obvious location you don't know of the second floor of the building that you've already seen the inside of?
Well, I mean, the second floor could have multiple rooms, so then could I say like the second floor landing or something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
Sure.
As long as it's something you're intonating and assuming exists, I would imagine the spell is going to try its best. Like, if you're trying to picture and visualize, and you're thinking, right above where the fucking stairs meet the second floor, it will try its best to do that. If you're like, I'm really wondering what's in that window above the front door, you can do that. Like, as long as you have a way to describe what you're trying to do, and if you were like, the middle of the second floor,
The location of the binding.
it would try and do that. And like, you might be like right in the corner of a room that you wouldn't know, but you could say the middle of the second floor.
Based on Onyx's, what Onyx saw of the outside of the building, would it be obvious like where the master bedroom or something like that is on the second floor?
Assumption would be it's on the front left, so like facing the building, it would be front left. Based on the fact that there's a large window with like the big overhang kind of over it, where it opens up. It's got like the diagonal like half hexagon panel on it, where it comes out over. The curtains were drawn so you couldn't tell, but it definitely looked like the fanciest room.
So if I just do some, mental guesstimating, can I attempt to cast the spell at the at the ceiling of that room?
Yeah,
is what I'm
that's
going
fine.
for. So that's what Owen will be doing while everyone else sets up camp.
I thought I had a thought, but I don't. I have no thoughts at all. Yeah, food and sleep time, I guess.
Owen, you focus and praying to Karad, praying to the water, praying to nature that you get out of this awful place. You find nothing. Seems you're still over a mile away.
He,
cannot go through.
He kind of he looks a little bit not sadly, but like maybe not. I'm not disappointed either, but like, oh shucks, I wish that worked. Kind of attitude towards the water, and he'll try and get it back in his water skin or drink a little bit or something like that. He doesn't want to waste the water, and he'll
Drink it all up.
He'll go back to the others and say, "We're still over a mile outside of Borealis. We'll have to get closer."
Well, there's no risk of being lost at this point.
I just thought you should know.
Yeah, Walker's got nothing else for the time being.
With that, you guys are going to be setting up and just resting here, like in the path on this cave.
I imagine we would have tried to find like an offshoot or something, someplace that would be more or less complete. We're probably completely unfindable here since we're so fucking far down.
I mean, yeah, like this whole thing looks like it hasn't seen any sort of civilized contact.
So probably trying to make sure like we're not gonna, as long as we're not gonna suffocate during the night. Yeah, we'll probably find a good spot. Maybe one that's a little away from the, the bug tunnel.
I mean, we don't need a fire anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Because the bubble does light and also produces heat, so.
The bubble does keep you
just need
comfortable.
The radiant rations. Walker will make sure that Sin gets a good share for all of our hard work. Is Ishri feeding Lily the dog?
Oh, of course. Way more than the dog needs as well.
You can see Sin goes over and like is like wagging her tail, like copying Lily, just waiting for her food as well.
She doesn't accept what Walker's given her, or is this after Walker gave her?
This is after.
Does Ishri just
Are
ignore
you feeding Sin too?
Oh, up to Ishri. I thought Sin was going up to Walker. I'm so sorry.
No, up to Ishri.
Yes. Ishri is feeding both Sid and Lily the dog. Ishri is going to Ishri whisper, which is to say at a normal speaking level, but a whisper for Ishri, to Sid, I know Walker can be a little, well, he doesn't like to give out food, I'm sure, but he does love you all the same.
Sin gives an
Walker
agreeing
just,
nod.
Stares at her.
Sin gives an agreeing nod and begins munching on jerky.
Ishri, it's bad for a dog's health to overfeed them. Please be careful.
Oh, of course, I wouldn't overfeed them. They just, well, they're so tiny. Look at them.
Ishri, bloodhounds don't get much bigger than that.
Oh, okay. I suppose that just seems so small, and they like it so much. I assume if it was too much, they would stop me.
Walker is about to like comment on how animals wouldn't know to stop eating, but then realizes they're magic animals, but then still wonders if they would know to stop eating. It's too much, and then he kind of gets lost on the thought and kind of confused, so he just kind of gives it up.
Sin eats for as long as you're willing to feed Lily, while the rest of you are doing a short rest, a night's rest. What's the plan at this point?
Night's rest. We're not going to not sleep. What?
All right.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So you guys make your way to the bed, to the best equivalent of a bed you can, popping out your bedrolls, getting everything ready.
Yepers.
Comfortable, seemingly safe here in one of the offshoots that has been X'd out so that you're at least not in the main thoroughfare in case something comes through. Are you guys going to be taking watches?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's probably a pretty
Walker
good
will not be
idea.
volunteering first, but everyone knows he's down for a watch. But man, Walker's sleeping for another night in a row. How wacky.
All right. So
I
Truly
imagine
wacky.
before he goes to bed, Walker will come out and like, ugh, Patrick is so exhausting before as he like he's getting into the bedroll, and then he'd say, "Wake me when it's time for my watch."
As you wish.
All right. So, as you all head to bed, first watch, please. Whoever that is.
Owen will take the first watch, so
Who
all
does?
the lads can sleep.
Who does the watch? It's pretty good.
Pretty darn good.
Hey, Nick? That's pretty good.
It's all coming out now. Now that Owen's a bug expert and a master watchman.
Well, you know, sometimes you gotta know about bugs, and sometimes you don't have to know about Kid Morn.
Yeah, dude. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, fuck them. They're a bunch of assholes.
They're not even bugs.
They're
not
not
even
even bugs. They're bugs in the worst way. Beneath me.
Oh, it just wants to squash that entire kin.
That's what he's gonna do once he's in charge
Starting
of
with Walker.
once he's in charge of Kin Taran.
Oh, the fucking Garsh Civil War. Here we go.
Can someone edit Captain America Civil War but with Walker and Owen?
No, I hate that movie. Don't do it. I
What's wrong
hate
with that
that movie
movie?
so much.
That movie's
Fucking hate that
decent. What are
movie.
you talking about?
That movie's shit, and you
I thought
know
you
it.
hated Marvel movies, Ben.
That's one of the. That one didn't feel like a dumb superhero movie, so I didn't mind it.
Fuck off! It was the
Weird-
dumbest superhero movie.
Weird take, but okay.
What movie?
I liked it personally. I'm on the same
Oh,
side.
Civil War. No, I was thinking Winter Soldier. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Winter
Very
Soldier. The fun spy movie. No, Civil War. I never saw. I apologize. That's my
So
mistake.
Bad, dude.
Ugh.
Bad.
It was bad.
I digress. Let us continue. Owen, but what is probably the best thing that could happen does happen.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Perfect.
They're gonna say. I think they're gonna say fucking Angus McDurk shows up with a pie and the. No. Makar shows up with the binding and some sweets for us. Bottle of wine.
Sweets.
And all of Owen's remaining sisters as well.
All of them in the pie.
No. No.
You see fucking Alice literally just swimming through the rocks.
Oh, Christ.
She just looks
now.
disappointed that you're
pretty good.
sleeping.
That's pretty good.
All right, Owen, who are you waking up?
Who doesn't need sleep?
Hello.
Evian doesn't need sleep.
Oh, wait, yeah, I do.
Doesn't-
Never mind.
Evian doesn't real. No, Evian got burned. Owen's not gonna wake up Evian. He will wake up Simon.
The man who doesn't need sleep ever.
Never need sleep. Never ever.
He'll wake up Lily the dog. No, I'm kidding.
Make the dog take a. Oh
Make
god.
Sin take a watch. That bitch deserves it.
Ishri also got burned. So yeah, he's waking up Simon.
All right.
Perception.
Perception. Ooh, it's pretty good.
You roll well.
Simon, it is crossing well past midnight as your watch goes long, and towards the end of it, maybe you're like fuck, forever, hour and a half or so, you're nodding off at the boredom, like there's nothing to see. Like, when you're sleeping under the stars, you can at least listen to, like, bugs. You can look at the sky. There's something from the stars to at least give you vision. You're just sitting in a fucking opaque-ass bubble looking out at blackness. It's the most boring thing ever. It's the kind of thing where, like, it puts you to sleep under normal circumstances. Being exhausted after the day you guys have had, it really fucking puts you to sleep. And at first you're like, you think like, oh man, I'm really, and then you just, there's just very subtle sound.
This is the very end of my watch.
Yeah, it's like maybe 10-15 minutes before you would call it. Like you're ready to fucking pass out already.
At least he gets to listen to Evian and Walker's sleep in stereo or snore in stereo.
Is it getting closer, or is it
You
just
can't.
those
You
small
can't tell.
noises?
It's just like a little echoing vibration from further down the cave in the way you guys are going.
Simon will tell whoever wakes up next, which would be.
What are you
Is
doing?
Mitchell? Evian.
Waking up Evian?
Because I know he can hear.
He has ears.
He has ears. Better ears than
He
me.
has ears.
All I'm saying
Yeah,
is he has no
right.
dog.
All I'm
Simon
saying
will
is I think fucking Sophia would look cooler if she had ears, Kim.
What?
She only has hair.
Simon will wake up Evian and tell him about the noise down the cave.
Can I hear the noise, Vin?
Give me a perception check.
No.
You are fucking Jesus. Talk about bare minimum. You're like
You're
half awake.
I'm like not willing to wake up.
your
I'm,
head's fucking like
still laying.
maybe you slept wrong. Maybe
Still
something.
laying in
Your
bed.
fucking head is killing you. You've got splitting headache.
He's
And you're
got
just
back
like-
burns.
You're like, yeah, I hear fucking, I can hear that. It's in my fucking head.
Sorry,
Oh.
I can't hear shit.
But yeah, no, you are not hearing or feeling anything that Simon is describing. At least not right now.
Is it my turn for watch, or did you just need the ears?
Both. And Simon will start rolling over.
Both, and Simon crashes early.
Simon does not care about the weird noises.
God, I fucking hate
Pretty funny.
I guess Evian will take watch.
All right, give me a. Oh, you already gave me a perception check.
Oh, great. Nice
Uh,
one, Logan.
Oh, it's been tainted.
Fucking prick.
Trying to stay awake, like, you know how when you have a headache the only thing you want to do is go to bed so that you don't have to have a headache?
Wait, can I wake up? Can I wake up Rom like 5 minutes into my watch?
Be like, yep, I'm done.
Oh,
She wouldn't know.
yeah, she has no fucking idea.
No,
So,
no,
like-
like, didn't set that.
About 5 minutes into my watch, I'm gonna wake up Rom.
Yeah, fuck all this.
It's your turn for third watch.
Oh.
Oh.
One day it's gonna come up and Rom's gonna like do the math in her head and be like, wait a minute, someone skipped their watch.
It probably won't occur to her right away.
Oh, brilliant.
No, this is gonna be
Like-
months down the road in real life.
Good job,
Okay.
All right, Rom, you are awakened by a very out of it and looking like he's ready to pass out, Evian. Perhaps the poor guy just took a double watch. It certainly looks like it.
Well, get some rest then.
Ian. You know,
She,
give
like,
a thumbs up.
Gives him a sympathetic pat.
Pat.
Ugh.
Perception check, please, Rom.
I almost
She
clicked
goes to wake up Simon next, not knowing that
performance.
he's already gone.
It is quiet. It is uninteresting. You don't really hear anything. Enjoyable silence. Enjoyable darkness. That is your
I
watch.
don't know what you mean by silence, Fenna. We've established that several characters snore.
I mean, as far as the bad noises, like it's
No
assumed
unusual
that
or unexpected noises.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
assumed that the same as when you use detect magic. I say you detect nothing. It's assumed that you're ignoring things that are common already. So, Rom, who is taking last watch?
Well, we're letting Well, she thinks that Evian took a watch,
Yeah.
and I believe Owen.
Yeah, it was
took the
established
first
Owen took the
watch.
first watch.
So, how about let's see.
Simon.
You wake up, Simon. Please do it.
That's true. She doesn't know that Simon has taken one, but
No.
Simon is one of the people who needs it. How about
It's always good old Walker.
Alex is dragging this out. Anytime you guys wonder why a combat session takes 4 hours, remember this moment right here where it's taken Alex 4 minutes to determine
Walker
who's taking the next
stare.
watch.
Walker stare. I meant to say Walker snore.
How about
Walker
Walker?
snore.
There you
What
go.
was that?
All right, Rom, you awaken Walker after a 4-minute turn. Ugh.
Chill.
Walker's
Chill.
No, no, hold on a
Perception.
second. No,
What do you
it was
mean? What do you mean, chill?
Evian who took a 4-minute turn, not Rom.
all right, Walker, perception check, please.
Walker will make sure Sid is awake. For the watch that they will share.
All right.
The dualities, man.
Like a hawk.
Like
You
a
want
hawk.
a sin based check too?
Sure.
Doesn't need to spell anything. This will be here check. Pretty good.
Pretty good, but not as good as Walker's ears.
She might be a bloodhound, but he's a bloodhound.
Something moving somewhere further up the line. Just that little
Further like
west,
near
the
the
direction
town?
you're going.
they're doing something in the town.
No, this is in the mine. Presumably.
Certainly in the mine. Like that is there's no doubt.
Almost definitely. Unless they're slamming a battering ram, a comically large battering ram into the fucking, like, side of the mountain, you would presume that something over a mile away would not be echoing this far.
They're all inside the bubble, right?
Everyone's in the bubble.
Walker's going to tell Sin to stay as he gets up and goes to investigate.
Ooh!
Ugh.
You
He'll
begin
be
heading
treading
for...
lightly. He'll be treading lightly.
Health check, please.
Delph. It's pretty stealthy.
You travel for a few minutes. It sounds like heavy, slow footsteps. You make it. How far are you willing to go? How far are you willing to travel? Like to the lift? Okay. Getting to the lift, you listen for a moment, and then you start to hear what sounds like conversation.
In Garish?
No, no language you understand. At least two voices you can make out having a conversation.
Walker, trying to make sure he is not in any line of sight, will.
It is somewhere
try to-
up above. Like you're at the lift. So wherever this is, it's
Right.
coming from up.
He will try to listen to as much as he can so that he can relate to the others.
All right. How
And
long are you staying?
is
here?
this a language he can glean what is?
No language he's ever heard.
Can you tell what might be what might be speaking?
Something.
learning some
It's gotta be
nonsense.
something humanoid, just based on the fact that it seems to have like humanoid-esque vocal cords.
Does Walker know of any humanoid monsters? Besides, like, trolls?
I mean, yeah, like, trolls, giants, things like that exist.
Based on what Evian had described, you know, the main mine shaft being up above, would Walker know about how big it would be? Like, if something's up there talking? Like, could it be bigger than a humanoid, or would it be about humanoid?
Based on his description, it could definitely be bigger than a humanoid. It's got a very bassy voice, like, very bassy. Seems on the larger side.
As long as he can, and try to glean if they're moving away, and if so, what direction, things like that.
This goes on for the better part of 10 minutes, but after about 5 or so, it sounds more like bickering and walking further to the... Give me another perception check, see if you can determine which direction.
Big money, no whammies. That's not that bad.
Yeah, I just needed to be able to tell that was just to tell echoes from the actual direction. Seems like it's going west, the direction you presumably want to be going.
Towards the town?
Yes.
Fuck, okay. So something inhuman but humanoid was bickering and then made its way towards the town. Not unknown if it's if they're heading to the town or just to another offshoot that's further up.
Can't tell that unless you want to go investigate further.
No. Also, there's a fucking lift here. You can't get up. After a time of standing there further, Walker will retreat to the bubble.
Or maybe 20 minutes total between travel, waiting, coming back. Make your way back. Everything is as it was. Quiet.
Walker is troubled by what he experienced. He will sit, legs crossed, arms crossed, brow furrowed, allow Sin to keep her attention on the remainder of the watch while he kind of ruminates.
She kind of cocks her head to the side as if to say, everything okay?
For now. You'll hear more about this later.
Her ears go back a moment, and then she lays down just on her haunches a bit and looks around. And then curls up with just staying awake, but getting more comfortable.
Walker is going to be a bit more careful. He's going to more thoroughly investigate this general shaft of mine to make sure it has truly been abandoned for a period, and that if there is truly something occupying this mine, it either has not been down here ever, and most likely will not, or it hasn't at least been down here yet. So he is looking for signs of previous activity.
Give me an investigate.
So, kind of without saying anything, he'll say stay again, and he'll kind of meander back and forth down the hall a few times. Of course, bearing in mind that Sin and Evian were both here.
There is no recent evidence of anything. Like, there is, nothing recently moved, nothing... Anything that has come through here has not done it recently, and has definitely not been large. Like, maybe bats or those little flying rocks. Sure, maybe. All evidence points to not even those strange chitinous things being down here. There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of whatever this is. Nothing's been down here for a while.
So we are truly safe for a time.
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay, Walker will settle for the remainder of his watch. Still ruminating a bit.
Heading back after another 15-20 minutes travel. You, travel and investigation. You, eventually watch and listen for the rest of the time. Spin reports no changes. And the bubble fades.
Walker will get out breakfast for everyone. No reheating it, but at least prepare it when everyone has a cut. He'll kind of sit there ruminating, very, very common for Walker, but he definitely looks troubled.
as soon as Sophia wakes up, she's gonna work on putting the bubble back up. So we're considering staying for a little while longer. At least she'll make sure that, we don't have to suffer through the damp, unpleasant cave for more than necessary.
Can't we use Evian's magic pan to heat things?
Oh shit!
That's true, we did.
Oh man. Well, Walker doesn't know that much about the pan, so.
Well, lucky for you, Owen is not about to begin a day without tea, as it were. So he will ask Evian if he can use the pan to heat the kettle.
Oh my god! It's a fucking
It's a hot
electric
plate.
burner at this point.
It's a hot plate.
It's an induction for burner. What the fuck's induction burner? Is that it?
Yeah.
Induction cooktop. There you go.
My god.
Does everyone kind of wake up on their own?
Everyone, you make your way awake. What's the plan on this new day? It is sometime in the morning. You have no exact idea of what time.
Once, oh yeah, what do I do for night's rest? Do I get my
short
hit
rest
dice back?
plus spell slots equal to, I believe, a
I
30
know,
or
I
whatever?
already know how much spell slots I get back.
Yeah.
Do I get my hit dice back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Half your
And then I get 1 level 2 spell slot. Fantastic.
Ishri's armor isn't magically repaired, right? She sells that -1 to
Yes.
AC until we can go to like an actual armor. Cool.
Yes. Until you can get actual work.
Cool.
Is it better?
I'm kind of munching on some coldish rations. Walker would have also given some to Sin, so I imagine she's also munching. He'll say, "During my watch, I heard something in the distance. I went to investigate. While standing below the lift, I heard the sounds of 2 inhumanoids speaking in a language I didn't recognize. It was deep, guttural. They sounded fairly large. After about 10 minutes, they seemed to head towards the town.
What can you describe the language?
Can you make any of the sounds?
Walker will kind of give Sophia a look. Yeah.
I mean, listen, if you can give something to go off of, I can get an idea if I know what language it is.
It was kind of like.
But do I have any idea what language would sound that way?
Give me a...
Do you need something from me?
No, Walker's just doing his best from what he's already heard.
Walker did listen to him for a good while.
Yeah, like, I think it's a matter of whether or not Sophia can recognize this strange secondhand guttural Walker pretending to be an ape.
History of like what
I'm
she's
gonna
studying?
say, I'll say just straight intelligence.
Would it be nature?
No.
Well, I was gonna say.
I guess to
like,
recognize a language, it would
Yeah.
be.
like, does Owen recall any? You know, he appears to be a font of knowledge in this place, his home. So, like, you know, does he know of creatures or beings that frequent tunnels like this and speak in guttural voices?
Give me a history check.
Ishri, I have no idea what that would be. Ishri, do you potentially have you recognized this strange kind of language?
Oh my God,
I'm sorry.
Mickey.
I'm sorry.
I guess could Ishri try? She thinks it's like some sort of creature she would have heard before.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check, Ishri.
Was Walker speaking zombie?
I mean, you've heard large things kind of moan, but never really talk, Ishri. Could be any manner of large dead things.
I mean, it's most likely large and most likely dead, yes, but the exact specifications beyond that, I don't know. But
I found dead things don't often argue with each other.
I suppose it is strange. I don't know, though.
Either way, I checked the passage a bit more thoroughly as well. It seems nothing has been by here except for myself, Sin and Evian.
Owen. The list of things that speak in deep, guttural conversation is on the shorter side. Obviously, giants in the hills and mountains, though you've never heard of giants under a mountain, nor would they probably fit.
Makes sense.
The concept of trolls having a level of communication is possible. Other than that, the only thing that would, I think, immediately come up to you would be ogres, which are, you know, for lack of a better term, a variant of the giant's smaller brother.
Owen will sort of scratch his chin while sipping tea, and he'll say to no one in particular, probably not a giant. Might have been an ogre, though.
No.
Are ogres known to argue with each other underground?
I mean, from what you describe, I can't think of anything else that it could
Huh?
be.
If ever we do encounter them again, I can cast a spell so we could understand them.
Can you also use that
We
spell
have
to
anything
speak
to
to them?
say to him?
Indeed, yes.
Well, that would certainly be helpful.
I can do
I'd
it
rather-
to anybody here or myself, although I'd rather not cast it more than once.
I'd rather not come to blows with any more of the local fauna.
Well, I don't know if I want to have a conversation with an ogre, but we definitely could, if it comes down to that.
Given
Might
that
be
there's more
interesting.
than one, we have no idea how many there could be. I was hoping that we wouldn't have any further complications, but suppose we can't be that lucky all the time.
I suppose the only way to figure it out is following them.
Is that something we really want to do?
It'll need to be a bridge we cross, as they could add a complication of us either heading there to scout or heading there for the actual retrieval or even making our way back. It's something we'll have to contend with.
It could be. I mean, on the way in, we had to fight that first troll. Could be that there's more of them. We haven't heard it the past 2 times, but I know that trolls, you know, like goblins, they don't have a language per se, but they can communicate with each other.
It sounded like they were speaking to me. It didn't seem like some basic communication. It sounded like they were having a full conversation turned argument.
I would say, given the 3 listed, Owen, colloquially, you would say, like, you would probably guess intelligence-wise, it goes troll, dumbest, then ogre, and then giants. Giants well and truly able to compare on an intelligence level, some of them, even to humans and humanoids.
Owen will share that information.
I can't say I'm too familiar with any of that. The first of any of those I encountered was with you all after we had saved Jakeman.
Well, we might want to be careful if there's some unknown large creature growing about.
Certainly.
Quite. I don't think they'll be coming down this way at all, unless we make a significant amount of noise.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be trying to get some spells back, we might as well just rest for a bit, at least Neo and Simon.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to do anyway, right? Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I was considering making a rope ladder or two for the lift area and for our way out.
Simon, are you familiar with enchanting? Maybe you could help me out with my project here?
Yeah, of course.
I'm pretty familiar with the runes and how to make them available to enchant for a tattoo, but I'm not actually familiar with enchanting items, so maybe a second opinion could help.
I mean, yeah, I can give my best for it. I don't know much about the tattoo process.
No, it's not really going to be a tattoo, so maybe with both of our expertise, it can go faster.
Yeah.
She'd start like taking out probably a small pile of papers with a lot of like.
She's got like a fucking binder.
Yeah, it's just like different variations of like this large circle full of different shapes and runes, and like it looks a little bit like her sending spell does, but it has some twists to it. Well, it looks maybe a little bit also like an illusionary script to you, Simon. It's just like a lot of small variations, and then all of a sudden there's a few of them that are just completely out there, super wacky. It looks like the first few attempts were very different, and then she kind of was trying to perfect something that seemed to maybe have the potential to work.
It is something of a bit of a haphazard mess, Simon. Like, there's obviously knowledge here, but like the amount of attempts, the amount of like ink already used, and like all of these different sheets of parchment, it's something.
She just kind of like starts laying them down and explains her process. She'd be like, okay, so I started out with these 3 different designs, and then out of these 3, I found that this one seemed to have the most magical potential. And she'd go on about like explaining how she's been perfecting the runes and how she doesn't really know how to infuse the magic into the sheet of paper, but she knows how to make the runes kind of have a magical essence to them.
Sophia, I would like you to also give me an Arcana check.
While they're...
Oh my god. Okay.
Fuck, nice, dude.
There is, like, immediately, I would say there is one, Sophia, that you were able to, one sheet of, like, you know, your generic 8.5 by 11 parchment that you were able to enchant. Unfortunately, the enchantment is, it doesn't accept any ink. The ink just fades away immediately after being written. That is the one completed one you have so far.
She'd say it's too close to illusionary script. It doesn't actually stay like a like an actual thing, is what she'd do her best to explain to Simon.
So, what needs to be done here, then? Simon?
It looks like she's well on her way, and just a matter of if she's trying to rush this or get this completed. Assistance would definitely be something like you know, it's a 2 heads are better than 1 situation. Which, by the way, Sophia, if you'd like to add that to your inventory, that one of your sheets of parchment is magically enchanted to immediately remove any ink on it.
Nice.
That's too good.
While they're having their talk about the magic stuff, Walker's gonna stand up and look to Evian. If you want to stay here and listen to this, feel free. Otherwise, why don't you come help me out collecting some scrap wood?
That sounds much more enjoyable.
Walker walks off.
Simon will try to help out with this. Arcana?
Yes. Sophia, you're getting pretty close to finished on this. You've been working on it for a hot fucking minute now. So I would like, how long are you guys staying? This is a question I need to know. Are you staying another day here? Is it going to be another night here in the cave?
Yes, it seems to be.
to say another night she'd be staying like the 8 hours of the bubble to do this, and then like taking like short breaks in between.
Okay, so you
Like,
guys are gonna spend all day.
once in a
on
while
this.
she'd take like a few minutes to stretch and like eat, but she'd be focusing the most of the 8 hours at
Okay,
least
so
on
you're
this.
spending the day on this. Okay, I would like you both to give me Arcana checks then. Simon, you're gonna help all day?
Yeah, if you can get a long rest off for this, then yeah.
We're not getting long rests. I think
Are we
that's
not?
pretty
Oh,
clear.
shit. I
No,
thought we were.
a long rest takes a week.
We're gonna be getting 2 nights rest.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Night's rest,
Then, yeah.
a couple of night's rest just to get some spell slots back. Yeah, long rest not that
we,
bad.
we might. I think there were some ideas that we've considered heading up to investigate further what the fuck's up with those giants or something, but nothing. No firm plans were made.
I mean, do we want to go through that stuff before, just in case we get interrupted in our work on the sheet of paper?
Yeah, we'll do the Arcana checks at the end, assuming you haven't been interrupted.
That's good.
It's on you guys to remember. I did
wait,
finger
or
guns
should I-
at my microphone.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm waiting.
All right.
Yeah.
So Walker and
keep-
Evian are going to investigate?
More so just retrieve some scrap wood. I'm
oh,
assuming
right,
it's
I'm
a
sorry.
mine shaft. There might be some.
Oh,
we can find.
over by where the thing crashed, there is plenty. Like,
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So I guess the idea is to get scrap wood as quietly as possible without, being too crazy. I imagine Walker has a hammer he can use.
I was gonna say, assuming you're not rushing it and yoinking it, I'm not even gonna require a roll. Like, a lot of it is loose from where things have obviously fallen through that hole up top, where something crashed through it, and also the part where something destroyed this whole elevator system. So, like, there's plenty to pull from that's just loose. And, I mean, you're probably gonna have to grab a lot just to see what's, in better condition.
Yeah, I imagine Evian can carry a lot of that while Walker does most of the examing and disassembly if needed.
Thankfully,
I also,
not a lot of termites in caves.
That's good. I also imagine that if a lobby isn't the right size, if it's in good quality, Walker can kind of bring it back, have everyone put up a silent zone, and Walker can just use an axe to resize part of it. Careful cuts.
Yeah.
Actually, depending on when this happens, Owen is busy.
Ooh, okay. So
What's
you
up,
guys
these
go
days?
and head up the mine shaft to get that. Owen, what are you doing?
So after he's finished with his tea and Evian and Walker go off to play with their wood, and Simon and Sophia.
Nicholas.
Simon, thanks, William.
Thanks, William. That
Simon.
was really loud and annoying.
Simon and Sophia get immersed in their research. He's going to do a bit of wandering. He'll probably light a torch so he can see, and do a bit of wandering, like in the mine shaft that we're in. Not going too
No,
far.
that's not what I'm doing.
Which direction? West towards the thing, or the direction you guys originally came from?
Probably away from Simon and, or I'm sorry, away from Evian and Walker.
Okay, so further east, past where you guys came from, where it originally went in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's looking for just a quiet space, kind of like he did last night, where he went off to an offshoot and cast some magic before.
Not hard to do. There are multiple little just offshoots where there's just an X chiseled into the side of it.
He's not going to stop at the first one, he's going to do a bit.
But no, there are a few. You could tell, this thing, there was a time when this was a massive mine.
Is there any vestiges of the iron ore that they dredged up from the earth? Is there evidence of this being an iron mine?
I mean, yes, in the sense that you can see where they've carved into parts of it and then stop. You can see as opposed to the almost not natural but pseudo-natural cave-like creations of the strange chitinous reptilian beasts. This is definitely obviously has been strip mined and cleared.
So we're for sure in,
Yeah, I mean, there's scaffolding where they were, trying to support it as they continue to move further down. It looks like eyeballing it, you would imagine there was probably a cave here that they like naturally followed or came upon at one point, and they built it up into a more manageable like cave system to continue on into.
I see. He just kind of notes that, and then he, not really going with any criteria. He just kind of picks one of the offshoots, mostly at random. He finds one that he likes the look of.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
None of them go down incredibly far.
Yeah, I guess he'll specifically look for one that has like a flat, space.
Yeah, no problem.
And he will settle down. He'll unpin the flower from his armor and kind of like lay that out, and then take out his bowl, put that down. He will carefully light some incense that he swiped from Simon when he wasn't looking, and he will begin to cast a spell.
Okay. Did you want to resolve that now, or is that going to wait until after we find out what everyone else is doing?
It's up to you. I don't mind.
That leaves us with, guess just Ishri.
Was Nick doing the channel, the divine question thing again, or my headphone cut out?
He has not determined yet. Ishri, what are you doing so we have, Ishri and Rom. So Sophia and Simon are working on enchanting something. Walker and Evian are going to start working on building a rope ladder, and Owen has went off to do magic things alone.
So Ishri seems... Usually, right, Ishri is constantly kind of like moving and not good at sitting still. Ishri in this cave has been doing really well. She just seems very relaxed and at ease. So Ishri's probably going to spend the day just relaxing. Unless anyone needs her for anything else, she'll like buff her broken armor and like clean her sword. But and just kind of half meditate. That's what Ishri's doing today. She's very, very happy right now where she's at.
What's the dog up to?
I think my guess is she would she probably have because we can't make a lot of noise. I'm just thinking because we can't make a lot of noise. She would probably teach the dog how to take care of weapons and armor.
I was gonna say if you don't have anything in mind for the dog, it could be playing with Sin.
That also works. Yeah, she'll probably teach it for a bit about how to make weapons and how to keep weapons and armor neat and tidy, and then she'll send it off to play with Sin. Or
Walker
keep an eye on everyone else. She will actually at one point in time. She'll probably tell Lily the dog. So part of your job is to protect everyone. So she'll probably send Lily the dog off to periodically just go creep on people and double check they're okay. Just everyone, just throughout the day, you all see Lily the dog just appear.
She's just doing rounds up and down the mine shaft.
Yes, she, if she's possible, she goes and sniffs out Owen, double checks he's okay. Everybody, she's just watching everybody.
I mean, you can't really hide in this mine. You are humans that very much stick out in the dank nothingness of this abandoned mine.
I want to establish Walker would have told Sin to stick around the camp, alert him if there's any changes. And more or less, she can do whatever she wants as long as she's not too loud.
Owen would have told somebody where he's he doesn't just fucking wander off.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear. He's like, I'm gonna go wander this way.
Rom, what's the plan for the day?
Rom is probably going to train a little bit. Do some crunches, some push-ups, some planking, etc. But probably get bored after a while and try to find some cool rocks.
Some cool rocks. Oh my god.
Can I get an investigation check?
Oh my god.
Find a cool rock.
Dude, Rom, now we have 2 pet dogs. Now we could have a pet rock too.
Fine.
Oh shit, dude, you find the coolest fucking rock.
Going around, you Rom, this was never your life. You were never gonna be in a dingy fucking mine sitting. That was never your plan. God, this is all kinds of weird. This is like a million things you could have listed before this in what you were gonna do 5 years ago. Hell, a year ago. But you focus, do anything you can, and eventually go hunting for rockets. And you find this, it looks like it was just kind of almost like, definitely looks like someone had like a chunk of rock when they were like fell out from mining, and it looks like it has chisel marks on it. Roughly in I will go ahead and draw the shape. That would be an easy way to do it. Well, helps if I can draw, which I kind of forgot now. Kinda like that, but very rough. Vaguely like an arrowhead, but kind of, but much thicker and slightly smaller than the palm of your hand.
Can I make anything of it? Like, do I know what it is?
I mean, it looks like a carved rock. Someone, like, there's obvious chisel marks on it. Someone in this mine was obviously, like, working on this, trying to make it into something. Like, it looks like a large circular arrowhead. Or maybe, like, I mean, it's vaguely shaped like a heart. Like, those are the two things that come to mind.
Rom kind of, like, turns it over in her hands. Puzzling over it, like, does it have any other significance? And then just pockets it to maybe show off later.
Owen.
It's me.
It's you. Next in the queue.
He this time when he settles down to cast his spell, rather than having a place that reminds him of the grove, he will close his eyes, take a few deep breaths, inhale the incense, and rather than have the visual stimuli of a place that reminds him of the grove, he will close his eyes and simply imagine that he is there. He goes through all the little details, as much as he can remember from his brief visit the first time he cast the spell. He'll remember the sound the water makes as it crashes down the tree, the sound the wind makes through the leaves if there was any, the scent of the forest all around him, stuff like that. And once he is fully focused and holding the magic in his mind, he'll breathe out a question. And the question that he asks is, and you can tell me if I'm, if I need to reword it or anything. Karad, I know that I have asked a question in the recent past, but our need is dire. Soon, we will enter Boralis in order to take back something that the Red Band should not have. Where can I find the binding in Boralis? I hated that sound, by the way.
I heard that.
I hated that sound.
Terrible.
You ask it, and there is no wind here to take your voice away. But as your eyes are open, you feel I'm sorry?
My eyes are closed.
Still closed? You feel a tapping on your shoulder.
I guess now he opens his eyes.
You turn and see Wynn looking around, not necessarily horrified, but concerned. Wynn, what are you getting yourself in? This isn't home. This isn't... Just gives a half smile.
Something that has to be done when...
She gives a knowing nod. Not nice here. This is awful. Yeah. This is just not... She just kind of shudders a bit, looking around. She looks into your eyes for a moment, and this half smile grows. The one. The one you have known. He holds it. That which you seek. I know you can do it. Faith in you. One. She again emphasizes. Through one you met long ago. He has it. You can take it.
Owen,
Be careful.
Owen gives Wynn the warmest smile he can muster, and he nods his head and he says, "Thank you, Wynn. We'll come for you soon. I promise."
There's a very crestfallen smile, not unlike... As she does this smile, like, she looks incredibly similar to your mother. That same sort of nervous sense of duty. Interesting. I understand. I look forward to that day. She gives another half smile, and the moment your eyes leave her visage, the moment you're forced to blink or look away, feel like you're reopening them again, and you're once again looking within the slightly burnt-in, as if she was never here.
Owen just like before, he like takes a, he doesn't immediately rise. He just takes a moment to fix the details of what just transpired into his memory. And then, like, slowly and deliberately, he'll pack up his things and then move to rejoin the others.
That's a fun doozy there. With Evian and Walker still on the hunt, Rom out looking for... It is Ishri, Simon, and Sophia there with back.
Ishri and Sophia, or not Sophia. Ishri and Simon are poring over sheets of paper, and
Ishri and Simon?
Ishri and Simon. Yeah, I corrected after.
Ishri and Simon.
It's fine.
If you want to take Ishri's day from being a very, very nice day in a dark cave to being horrible, you could give her some papers, yeah.
I assume you meant Sophia and Simon.
Yes.
Okay. You pulled a William?
I did, apparently. I confused my own character.
Oh, alright. Well, Sophia and Simon poring over papers while Ishri does literally anything else in the world.
It's just chill.
So you hear, you probably hear him before you see the flickering light of his torch returning, but you You hear coming from the passage that Owen went down some jolly, merry whistling.
Can you break us off a piece of that?
I can't, and I hate you for asking me to do so, William.
So?
And coming around the corner, it is Owen, who seems to be in very high spirits, whistling a tune.
Everything. How are things there, Owen? What were you gonna do?
Did you find a plant or heal someone? Is this what happened?
Better than that, Ishri, and he gives her a wide smile. I spoke to Wynn again. My sister.
Oh, that's good. I guess with magic, I assume. You didn't
Yes.
find her somewhere down here. Oh, okay.
No,
This isn't through sending, right?
it is not. Something more. I asked the question, and she told me the answer.
Okay.
I asked her, Karad, really, but through her, it speaks. I asked where the binding could be found. I don't know why I didn't ask that in the first place. I suppose it just slipped my mind.
Actually, that does sound like it'd be quite useful, yeah?
She told me that the binding lies with someone I have met before in Boralis. That he carries it with him.
Is there a lot of people that you've met there before?
Not so many that would be carrying around the binding, I think. It's possible that my magic failed, that the answer was not the true answer. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but
So would she just come up to you and lie then if your magic failed?
it's not so much a lie as... I mean, think of it like this. I asked the question before we entered the cave, and there is only so much power, so much knowledge to give. So a second question is not always... It doesn't always work the way that it should.
Well, then wouldn't she just not give you knowledge?
I don't know. But something tells me that she spoke true.
Divine magic is strange.
It's got a
I
lot
don't
to
have
do
any NPCs to agree with it, and I'm disappointed.
It's got a lot to do with this, and he taps his
Look,
Hey,
our
Robert.
sendings. Yeah, that's right.
Sophia still looks as confused and like, this is weird. Like, she doesn't look like they clarified anything. She's like, ugh, this is strange and unreliable.
How dare you?
She doesn't say anything. She just kind of has that.
Hey,
dare
listen.
you.
Hey, William, can I talk to you over here a second?
Sure, what's up? Hang on,
So-
let
so-
me just lock this door real quick.
This is my least favorite consistent bit between
What's
these
going
two.
So you know how there's like like a Revivify hierarchy, right?
Group hierarchy. I know. I made a list.
I just like to issue an official statement that it just changed a little bit, just so you know.
Hang on, let me write down on my paper.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. They probably wonder where we are. Hang on, let me unlock the door and open it. Oh, guys, we're still in here. Still talking. It's very important.
I almost find it weird that Nick and William just locked themselves in a closet.
How do you know our imaginary private room is a closet?
Yeah,
You're not allowed in.
It's in heaven.
I'm not in it. I'm just looking at it.
It's just a small dark room that they stay in for a few minutes at a time, and
Yeah.
we don't hear anything.
Oh,
It is indeed strange.
the weird kids are just doing their 7 minutes in heaven.
Listen,
Ooh.
Ugh.
I already made that joke. I made that joke.
Oh. So anyway,
Anyway.
can we please get back to it?
The hierarchy has changed. Where do the fellas come back with supplies?
After a little while, yes.
Sophia goes back to her magic, which makes more sense to her.
I imagine Evian has a bigger stack on his shoulder than Walker, but Walker still is carrying some. Owen, glad you're here. Can you set up another one of those areas without sound? I'm gonna have to modify some of these pieces, make sure they're the right size.
I can, but before I do so, I think you will want to hear this.
And
Yeah,
what's
news.
that?
I have news.
Go on. Walker will begin to kind of set down some of the wood he got leaning against a wall or something.
A short while ago, I performed another ritual, and I spoke to Win again.
Walker looks slightly concerned, but does not comment as of yet.
I asked her another question, like I did before we went through the cave, entered the cave.
And what was the question?
I don't know why this didn't occur to me before, but I asked her where I could find the binding, Borealis.
But he doesn't know if what she's saying is true.
I don't
And
know
what did
if the
she
magic
say?
worked properly because I already asked the question in the recent past. I would appreciate it if you left the tone of skepticism out of your voice, Sophia, just because you don't understand.
Think of her position, Owen. Someone who she has known for only a short amount of time, whose magic, the source of whom's magic is a being that she has never heard of, is telling her that something could or could not work. I can see where she's coming from, and to be honest, I wouldn't personally ever ask anything of Karat again after, well.
I mean,
the
I'm
past we
sure
already
in
have.
however much time that she could be reliable again, or it can be reliable again, it'll be useful or whatever. But in the meantime, like, you might as well just make a well-educated guess, and it'll give you the same amount of knowledge.
I don't think so.
Anyway, what was the response?
She told me that someone I have met before carries it.
That you have met before?
What are we supposed to do with the knowledge if it's unreliable, though?
I mean, it makes sense, does it not? If I am understanding correctly, there's only one. Well, I guess you have met more people, but there's only one person in the red band that we have met who is in Borealis, no? And that would
Only
be
one person that I have met. Well, I suppose two notables, but one I don't think would carry it over the other.
The Eminent Esquire.
Aye.
I mean, couldn't we have made an educated guess to guess that?
There are also 6 soul striders in the town, are there not, Sophia?
Yeah, and wouldn't the most important ones have the actual magical item?
not necessarily.
The Eminent
it could
is
also
not a
theoretically
soul
make
strider.
sense.
He is not a mage of any kind.
They are separate entities within Lenore. They answer directly to the crown, whereas the red band answer to their adjudicator.
Not a mage that we know of, I suppose, I should say.
He shrugs.
Honestly, if I had to guess, I would have said it would be in the hands of one of the soul striders. But we've not met too many of those. I suppose there was that one.
If,
Seer Farms?
yes. I suppose he could be there, but I don't recall seeing his face, so it would be hard to recognize him.
If we are to rely on your magic, then our goal should be to find where the Eminent is.
If we can track his movements, we can find a place in the city to confront him.
We just need to make sure that we can get to him without, letting anybody else on our track.
Of course. He must sleep sometime.
I mean, I can do magic sheets of paper that only he can read, and then freak him out with magic papers magic notes all over the place.
How much setup would that require?
I mean, the issue would be mostly that I would require lead-based ink, but otherwise, not that much. I just need sheets of paper and the ink. Then you just throw them around. Only he would get to read them.
It doesn't seem to be the most reliable.
I mean, it's really not. It would just be funny.
Right. Anyway, we'll have to work on his location. I'm assuming you need to rest further before you try to figure that out.
Sorry?
Walker was referring to. Walker was talking to Owen.
Okay.
In order to figure what out?
Where he is.
I cannot find the man myself unless he happens to be in a particular place that I am watching.
You can't just use your magic to find a specific person. Isn't that what they did to you?
Let me double check and see if I have that spell. Do I locate creature?
I mean, if ever we...
Jesus.
We...
I have that spell, but it's level 4.
Oh.
I mean, listen, if you can do the whatever spell that you can do so that I can see him, I can see an object he has on his person, and I could locate the object. It'd be within a limited amount of... It'd be 1,000 feet, more or less, I'd have to be from him, but I'd be able to always gauge where said item would be. That is, if we can get a look at him.
Could you use something like his red band?
I mean, I need to be able to see his red band specifically to think about his red band. I can't just be like, oh, yes, red
Have
band.
we seen him in one of these visions? That's why we know he's there.
We did see him in the first clairvoyance that Owen cast.
Did
So
he
since he
read?
doesn't have
Yeah.
multiple bands, would she be able to use that?
I mean, she probably wouldn't have focused on any item specifically enough to be able to be familiar with it.
You have no idea how that works, so sure.
I'd assume then to be familiar with an item, she would have had to like focus on one thing that he's wearing.
Yes, if it's a specific object known to you, you have to have, seen it up close, essentially.
Like, if you just see a movie, you can recall, that person vaguely had a necklace, but you wouldn't be able to, like,
you would need to
detail
get
it out unless you focused on it.
Yeah, that is how I would rule. If you knew you needed to focus on something, you could do so.
Well, I suppose y'all will figure that out. In the meantime, there's more work for us to do. And when you have the time, I'd appreciate it getting that silence.
I'll see to it.
Walker's going to begin measuring. Twice, of course.
Sophia gets back to her project with Simon.
Also collecting rope, so he has enough for this.
Was I gone this whole time?
It's been working out.
I imagine returning near the end of it from your hunt for a stone.
Mm-hmm.
So enough to get the gist of what Owen has said, at least.
Okay.
Then I'm going to delete my silk rope, assuming that's going to take all 100 feet of it.
Yeah. You'll probably be able to get about here. So I assume you want to do like a full-on ladder, so 50 on each side, less.
I know it was 15 and 25 feet, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you were doing 50 feet of rope on each side, and then I'd say you can make About 35-foot ladder if you needed to.
Okay, I
At
need
most.
15 and then 25.
What?
I
You're doing
I need
2
15-foot
ladders?
ladder. Yeah, one for the one that we came in from, and one for the fucking.
I mean, you could put like you could always put something like a 10-foot long one on the shorter end, and we can just like jump up to it.
I would say you could do that within reach.
It's very difficult to climb a rope ladder.
Yeah, but assuming we have like
from the bottom.
we can assume that Evian can be there to push everybody up, and then he could just jump up anyway. So
also, Walker could just put, pittons into the wall at appropriate spots to keep it from swaying too much. Though the idea was if we can get away with only doing top and bottom, we can just cut the rope at the top so that no one can really follow us easily. At least on the second one. But anyway, that's what Walker is beginning to make. If Owen's willing, he'll make use of the silence to make any cuts he's doing in absolute silence.
Does he do it like? Do we like go off a ways for his construction work?
I don't think so. I mean, if Owen's willing to help with the actual like pitten input as well, then yeah. But also, I think the thing is like right next to where we camped, more or less.
So that's gonna be whenever that happens, that's just gonna be 10 minutes of complete, utter silence.
I mean, it's only like 30 feet, right? So Priam and Simon could just move off a little bit.
It's not a huge AoE, is it?
20-foot radius, I think.
You could probably like place the center of the radius on the wall or something to.
Yeah, so it'll only be 10.
Is Mitchell streaming?
20-foot sphere. 20-foot radius sphere.
Was I streaming?
For a
I think
second.
so, for a minute.
The fuck? That's weird.
Anyway. Alright, so what are you guys doing? You have a plan.
The thing we
here.
just discussed.
Yes, so you have a plan. You're good.
Yeah.
So, for the sake of ease, everyone has gotten back. Everyone has gotten together at this point. So, Walker, you are creating these rope ladders. I would like you and Evian to give me those good fucking words checks. The fucking wood carving tools.
Good.
Do we do intelligence for that?
Dexterity? Dex?
Well,
I imagine like Evian would do like the holding of things and whatnot, and while Walker does the more fine cuts and things.
I would say if that's the case, Walker, give me Dex with advantage, and that's Evian assisting you.
Hey,
Jesus.
Very nice.
The experts at all things wooden.
we love playing with wood.
That's what you guys do in the closet.
Listen.
No, hold on a second. Yeah.
Closet's a communal place.
Is Mitchell allowed in the closet?
No, of course not.
No, we would never want Mitchell to be in the closet.
Yeah, no. So I mean, I just stand outside and I like hold my hands in with my eyes shut, holding stuff away.
Anyway,
there's hand level
let's
holes.
focus. You guys finish constructing a couple of nice ladders. You get all of the wood cut up into a couple of things you have to like hammer together and get a couple of nice solid pieces. It's literally the best you can do given the shitty circumstances.
Yeah?
Which is to say, these are not ladders you would trust in a regular scenario, and they are at the bottom of the rung of ladders you would want, but they are literally the best you could possibly make, given the materials you have.
But Walker could use one to easily traverse the way back.
Yes. As for how long they are actually going to survive, untoward levels of weight are probably going to... they will buckle shortly. They are probably good for a couple of traversals at best. Like, the party's going to get maybe a couple uses before they're going to be of questionable stability. So,
Is that because of the wood? Like, that's some nice silk rope.
yeah, it's because of the wood.
So we couldn't have gotten anything that would have...
I mean...
So is the idea that the wood itself is going to snap or something?
Yeah, the wood's gonna snap or give way as you're putting weight on it. Like, it's just a matter of it's old, decrepit wood.
Wouldn't it then just be better to...
I mean, like I said, it'll definitely be fine for a little while. Like, you guys can probably get up it at least a couple times. It just becomes a matter of reliability long term. You would not want to rely on it. It's not something you'd want to bring with you on a long adventure. It's gonna get you out of a cave very quickly.
Okay. The one that's going to be going towards the town, we'll probably need to use a few more times. Is this even worth doing at that point?
Oh, yeah. Like, if you want to, like, focus on one of them, you can definitely get one of them higher quality, the other one lesser.
Well, yeah, the idea is the one is for escape. We'll probably need to use 2 at a time, getting out of it once ever.
Yeah, that's fine. So, yeah, no problem at all.
The other one needs to be something we go up and down a few times, even if we have to do it kind of slowly, one at a time or whatever.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. One's a little more hefty, the other one...
Like the better planks.
Yeah, the better planks and things, like the things where it's the ones that are solid that all you really had to do was carve holes into and then place it onto the ropes. That's where all the good ones are. And then what's left over is what you use to make the other one. So, yeah, no problem at all.
So as far as like getting the second ladder up, is that... We'll probably have to talk about that, right? Since there's suspicious entities up there.
What about... I realize we're already past this, but what about something like this? Wait, I did... Oh, fuck you, Discord, my powerful files.
Link's having some troubles.
Different image. Here we go. Something like this.
I've never seen that before in my life.
So what you do is you make a ladder out of ropes. That's what you do.
That does seem like it would take a comical amount of rope, though I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, what I'm looking at in that image seems like it would be a lot of rope.
I think they're using 2 different ropes.
Also, that seems like it would be a bitch and a half to climb.
I mean, it's not going to break like old decrepit wood would.
Yeah, that one probably would be a lot sturdier. But it'd be hard to climb.
The idea is one is for swift climbing, the other one's for...
Yeah.
It's fine. We're fine.
That's fine. I think you guys will be fine.
Either way. So the second one, I imagine Owen would come with us to get it installed as we, put some kittens in the floor at the base of it, and then, do some more as we go along. We keep hanging up more and more of it by pittons, and as we kind of press the ladder up, I imagine Evian make sure walkers don't die falling down.
This is the one going into the tunnel that you originally came from.
No, that was the first one.
Okay.
I imagine that one was just, a single... That one only has 4 pittons total, 2 at the top, which are already placed, and 2 at the bottom.
Okay.
So Owen didn't need to do too much extra work there. The idea is we can just cut the ones at the top to make the entire ladder fall after we're already...
I mean, if that's the one that you didn't care if it had the shitty ones, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that actually kind of works. I mean, if you guys do get chased and someone else has to go up that behind you...
Still, the idea is we can cut it off behind us to slow pursuit.
Yeah, okay.
For the other one, though, the one that's leading to the next passage, towards the main mine shaft, I managed a bit of a longer process. Owen might have to...
Yeah, you have to get someone up there. Evian's gonna have to do his fucking Spider-Man.
Yeah, things like that.
All right.
I imagine, can Evian just climb this one instead of being a dickhead and making noise? Climb up there with the thing. Put in some pittons. How big is you said it was 20-foot radius for silence?
Yeah, 20-foot radius sphere.
Is it at your position, or is there a cast range on it?
I can cast it.
So he can cast it so that it's all the way the fuck up there. So even in complete silence, just install the pittons at the top and the ladder at the top. Whereas Walker would work on at the bottom and kind of work his way up with some more pittons to ensure that's completely stable. And I imagine we can maybe do our best to kind of hide the pittons at the top, make sure that they're not immediately visible from a distance, things like that. Does that check out?
So, I mean, sounds good to
Bob?
me.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogue,
Okay.
that good?
Then we do that.
All right. Oh, yeah, God, you guys are fucking... You have plans for this shit.
We're effective enough.
Sometimes.
Hey, we have accomplished every mission we have set out to do since returning to Garland, and some that were thrust upon us haphazardly.
Like being attacked on the bath.
Yeah. That.
That's Owen Soulsbane for you.
Damn right. You're damn right it is.
All right. So, you guys are... I want to make sure I'm getting this right. The plan is to do silence at the top of the thing.
Or in the middle, kind of.
More in the
less,
middle, yeah.
So that it hits the entire
So
thing.
they can get the whole thing. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get that. Silence so that it gets the whole shaft.
Uh-huh. Going
And
up.
then Evian is going to go up and down the shaft with
Right.
the ladder because it's a large shaft.
Yes.
The goal being to get to the top so that the ladder goes all the way down the shaft so he can get to the top anytime he needs to.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, so any of us can get to the top anytime we need.
Yeah, but like Evian loves going up the shaft.
Anyway, and then
Free
we'll nail in pittance.
Oh! Okay.
We'll nail in pittance at several points on the ladder to make it even sturdier.
Okay, so you want the ladder up against the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, shit, that's gonna make it a lot easier to climb up.
I don't know what you were expecting, dude.
Just a fucking free-falling ass fucking rope
Oh, yeah,
ladder.
it's against the wall.
And I imagine too that like most of the weight when someone is climbing can be placed onto the pittance.
All right.
One of
So
those, yeah.
Owen is casting silence, and then you guys are doing this.
Yeah.
All right, give me skill checks for whatever everyone is doing for this fucking... You have a 10-minute fucking window to silently build this.
I can ritual cast it more than once.
Yeah.
Silence is a
Oh,
ritual.
shit. Well,
Yeah,
If
that's
they
what I've
start
been
hearing
doing this whole
noise,
time.
so they probably
I
take their
forgot
time to do
silence.
it properly.
God,
Yeah.
I forgot silence was a ritual.
Yeah, dude, silence is
Pretty
sweet,
funny.
man.
It's pretty funny.
Why
I can't
is
wait for him to
silence-
ritual cast silence on the fucking one guy's bedroom, and then Evie just crashes through the window silently, grabs him and jumps out.
Grabs him and just fucking breaks his neck.
Oh, and toss
He,
the
he
body
holds
out.
up a little. He holds up a little flashcard that says "Nothing personnel, kid."
Well, if you guys have fucking silence, then stealth isn't an issue. You have silence for as long as you need. I'm not even gonna require fucking rolls. Over the course of like an hour, you guys are able to do this within Walker's design specifications, pretty much to a T.
Awesome.
Love that.
Ugh. And as you guys...
I had 15 pittance at the beginning of this. How is out? I'm just assuming that it took all of them.
I'd say you'd have like 4 left. 3 or 4. I'm guesstimating. And,
That's fine.
with that, as you guys finish that, we will take our last break of the night.
Woohoo!
Yeah. So,
If they're done doing their thing, I think Simon and me.
Yeah.
all right, Simon and
Yeah.
Sophia, give me Arcana checks.
Yeah.
Well, Simon, you can see where there's a problem here. Sophia seems to know what she's doing, or at least understand the concept of what she's doing. She was not lying when she said enchanting items is not something she ever thought she would have to do.
She's done the magic box, but it's not the same.
Yeah, the magic box is essentially permanentizing a spell that already exists. This is trying to create something from scratch.
She doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Is it the equivalent of building a birdhouse at a Home Depot crafts fair compared to actually making a Rube Goldberg out of wood?
Yeah, essentially. Simon, how much worth of material... Like, how badly, Simon, do you want to help get this done today?
Well, how much? I can help a good amount with it. Simon's down to like if he can even finish this.
Walker is. I'm going to establish Walker is going to go harass the mages once he finishes with what he's.
Oh, well,
up
that
to.
might affect things. Here, Kim, you thought you were just gonna get to spend the rest of your 8 hours working on that.
I'm pretty sure they will if you want to keep this up.
I mean, she probably would send Walker off, like, say whatever, if he disturbs her too much while she's, like, engrossed in her thing.
I mean, when does Walker finish with his? When does Walker, when Evian finish with their thing?
I mean, it was established it takes, like, an hour.
Yeah.
And this is, like, halfway through the day, I'd assume, so they've already done, like, 5 hours when you come disturb them.
So should we do that then, or?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Harass them.
After. I almost did the one thing again. So after Walker returns, you'll probably take a seat, drink some water, look around the group, focus on Simon, and say, Simon, when was the last time you had heard from your familiar?
Simon, probably while reading and going over papers and the like, kind of shrugs. Ven, I haven't heard anything, right?
He has been out since you guys went in here yesterday. He was, I believe last we did, I would need to double check. This is why I don't like playing player characters, especially when they have important stuff to do. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure Onyx was still on scouting duty when you guys went into the cave.
Correct. We didn't bring him with us.
Yes, I know you didn't bring him with you. I'm pretty sure you sent him on scouting duty, so there's no way he was going to brave the cave.
Yeah.
So presumably he's still scouting, and yeah.
He's still out there scouting.
If you want to know information, you can bamf him back or wait until the last possible minute.
Yeah. I could always bring him back now, or...
I mean, wouldn't we want to wait until we're actually about to go into the city?
Simon,
Like,
why?
To get as much information out of this as we can. Like,
We
he's
wanna
not going to be able to leave the cave again.
You can't make use of him if he's not here, isn't that right?
Well, we're going to be here another night at least.
Well, can't you just send him out during the night, Simon?
Through where? Wouldn't he?
Yeah, through where?
The cave, the mine entrance?
Oh, do you want me to send
In
him?
addition, we might want to use him to scout the mine itself if there are hostile beings up above.
If two trolls are not something to be trifled with.
If you feel it's better for me to pull him from outside,
I'd think so.
Simon kind of looks between. I don't know. Is Owen here-ish?
Yeah, we just commented.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, that's what I said. Simon will look between just Owen and Walker, looking for final answer on this between the two.
Owen will just shrug and motion towards Simon as if he is leaving it up to Simon, or he would leave it up to Simon if it was his call.
Simon will then. Then will this affect my the book?
This
thing
is like
that we're
probably
doing?
going to be like
real
50
quick.
minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this I don't think this would take that long.
Yeah, not
Like, you know,
significantly.
Okay.
one action to
then-
call the
then,
thing,
yeah,
and then maybe
Simon will
10 minutes of conversation after that.
Simon will pull back his familiar. If
It's like
he can.
Sophia's willing to spend like at least 12 hours on this thing for today.
Yeah, Simon's down too. He's
That's a long time.
Simon
Yeah.
crafting shit. This sounds
Sophia
God,
looks.
you have shifts that
uh,
long, don't you, Kim?
Yeah, I have
That
16-hour
sucks.
shifts sometimes.
That sucks.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's not.
Most I've done is a 14, and that's good.
I mean, listen, I don't do 16 hours often, and I hate doing them.
I can imagine.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I would do a 16-hour if that was the only hours I was working during a week, because that's more than I work during a week, even if I'm at work. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'd do one 16-hour day if it meant I'd have to work for the rest of the week. But
I mean, that's never the case when I do a 60-hour shift.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the only way I'd be able to do that is if I piled like 2 weeks worth of work onto one day.
Pretty funny.
Anyways.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Simon. You can just take a break. I'll continue this.
yeah. One
So, Time
interview
menu,
papers.
focus for a moment. And you call back Onyx. Disappears into his demi-plane, and a moment later appears in your hands.
Good to see he wasn't caught again.
He looks kind of miserable and messed up.
Simon will give him food right away.
He is still an ugly fat pigeon, of course.
Yeah.
The gist of what you get immediately is he was hunting for seeds and shit outside of the town trying to eat, and he got tackled by a honey badger and barely got away.
Oh my god, that's
Honey
really
badger.
funny. That's really fucking funny.
The honey badger, fun fact, is Kintaran's.
That's their fucking their football
animal?
team, the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, the honey badgers.
It's the rugby team.
Rugby, yeah, it would definitely be rugby.
After a moment of finally pecking and eating and cooing all of the food that you've got for him, he proceeds to debrief that it seems after they have let up at least a bit on interrogations, seemingly happy with they seem like they've accepted that the arcane spy they're hunting for is not within the town, though within the town they have tripled the amount of guards at the entryways. Like, they've got more people on the fucking like, I don't want to say wall, the fucking spear walls at the top of the cliff. They've got more people at the gate winding up it. They have set up a second gate at the top of the winding road into the town. There has been a soul strider there at all times.
They're wasting their resources.
We know where one is.
Other than that, at any given time, there have been... Give me another perception check. Let's see how much information. Advantage. I think advantage, right?
Through
Yes,
Or
actually, he's
Onyx.
a pigeon, so I don't know.
Onyx.
Well, it depends. Did he like...
Yeah, I would say so. So, yeah, give me an Onyx perception check. Advantage.
I was gonna say, you're the one who did the change, Vin. Would you have allowed him to, like, change the form without changing the stats?
I would say in this case, yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, I changed the stats in the sense that, like, his fly speed went from 60 to, like, 20, because he's a fat pigeon.
Okay.
Nice.
But that was it. Able to identify, in total, 4 soul striders in the town.
Hey, we gave an accurate
Recognize any
number.
Of which, 1 was last seen leaving with a caravan on the southern road towards Virat, that being last night.
Ooh, I hate that. Rob,
What kind of caravan?
Hopefully they're not
about
leaving with the thing.
a caravan of about 15 people and a wagon. Couldn't tell what was in it. Didn't want to get that close.
What about Eminent McDoucheface?
The eminent Varid Darasat, him and the adjudicator are both still in Boralis. They have been doing their regular giving commands, but have not they have not broken in the past 24 hours from any of their expected, routines. Yeah.
From what we observed previously, did it seem like the Eminent was giving orders to the Soul Striders? Or like, were they reporting to him?
I think. No, they were.
It does seem that Varid, the Eminent, does have some, yes. It seems like the Eminent and the Adjudicator have been the two in charge. Essentially, first and second in command.
Well, if they're the ones calling the shots, they're probably not going to hand off the what's-it to a subordinate. So if Owen's magic is to be relied on, then it pretty much has to be the Eminent.
Yeah.
I mean, the only other person that would even vaguely fit that would have been the Adjudicator, but Owen never met the Adjudicator, I don't believe.
Correct.
No, he didn't. He did not.
That was Walker, Amari, and
Rom?
Rom, I think.
I believe, yeah. So, that would just leave the Eminent himself.
And I mean, meta-wise, it was a 75% chance of succeeding, and that's an XCOM shot that I'm taking for sure.
Yeah, I mean, no, if you mention XCOM at 99%, it's a shot that's still gonna miss, so... But yeah, so... The call is yours there, but...
So is that all the information that Funny Bird gives us?
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot... Like, is there anything specific you guys are wondering that you need to ask? Like, that is the relevant information I, as the DM, think I should be giving you that the bird would have had.
If there's any presence near the mine at all.
The
You know where the mine is?
mine... No one's really watching or seems to care about it.
I bet you the mine is the headquarters of Piss and Shit FM.
Yes, it is.
Jesus, Nick.
I'm sorry.
Are you serious? We're
waiting
playing
in the
D&D right now.
I'm so sorry.
You're really gonna fucking egg
I'm
him
so
on
sorry.
now?
I'm so sorry. I'm
Listen,
tired. Okay.
Nick, I know you want to be a guest. We'll have you on someday.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. But they are using it as a sewer, right?
I mean,
that-
that's about it. They've been, like, occasionally just dumping refuse buckets into it. But it's pretty much been ignored. Like, there's no guards up there. There's no anything happening at the mine.
Was Onyx able to see, like you mentioned, the Eminence routines of the day? Does he, like, have a good idea of what he does?
Mostly he goes to one of the other, like, there are a couple of houses he seems to go to, not necessarily at random, but with no real, like, to the point where there's no predictable, like, pattern, but seemingly with other people who have some level of authority, having discussions, like, for half-hour, hour or so.
He's commanding.
Is it clear
Yes,
what he
he's doing
sees?
basic command or getting debriefs on various things. Meeting with the Soul Striders. The one thing I will note, this is actually something I should have known before, he does go, during every time that the Soul Striders change off, 3 of them that are notable, it seems like they're on shifts. One of them has been there at all times since Onyx has been watching. Anytime they switch off, the Eminent or the Adjudicator is there.
Odd.
So, I mean, could that be a good time to takey?
I mean, yeah, if he's
When
if
they're
he's going to.
changing
I mean,
return
he's
to
there
the same
along
place-
with 20 or 30 red band. At
No,
minimum.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
well, I guess I'll have it on him.
Change off what? I'm sorry, I wasn't. Change off
Like the
what?
ship.
Where? The shit? Because there are several entrances, right? So is it any entrance? Like,
There's one entrance to
one
the
of the
town. One gate.
oh, I thought you said they set up a second one. Okay.
There's
got
a
They
it.
set up a second one at the
further along the
top. So,
path.
like, there's a bottom, like, and then a winding road up the mountain to a top. They set up a second one at the top rather than just having a gate at the bottom. But it's still 2 gates, both going to the same place.
Okay, got it.
There was no real consistency, at least from what Onyx. The main thing Onyx was doing, it seemed at the time when you brought him back, was trying to figure out where the Soul Strider was staying. There's no real consistency. Sometimes at the top, sometimes at the bottom. It seems like the rule is the Soul Strider needs to be at or in between one of the gates the entire time they're there. And when another Soul Strider comes in, either the Eminent or the Adjudicator is there when they switch off.
Are we able to determine where the Eminent is staying?
The Eminent is staying at one of the, I forgot my cardinal directions, the southernmost large house on the final level. So the same level that the house that the Adjudicator is at, the one that you guys were spying on, the southernmost one of those is where the Eminent is staying. I wouldn't call it a manor, but I would call it a very nice house.
Wait, it's the same.
The same level.
What
do you mean?
Different house, same
Yes.
level, like same type of building.
Yes. You know, because, like, I don't want to describe it as, like, in the same neighborhood, because there's levels, like, literally, like, verticality on the top, air quotes, level of the fucking thing, like, before it begins to... Because after that, there's a winding path about 5 minutes up that reaches to the mine, with some stairs essentially mined in, like, stone stairs going up. Other than that, not a lot to report.
I know you said the interrogations went down, but are they still killing people every day?
It's only been a day, and there was one person killed, and it seemed like there was an argument about it.
What do you mean an argument?
Between the Red Band. Like, yeah.
They're not convinced that that's what they should have done, right?
It seemed like it was a matter of, like, obviously, there was a fucking Soul Strider nearby. Onyx was not getting that close, but from what Onyx could gather, it seemed like there was a argument, 18 perception, about whether or not he knew more that could have been found out.
I'm not sure if they should have killed him yet.
Yeah. It was definitely not about whether or not to kill him, but whether or not he knew more before being killed. He seemed to mention something... Well, I can't say. You wouldn't know that. Yeah. Onyx definitely wouldn't have heard that. I almost said too much as the DM. I started going too deep into my notes. I apologize.
Anyway...
that is all Onyx has to report.
So jumping back into character, as soon as Simon relays that there's a Soul Strider heading towards Varat with a small caravan, Walker would have, like, you know, is Rom nearby?
Rom is here.
Yeah.
Walker would have gestured to her, or make sure to report that. Same as last time.
Well, hold on a minute. Evian's friends.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can't we send them up?
They
To try
claim
to
to
intercept?
have beaten a Soul Strider before. Perhaps they could do so again.
That could prove quite useful.
We might be sending them to their deaths, but if you feel that it's a good idea, then I have no qualms.
We might be sending ourselves to our deaths as well.
If they're willing to do so, then maybe contact them. When did the caravan leave? And were they in a hurry?
Can you describe the caravan?
It was a bit last night.
Under the cover of darkness?
Not necessarily. It was just like after dark. Not necessarily like they didn't. To the best of Onyx's knowledge, didn't seem to be trying to be stealthy. They just happened to leave at night. Like, there was still a fucking... On the front of the wagon, there was a lantern. So, like, they were not trying to hide their presence. Average pace. But given the choice, Onyx was listening to orders and reporting on Borealis and not following it.
Rom, if you decide to contact Evian's friends, impress upon them that should be cautious.
If you would, I think you should contact both them and Virat.
Odd.
I can do both.
Are you
Shit,
thinking
towards
Nosh
Virat?
Yeah, I said Virat.
I was thinking Nosh Dween. Ha ha, hee hee.
No, Soul
Okay,
Strider and
forget-
Caravan was heading to Virat.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
mistake.
they would not be able to catch up with that. But
Apologies. Forget Walker said that.
I thought it was weird how you were reacting to Virat, but I thought you had something, you knew something I didn't know. Oh.
No, I was just confused.
and maybe tell them not to get into Virat or too close to Virat if they can't catch up. I mean, there's no point them literally going to their deaths. It's mostly intercepting, right?
I think they understand the situation there already.
All right. Can I get some help in trying to explain this in less than 25 words?
What was the guy's name?
Which one? There was a couple of them.
There were a lot of them.
There was the douche.
You mean
You probably
Evian's
would
friend?
want to contact the older woman who
what's
seemed
her
to be.
Yeah. I got her name down. Give me a sec. Let me. It's not on my red band thing. Places and their people. Kins of Garland.
Maggie.
Yeah.
Maggie Freeman. Freeman?
Remain.
I don't know how to pronounce this
From
word that I
Kin
wrote down.
Island.
From Kin Island?
Yeah, it's the island one.
Oh.
Orange Shade, is that it?
Yes.
Heyo.
So
You're right back.
Inform them there's a caravan of about 15 to 16 people heading out of Veralis towards Virat. One Soul Strider, potentially important. Can you intercept?
out of Paralis towards Virat.
Yes.
Do we know, like, from the road towards like the road towards the south more? Fun?
I mean, that is what he said. The road south towards Virat.
Yeah, and you can specify the road south towards Virat.
Remind him to be cautious.
Perhaps mention not, cautious, or no need to go all the way to Virat, if impossible, or I don't know.
Caravan of 15 to 16 heading out of Paralis south towards Virat with one Soul Strider. Could be important.
Can you add? Can you intercept?
Can you intercept with caution?
Or can you intercept ? Be careful.
Mm-hmm. It's the wrong channel, I think.
All right,
Alex?
that's what you're committing to, Alex?
Yeah, I was gonna copy paste it.
Okay. I was waiting for you to. And
24.
ooh, you got one more. Can you give me a little? Mwah?
Can she?
Appreciated?
Can she
Or
put?
thanks.
Can she flash Jasper a wink, a sexy wink, as her last word?
Even though she's not sending it to Jasper.
Does a winky?
Damn it.
Does a winky face count as one word?
Man, winky. Yeah, we did establish we could send emojis.
But this is to Maggie.
You can still send her a sexy winky face.
Sexy
This is true.
wink.
This is true. You could.
You could also just send a word's worth of exclamation points.
Be careful. Like that?
Be careful, 1111111.
I'm not actually sending a winky face. That was just for the goof.
I walked away. I walked away during the conversation because I had to get some water. My mic cut out. My headset cut out while I was walking away. I came back just to hear Kim yelling, "Be careful!"
Oh, you thought something bad was going down.
No, I knew what the competition was. It was just very funny to come back and just hear her yell.
God, what a waste of words. Of 15 to 16.
It's fine.
Oh my god, why is it?
What else would you add?
Winky, winky, wink. Be careful! Another time.
Eggplant
Be careful,
emoji,
be
peach
careful.
emoji, winky face emoji.
Oh,
Question mark,
gosh.
question mark, question mark. XXX.
To Maggie, yes.
We will try. We will see what we can do.
All right, they said they would see what they can do.
How are you all faring in your journeys?
And there's no
And she
response.
asked how we were doing, but if you still want me to send to
I
What
think that's
is-
fine.
It's not too important. If you want to respond to them, feel free to.
Okay.
Your magic comes back quickly, doesn't it?
Well, I'm gonna borrow Simon again. Let's try to
Surely it
finish
should.
this up.
She
Sounds
just,
fun.
like, is basically dragging Simon back to the pile of paper.
You wouldn't have to drag Simon, trust me.
Fine.
So the most southern house at the top of the hill. I imagine the mine will let out near the bottom, so we will have to make our way through the city somewhat. Simon, does your familiar see in the dark still, or do you need to change it back to do that?
Hey, Ven.
Yep.
There's a pigeon.
The pigeon
Can
cannot
I-
see in the dark.
Okay, I know if no, can't see in the dark.
Should probably change that before we do anything too important.
I'll do it later tonight. We're planning to head up tomorrow.
Something like that.
Yeah, so I'll do it later tonight.
Looking back to those who are not as busy. I imagine once we're in the city proper, we can use Simon's Familiar to navigate, avoid any roads with guards on them. And even then, we might need to do our best to disguise ourselves, just in case we do encounter anything.
We should.
Using your magic, Owen, we might stand a chance.
I.
A silence.
I'm not sure how much use it'll be. I mean, I can cast it quickly, but only so much. And if the Eminent has this binding on this person, no matter how much my sight magic I use, I will not be able to find it. Unless it is obvious. I don't recall him, unless he put it down when he was in that first house we spied upon. I don't recall him bearing anything like a staff or a candle or...
It could be another small object. Remember, one was a knife. It'll be difficult to identify, but if you can find out where he's staying exactly, what room in that house, and try to spy on him once he is settling down, maybe he will put it somewhere, or it'll be obvious that he is, placing it somewhere when he sleeps, or something along those lines. But if it comes to that, if we can get an idea of how many other people are staying there, we might be able to... question from William, because I don't understand how dimensions work. Would a 40-foot diameter be enough to encompass most of a big house?
40-foot diameter? Probably not.
I don't think... I mean, like, if it was me, because total cover usually blocks line of effect. So, yeah. I mean, if it was me, like, that's what it says in the rule book. Total cover blocks line of effect. Depending.
Yeah, like
All
if
I'm
you
saying
shoot
is-
if you shoot a fucking lightning bolt and it hits a wall, it's gotta stop.
All I'm saying is the ice didn't stop at the wall, Vin.
Well, if you recall, William, at the time I argued that there should have been some kind of.
Like I said, if it were like a dex save, I went with it.
That does make sense to me, but sure.
I think that would also depend on, like, I would roll it also based on, like, level of spell. Like, more powerful spells are going to go through more.
Hmm.
Anyway.
But, like, if we were super sneaky about it, we could cast silence on the ground floor, you know, go in and commando murder whoever's there, wait a little while, and then cast silence on the second floor, and then go and commando murder anyone in there.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the idea I was going for.
Yeah. Or at
With
least, I mean, you might have to blow some spell slots for time if you're trying to keep completely silent.
That's what I
Right.
was thinking, right?
Yeah.
Like, you would have
Even
to
then,
cast silent
yeah.
with a real spell slot for speed.
I mean, it definitely seems possible.
We'll need to get more dimensions using the bird.
A bird can't get there.
Hmm?
You're trapped in a cave.
Well, I mean, there's an exit to the cave. They can just fly out during the night.
Yeah.
Assuming there's no one near the exit. they
Yeah,
just
no
gotta
one watching it at the time.
Fuck right off. Who watches a cave mouth? You know?
Nobody? Like,
Yeah.
that's already been established.
Yeah, so we can just have it.
Unless it's
fuck
just
up
the
out-
time that someone's dumping shit down it.
Yeah,
Especially
sure,
if it's
the-
like at night, we could send him off as a bat. And nobody would like.
I was also
think-
thinking. I was thinking about the bat too.
Like
Yeah,
nobody would
fucking bat.
think
Are bats
twice about a
blind?
bat coming out of.
Are bats blind though?
Uh,
Cannot
Bats
see
are
very
not.
well.
They can't see well, but they aren't entirely blind.
Yeah.
Bat 5e. Senses. Blind sight 60 feet. Passive perception 11.
No, they don't. Yeah, they can see, but
Yeah.
more often than not, they're going to be using blind sight because logically, yes, bats are practically blind.
Is that a familiar option?
Sure,
Bat?
sure.
Dude, if a tiny winged elephant is a familiar option,
Yeah, like I
okay.
don't know about regular 5e, but yeah, sure, you can have a bat if you want.
I'm pretty sure bat is an option.
No, why wouldn't it be?
Like a player's
That'd be pretty
handbook
cute.
option.
In my game, it's fuck it. Sure, of course it's an option. Everything's an option.
Heyo.
Okay.
Said
So
the bard.
So,
So, yeah, we'll need Onyx to find the dimensions of the house to see what's an option for us as far as using your magic, Owen.
time will tell.
If we can get in there and take out any resistance, make our way to wherever he's sleeping. If we can do all in our silence without him being prepared to intercept us, then that would be ideal.
That plan would hinge on us being all those who go being able to get out of the city again as well.
My thoughts is we just go back to the mine. It's a hassle, but it's all set up already.
I don't disagree, but it is not the first house that we thought it was right next to the mine. This one will be farther away.
That's right.
If
Yeah,
we
Go ahead.
if we are going through and killing multiple people layer by layer, I think we should all try and go. I don't think that's a time where we hold anything back.
We would all need to go if that was what we did.
I can also potentially just help out anybody who's not as good, I suppose, at hiding and just make them invisible. It wouldn't cover up the sound, but I mean, it would still help.
I
Be
think
handy.
I can help with any sounds. Not like Owen can, but I
It's
think
still-
my magic can help with that.
If we wait by tomorrow, I could make 2 people invisible at once.
could do something for myself and one other.
Could they have, I don't know, some kind of ward or trap watching for magic?
Simon will nod at that. It's possible.
Can detect
Yeah,
magic?
I'd say anything is possible.
Can detect magic detect anti-magic wards or magical detection wards?
Those are different things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, essentially you're asking, could detect magic detect an item that's using detect magic, in which case the answer is... Could detect magic detect something that's specifically hiding from magic? No.
Well, something that specifically cancels out magic.
Or is looking for magic.
Well, he already
those
answered
are
the
two
looking
different
for magic.
things.
Okay, fair enough.
Looking for magic, yes. But it could detect magic detect something that is specifically getting rid of or canceling magic. That would be on a case-by-case basis, depending on the enchantment or magic itself. Though erring on the side of no.
We'll need more information about the house that you're staying in. Dimensions and any potential magic users that stop by often. Things like that.
There is Sophia, I think we've seen you. Have we seen you cast the spell? It's the one where you can.
Wait, what?
I'm trying to remember if we've seen Sophia cast Alarm, but I don't think we have.
Yeah, Sophia's cast it multiple times.
Okay. I thought I was misremembering.
Yes, Sophia cast it like every time we've camped at night, she cast it like 3 or 4 times to make sure that there's like an alarm radius around the bubble.
That type of spell is also something that concerns me.
I mean, if Ishra should be able to see that kind of spell if she looks for magic. I could do it as well, but it seems that Ishra can do it in a much more timely manner than I can.
Yes, yeah, it's very easy for me to do. Same as changing my appearance. So if we're already, using magic to some extent, and we've accepted we'll need to use magic, then I can disguise myself relatively well.
Simon, one of the things you're going to have him look out for next time he goes out is a specific path to that house. Knowing exactly where we're going is going to be important.
Well, alright. Will do.
We'll certainly be doing this under the cover of night.
I don't think that's the best option, though.
It was
That's
an
for a
option.
pathway? No, probably not.
Honestly, I think owl.
Just make sure it's a different looking one.
Of course.
And of course, keeping the same precautions, avoiding any potential contact with them.
To be fair, if they haven't yet spotted Onyx again, they probably don't have that many wards to find magic because they would have found him as a magical bird, or since there was a magic being.
Couldn't they have put
Isn't he
such
must have been staying
magics
far
up?
away?
They could have put such magics up since they found him, though.
Onyx
Yes,
also
but
been
I mean,
staying
he was out there last night.
not very far away.
Not walking through the streets.
Fair enough.
There will be certain aspects of this plan that will have to be altered as we go.
Need
All
to
right.
do some more watching.
That's right. And break.
Yeah. It
Good
seems
huddle.
you guys have discussed everything you can without any more extraneous espionage to learn what is going on. So
Hey, Karad, what's the imminent sleep schedule?
Hey, bro,
I mean,
50,
might as-
50, you know what I'm
Might as
saying?
well
He gets-
ask what the item is.
he gets a solid 10 hours a night. very healthy. Got good skin complexion. Makes
Drinks
sure
a
to
lot of water.
spends at least half an hour cleaning his face every morning.
Does an hour of cardio before every work shift.
Yeah.
But yeah, for
by
future
cardio,
question,
he's beating up his.
He has an arcane alarm. If he sits down for at least an hour, he does 10 minutes of fucking of light movement afterwards to make sure he stays limber. So, with that, you guys finish out your day of rest. Is the plan to like head tonight or work all day, do another rest, and then head in the morning?
yeah.
Yeah.
To hopefully get there like before sunrise.
No, we're not actually. I don't think we're actually going out into the town tomorrow.
All right.
Are we?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, we still need.
just-
Our plan is to begin our scouting again tomorrow.
Our primary goal for tomorrow is going to be to locate the entrance of the mine.
Okay.
And also to deal with whatever issue lies between us and the entrance to the mine.
Okay.
Man, imagine.
And, we also need to remind Sophia to prepare her language spells so that we can make friends with.
She probably like heard the whole thing in the morning about the troll thing.
She's got it ready to go.
I just assumed I already prepared it.
That's fine.
Can you fucking imagine if we have no resistance on our way to the entrance and Vin never brings up that again? God, that'd be funny.
She'd have it ready in case somebody speaks a weird language over there. So,
Yeah, but
know
then
what to
just
say.
Walker seems like a crazy person. Or just gaslighting everyone.
Simon has never brought like to anybody's attention that he heard a sound during the night.
What's that?
Simon also never mentioned to anybody that he heard a sound
Yeah,
during
he
the night.
did. He told Evian, and Evian was like, "I don't hear anything," and then went to bed.
Yep. Nobody else knows.
I know I'm better at listening.
Then I don't know why you
PM
PM'd me that. I've literally thought about that. I've literally considered what if we had them on our side.
Yeah.
We had them on our side in fucking Monday.
Oh, we'll
those
see
are
what
actually
happens.
giants, though.
And that
What
was
do
a
we use
much
those
more
giants-
complicated clusterfuck.
What do we use those giants for? Did they actually help us?
No,
Or were they just- they just
you were like in a
ignore us?
weird middle ground. They tolerated you. Anyway, so you guys at this point, we go back to Simon. How much resources? Like, are you willing to? Do you want to get this done tonight before you go to bed?
That would be cool if I get it done tonight.
Okay. How much resource are you willing to expend on this?
So far, I've been expending paper and ink, but
Yeah, are you willing to, like, I assume you're willing to expend, like, actual spell stuff, arcane resources?
Yeah.
How much? Monetarily, how much is the question?
I'll split it in half.
You're gonna give her a half?
250.
Okay,
There is
250 gold worth of resources.
That's a lot of money.
when Simon goes through his arcane components, he finds a conspicuous little spot where some incense used to be, and it's no longer there.
Probably would notice it, think for a second, and realize probably someone that needed it, and probably wouldn't.
Yeah, it tracks.
It's
Owen probably was hungry and needed a snack.
Honestly.
just so we're all square. It's 50 gold worth of incense.
Owen eats potpourri like people eat fucking popcorn.
Yeah.
Oh. So, 250 you said?
Yeah.
Alright, Simon, in that case, you can give me another Arcana check, and that's going to significantly affect the DC for this fairly minor magic item Sophia has been desperately trying to make work.
Pretty good.
21's gonna get it done. Sophia, with everything set up, Simon, come evening, or what you presume is evening, buckles the fuck down, and he is expending resources the likes of which you have never had access to since you fucking left on this journey. This is a guy who has obviously trained in the enchantment of various bits and things.
do you need me to pay you back for all that? That seems like a lot of resources. Usually those are reasonably expensive.
I mean, It'll be fine. I'll bet.
Does Walker overhear this conversation?
I mean, she's not like hiding it. She's not talking very loud, but we're all in a small like radius, I'd assume. So probably, if you're listening.
I think Walker's probably doing some casual woodwork, like a little ways off by himself, maybe sitting next to Sin or something. He'll just like look over his shoulder, call out, "Make sure you're tracking those expenses, Simon."
As you finish with essentially, Sophia has created this fairly elaborate outline, and you have been you're the one who has colored it in to create a picture. And what you end up with, you guys are free to come up with a name, though I have been in my notes calling it contact parchment.
That makes sense.
What did Simon respond to Sophia's question about if he
It
wants
should
to be
be
paid back?
It should be fine, is what he
It's
said.
just fine.
That's fine.
That's funny.
What happens
You owe
is
me.
when you finish, Simon, you finishing up, you see as expected, what the part that Sophia you've been waiting for, as this parchment almost peels in two, creating two separate sheets. And what you have now is two sheets of parchment that mirror one another. You can now access it as a separate scene in Foundry.
How does that work?
Oh, I see it.
There you go.
Where?
They're at the top.
Ooh.
There's your
Okay.
contact parchment.
So, how exactly is it made?
There are,
Okay.
as I said, two sheets. One sheet of parchment seemed to almost clone itself as Simon got finished. Simon, you're free to describe this to your heart's content. Take it away, Simon.
It's it's a piece of paper. I don't know what to tell you. You described it enough as is. It's a piece of paper now.
It probably would have at least, maybe not the coloring, but at least the runes that Sophia has drawn out would probably have that same soft glow that her tattoos do whenever the sheets of paper would be separated. And as soon as like they separate and they're both individuals like sheets, the fading would like slowly go away. The glowing.
And yes, there are two sheets of contact paper. And yes, you would both know that anything written on one would write on the other. There you are. It is finished, Sophia. Your life's work for the past week and a half or 2 weeks or whatever the hell.
More like 2 weeks, but yes. I was just, can you give me like a description on exactly the mechanics of it whenever you have a minute?
I mean, the exact description of the mechanics is anything written by any sort of basic non-magical ink onto one will be created perfectly the same on the other.
Is there a distance to it, and how do I
There
create
is
a new one?
no distance to it that you
Okay.
know of.
Okay.
What's the cost to reproduce?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
The cost of reproducing?
Now that we know how to make it.
Now that
what
you know
does
how
it-
to make it,
The other question would be like, can you erase what you've written there?
No.
no, it is ink. You cannot
So
erase it.
this will be used up.
Yes, this will be
Yes.
used up.
That was the idea.
Unless you write really, really small.
I
Which I'll still
mean,
use
that's
up
up to
Yeah.
you guys, and now you have to figure out what your character's handwriting is.
Well, I've established that Walker's handwriting is surprisingly neat, and that was justified by how many fucking reports he's written.
I would say cost for reproduction in materials, depending on how long and everything else, is going to be somewhere between 250 and 500 gold worth of materials.
Oh, fudge. That's still okay. It's not exactly what I had in mind with it, but okay. That's the thing.
And this is, for all intents and purposes, a standard 8.5 by 11 parchment. It is immune to tearing, as it is a magical item. It does not smear outside of the initial impression of the ink. Water does not. It is waterproof. It is fireproof. All of the good things that come with an enchanted item.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did have in mind that it'd be fragile, so that is good that it's not, I guess.
It is surprisingly not fragile. Perhaps that is the juice that Simon came up with on it. Can't say for sure, but
Simon got his juice on it.
Simon's really good at making juice.
Yes.
Oh,
The juicer. Simon the Juicer. That's what we call him.
what a juicy boy.
oh, that is what you guys have access to. There are 2 sheets of it. They're clones. They
Okay,
do
well,
caveat. They do only work on one side.
Yeah, the other side, I assume, is covered with runes and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Essentially, like, it's split in half as a clone, and one half is runes, the other half is the part that actually clones itself. You would note...
What do you mean? Like, only one of the 2 sheets of paper can be written on?
No, both of them can be written on. I just mean, yeah.
Like, one half of the... Like, one side can be written on, the other side is just runes.
The other side is just runes that glow when it's being written on and being used.
Okay, cool.
Which looks suspiciously similar to the failed sheet that just gets rid of ink. It is at least... It is the failed half of this enchantment. Which, hey, maybe you'll find a use for it.
I mean, Sophia's...
I mean, that is a sheet of parchment that, does seem to be fairly resistant and doesn't seem to... You really don't know if it's water resistant, but you know that it's ink resistant. Maybe you'll find a use for a sheet of impenetrable, useless parchment. I don't know. Yes, so you guys do have contact parchment if you need it. Whoever you wish to have carry it, there are 2 sheets.
Sophia would show this off. Explain to everybody how they work. We'll need to get some more ink in the future if we want to reproduce more of these, but at the very least for now, it would be useful. And that way, if ever we do split up, or for any reason need to speak in silence or whatever, I don't know, we can just both have... 2 groups can have a sheet of paper.
Now,
If we need to speak silently, can you just use your
Yes. But not everybody can cast the spell that I can cast.
Well, even then, if we're all together, you could just write it down on a normal piece of paper.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just
Seems
saying.
like this use would be restricted to when we're apart. Specifically, the 2 people who have the paper.
Yes. But it is still less expensive than a sending spell. At least when it comes to energy magic.
one thing worth noting, there is no indication outside of the slight glow of the runes that that anything has changed on it. So it is a thing where, like, you do have to check it because it's not like a phone. It's not going to vibrate and let you know it's being used.
It's
So-
not foolproof. It's just, you know, a different option.
Well, another tool to keep in mind.
I have no idea, though, how far we can go with it. It's a thing we'd have to test at some point.
I will say this. You would be under the assumption that there is no range limit on it, though. I mean, that's the kind of thing where, like, you know, even after you create, like, a device, you don't necessarily, you kind of have to learn. You would assume no range limit, probably an extra planar range limit. Like, it might not connect properly between planes.
But this also means that if we can create this and it doesn't, or has a very long range, we could potentially, I don't know, send this off to somebody else in, with, like, I don't know, Owen's parents or something like that, so that they can have access to it and we could speak back and forth. Either way, it could be an option.
I thought you were gonna say we could start a franchise. Oh. With that, you guys rest another night?
I think so.
Oh. So, back to the same spot, Bubble set up again and everything?
Yep, Bubble's probably been set up like all day. She'd just take like a 3-minute break every time that it goes down to put it back up.
Whoever is going to be doing the watches, perception checks, please.
Walker will volunteer to be first this time. Just enjoy sitting with his dog. Keeping an
Perception
eye
check,
out.
please, Mr. Walker.
Here's Sins. Ayo.
Early on into the watch, probably half hour, 45 minutes, give or take. You see Sin's ears go up, and then kind of a little bit back, like as back as a bloodhound's ears can go, and then up again, kind of flopping. And Sin just kind of stands up, and then you hear it. What sounds like a sound of metal clinking
From the main mine shaft.
Yeah, sounds like it's coming from that same sort of direction.
Walker will listen for a minute and see if it moves at all.
Yeah. A little bit. Definitely getting a little bit louder.
Like it's getting closer?
Yeah.
Once again, Walker will tell Sin to sit and then begin moving towards the one thing slowly. He doesn't want to be caught off guard here. Carefully, even.
All right. Stealth check, please.
Stealthily, even.
Making your way further up towards the opening with the destroyed elevator. You hear, it is definitely the sound of like heavy chain being dragged. And a moment later, you hear that heavy echoing, Dushtukabaka lust anduwa bora.
Are they like immediately at the top of the ladder thing, or are they?
No, it's a little bit further, like, east. Like, it's definitely not the direction you were going. It's further, like, up and east. Not very far, whatever this is. Definitely not very far. No more than, like, 20 or 30 feet. So, less than
Walker.
60, 70 literal feet away from you.
If there's probably no risk of them coming down here, so Walker's going to mentally call Sin to his side, tell her to, of course, to walk quietly if she can help it, so that she can also get put her ear on this one.
All right, give me a stealth check. Sin does her best and makes it towards you, and then you just hear this little, like, as
Can
she
Walker
kind of
tell
like...
how loud Sin is being?
She's
an
being
animal,
quiet
right?
up until she's not, rather than just being loud traveling. Like, it's not until she hits into, like, her tail is kind of curled up towards her, and she kind of turns and it goes down, and it hits into one of the boards that you and Evie had put off to the side that was kind of beat up, and it just knocks it, and it just slides ever so slightly, and then just clunk onto the ground, and she, like, very quickly moves towards you, again, quietly.
Can Walker tell, like, any difference in the voices?
Yeah, there is immediately stoppage, just like, everything stops. No talking.
Walker is going to listen with his dog to try to figure out if they're trying to if they're moving closer or if what's going on.
After a moment, you just hear the dragging of chain again, and this time moving closer towards you, and you hear, and then from a little bit further away, and then you start to see shuddering and shaking from the surprisingly well-built scaffolding that is supporting the walkway above, as
It is time
something
to
very
retreat.
large is standing above it.
It's time to retreat before they get a glimpse. Walker will move back silently with his funny companion.
How far away?
Enough they can still hear what's going on.
Okay.
But then if there's any evidence of them getting closer or going down, anything like that, it'll be time for a full retreat.
Whatever it is doesn't seem to be going down, but you do see as there is a shaking of the ladder as something seemingly hits it.
So it seems like they've noticed the ladder.
They have seemed to have noticed the ladder.
That
And then more bickering or arguing. Continues for a couple of minutes before you hear what sounds like a heavy, meaty slap. Like a big, slap.
Just like one of them hit the other one.
Sounds like it, yeah. And then
Anything else?
shuffling away.
So they... Can Walker intonate anything from this?
They seem to be arguing about the ladder in some way. As a reaction to hearing something from down further in the cave, presumably where your dog knocked a plank of wood over. That's about, it without understanding.
With Sin's better hearing, does she get any more from this, or...?
No, she hears about the same thing you do,
Damn.
It's not
Really should've left it
hard to
behind.
hear it. It's just hard to figure out what the fuck they're saying because you don't understand it.
Dogs have a weird thing about it. They have better spatial hearing, right? Could she discern where they're going more than Walker could, or?
I mean, they're heading further, again, east, the direction they were originally?
No,
Back in
you
that
said they were going
direction.
towards the town originally, west.
Yes, originally. I mean, just from a couple minutes ago.
Okay. Walker will begin to return. Slowly, of course.
Make your way back. What you doing? Just go back to your watch?
Yeah, being more vigilant. He'll warn the next person on watch, but for now, they're still safe.
Second watch, perception check, please. Who is it?
Walker will wake Evian up.
Evian wakes up.
And you warn Evian about the sound?
Evian, it's your turn. I heard those creatures again. When I went to investigate, I brought Sin along with me. One of the boards fell over. They definitely heard it. It seems they noticed the ladder. I didn't get a glimpse of them. They didn't catch a glimpse of us. But they definitely heard something. They know the ladder exists.
I'll keep being extra cautious here in that direction.
We'll need to deal with that tomorrow.
Most likely.
With that,
Hopefully it's
Walker.
not too much of an issue.
With that, Walker will settle down. Silently thinking how he really doesn't want to make another ladder.
Evian, about half hour into your watch, you just begin to, you once again begin to hear the stomping of movement and, these vague utterances of large, heavy, guttural conversations. And then a moment later, what sounds like, light wood clanking against wall.
Ooh, they found the wood. Is the trail winding, by the way? Do we have line of sight of
Slightly,
the ladder?
but,
Light wood clanking against a wall as if somebody's climbing down a hastily
yeah.
constructed wooden ladder.
I was gonna say.
It's probably. I thought it was them touching the wood that was left behind on the wall.
no, this is definitely something, it is the sound of something hitting, the wood clanking against, of the ladder clanking against something.
Oh, they're gonna ruin my ladder.
Can I see the ladder from here?
No, you cannot see the ladder. It's
Right.
pretty. First of all, it's pitch black.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Second of all, no, it's still a 5-minute walk away, give or take.
Oh. Okay.
Ugh.
And it's while not winding, it is definitely like there are enough turns that you would have to get within probably 30 feet or so to see it.
Unless there's something that sounds like movement past the ladder, I mean, there's not much I can do.
Go beat him up alone.
After
Go jump up, grab one off the ladder, and suplex it.
After a couple of minutes, like the clanking does stop.
Is there obvious sounds of wood splintering?
No, but then you hear what sounds like the snapping of rope.
Oh,
my
dickheads!
They broke the harder part to break. These guys are just dicks.
Along with like stumbling and something falling, breaking on wood.
They broke the kind of sons of bitches.
And then a moment later, you're and then another couple heavy, meaty slaps, and then the sound of wood clanking and falling to the ground.
But can't fall too far because it's pitting throughout.
Yeah, that's several points.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Do I hear them walk off after that?
What? Yeah, after that, it just kind of silently goes away.
Okay, I'm gonna go check out the ladder and see if it's like damaged. I'm very curious.
Alright, you head over. Are you doing it stealthily?
I'm bringing an unlit for now torch with me.
Okay, just in case.
You guys, like, don't decide to wake up Sophia at any point throughout all this. Do I wake up? By the way?
It's far enough away that it would not significantly disturb someone unless they were specifically paying attention to it. God, Evian.
Man, if Evian dies,
Evian, you head over there and like mostly going based on what you remember. Like, you know, it's like when you're, you know, you get up in the middle of the night to pee and you're just kind of trying to memorize your house,
fumbling your way through the hallways. Like, man, I hope this is right.
You kick this fucking plank. You're like, that wasn't there before. This being, you're like, I thought I leaned that up against the wall.
And then he leans down and fixes it.
This obviously for you, William, being the same one that got knocked over by Sin.
I thought about putting it back up.
Yeah, you should have. And you kick it a couple feet, and it just kind of clanks. You get over there, and like, yeah, you can vaguely make out in the near pitch blackness, just like as your eyes are dilating to different levels of closeness, essentially. The ladder is hanging at like, you said it was Titans at the bottom or at the like halfway and then the top?
At several points along the ladder.
So you can see that
just dangling down a couple.
the ladder, it looks like you can see it broke to the point where the first two, like the top two rungs, fell to the ground.
Oh my god.
And then it's dangling from like that first third.
I'd imagine in Evian's mind it's just, and then he's gonna go back to the camp. He's not gonna fix it.
Something from your quick investigation, something like yoinked the ladder at the top and then just like after a minute dropped it.
God, what a dick.
Asshole. So no one actually fell down then?
Doesn't seem like it.
Unfortunate. As funny as that would have been. One of them just like...
God, they fell down laying on their head. Oh my god.
It's just a dead fuck. There's just a fucking dead troll down here.
Well, that'd be great.
Not even dead. It's just got a concussion. It's sitting there looking confused.
We have to nurse it back to health. It becomes our friend.
All right. So, Evian, you do get back.
Yeah. Just like, what the fuck?
You reporting any of this or no?
No, everyone's asleep. I'll tell them in the morning.
Okay. All right. Next watch then.
I
you at least tell the next person.
Yeah, I'll tell the next person.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna wake up Owen.
Owen.
We're really getting all high perception out of the way first.
Yeah. Owen, by the way, you just muted instead of unmuting. I'm not sure if that was intentional.
It's me.
It's me, Owen MacDur.
Evian will gently shake Owen awake. And once he's up, he'll say, Walker told me about the two voices
were back. I heard them, and they broke part of the ladder. It's not too bad of damage. It's just 2 rungs are broken, and it should be easy enough to fix. But just so you know.
My favorite fucking confrontation, the Battle of the Ladder.
God, these dickhead. We're just gonna keep fixing it during the day, and then keep breaking at night.
Imagine how confused they'll be when they come back tomorrow night and the ladder's fixed.
Oh.
The fairies fixed it during the night.
The fucking ladder fairies under the mountain!
Walker and even my favorite fairies.
And yeah, so you guys come in early to Shine Watch, but the ladder fairies under the mountain, I mean...
That sounds pretty great.
That's a good back.
You gotta go grab fucking,
What's this mission name?
You gotta go grab fucking Lori for that one. You can't have the ladder fairies without her.
In case
Ladder.
Shine Watch
As a
we ever
short.
find out has like copyright issues.
There you go.
We have a
Anyway,
backup.
so, you inform Owen.
Fairy.
Owen, you are giving me a perception check.
Owen looks a little alarmed that these
Everyone's
creatures...
just okay with
From
this.
from what from the size they sound like, I feel like they're almost too large to fit through the gap, so it shouldn't be too bad.
I suppose all we can do is wait.
What are the highest passive perception we have here? Owen's the big one.
Owen's the big one. Evian's the big
Not
one.
the big
I mean, I
Owen's
meant
the big
Evian. I'm sorry.
Owen's the middle
Walker's got
size
16, while Owen has 15.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Kim. I really am trying to get you into this.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I was saying they could understand. She could make them understand
Yeah.
is the only thing.
Yeah, I know. About maybe 10 minutes into your watch, Owen, you begin to hear very loud bickering. Evian, you awaken to this. It's loud enough that you awaken, and I believe Walker?
Also,
Ishri
Sin's
has a
passive
15
perception
passive.
as far as hearing goes is 18.
Yes, Ishri, Walker, and the dog. So everyone except for Sophia, Simon, and Rom awakens to this. It is blatantly the sounds of, at this point, at least 3 voices speaking the same language.
Oh my god, these dickheads.
Evian will wake up Sophia, and the others after, but Sophia first.
Yeah.
Can you do your funny language thing?
For the record, you could not make it out from this far away. You could just hear bickering, and it is getting loud. Like, it is screaming.
Only one of us can have it.
That should be.
Well, who's going to be communicating?
Hold on a
I-
second.
What?
These creatures, they sound agitated. And we'll
Aye,
be
so it would
talking
be
to them
good-
from the bottom of a hole.
It would also be good to know if they are planning on coming down and assaulting us.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to communicate with them or whoever. I'm just saying, as a
Listening.
backup, whoever is also listening can also speak, and nobody else will be able to speak.
Then maybe Walker?
Walker is not usually the most diplomatic.
Oh, well, I meant to listen in.
Yeah, but like if
Lightest on his feet.
if he
it's-
also
if-
has to talk, I'll be honest, I don't think he's the most diplomatic on an average day.
So Owen,
Have
Sure,
Rom do
Owen
it.
or me,
maybe
whoever.
wrong.
Shrugs.
Walker, like fucking. Imagine Walker's taking a standing at this point, just kind of.
I can also
Lightly
just do it
kicks
on
Rom.
myself, whoever.
Alex, that's you.
Did you say lightly kicks Rom?
Yeah.
Rom opens an eye and looks like she's about to fucking punch you. What are you kicking me for? That's
You can
rude.
hear this, can't you?
She like
Evian's gonna pick
You
up
didn't
Simon like a
have to
child and put him
elbow.
on his feet.
Sophia, you didn't have. I can just do it on myself and like carefully walk out there. It's like rubbing her eyes at this point.
Whatever these creatures
yeah,
are,
I can
think
hear
they're.
that. What?
Whatever these
What's going
creatures are,
on?
I'm fairly certain that their sleep schedule is the opposite of ours.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I'm just saying, and we need to decide whoever's taking the spell. I can take it, or anybody else can. It doesn't matter. Well, it does, but you know.
Rom, in the case that we need to speak to these things. Do you feel confident in speaking to them, or would you rather Sophia do so?
I mean, I'd better do it because otherwise he would have kicked me for nothing.
That's very fucking good, dude.
And that would not end very well. For
Okay, well, let's
either
do
of
this
us.
because otherwise they'll hear us bickering. And she'll just like touch Rom's shoulder and cast tongues.
Shall we approach, or should Rom head out on her own?
I think her going
We should
alone
be
is a
close.
terrible idea.
I
I mean, we
also
might
feel
as
the
well
same.
stay at a distance. Right?
Enough of a distance not to be seen, but to easily hear.
Let's go.
It will turn out very bad for us if they decide that the best solution is to just drop a boulder into the hole.
Hmm.
Well, listen.
Sophia,
Give
if
them
you
any
stay
ideas.
here, will the
Oh,
shelter
yeah.
remain?
Yeah, I guess I'll stay here.
So we'll have a place to retreat to if need be. Could it take a blow from an ogre?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I shouldn't be able to be broken by anything besides from dispel magic, probably.
I'm gonna guess these creatures aren't using magic either way. Let's get going.
Okay. Sophia's gonna lay back down on the ground.
Does she have to concentrate on tongues?
No.
Nope.
It's not
She's-
concentration.
She
She can
casts the
just-
spell, goes the fuck back to bed.
It's really
Oh.
funny.
You've got an hour.
Because-
Don't wake me up again. Ugh.
Can we just have we talked if Walker can shoot a crossbow out of the shelter?
Yeah,
Doesn't
he
say
can.
you
We
can't.
I can't cast a spell out of the shelter, but since it's already been casted and it's not concentration, I assume it just stays.
Yeah.
It would not be dispelled by leaving.
Yeah, no, you just can't blast anything out of it.
Oh, I thought she had to stay within the thing for her to.
I have to stay within the thing for it to stay up, but I can't like blast astral comet out of the.
Yeah.
I can cast it inside of the tiny hut, but I could not
That's
cast
funny.
it outside
that
of.
sounds like a great idea.
Anyway.
I'm just saying.
Oh, well, you
Walk
and
up
Simon
and
can see
fire
who can
those.
kill the party quicker, at least.
There you go.
All right,
Who
so
rolls better?
We approach.
Rom is going out to talk to the fun troll men.
With us, with the rest of the gang.
Okay.
She's just listening.
Better
in.
bet.
So
For now.
stealth checks or what? You guys trying to be stealthy? I don't.
We're trying to like
Ooh.
probably a slight stealth. But we're just
I
trying
guess
to
the question
approach
is who's going right now? Everyone but Sophia?
everyone but Sophia.
Everyone but Sophia.
Mm-hmm.
Owen doesn't have. Well, would he put his arm around for watch?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's got a shield though.
She sleeps in her armor like a maniac.
Yeah, she's taking the hit to
Actually
recovery
psychotic.
of hit dice. Yes, so she can sleep in her armor. Yes.
So, you guys make your way further down. I'm sorry, were you trying to be stealthy or just move
Mild
slowly?
stealth, but the idea is we're trying not to approach too much for now. you
Okay,
know?
all right, just stay.
Staying at a distance.
I'd
Rom,
like to
give me a
roll
perception
stealth
check.
Perception check. Got it.
Please roll well.
The majority of as you get closer, the rest of you can hear the bickering and the occasional like throwing of like something wooden splintering against a wall or breaking.
Are they breaking our fucking ladder?
Meanwhile, again, occasionally there's just like this thumping of like heavy chain, just or like a as it hits something. Rom, you hear. You can understand all languages, correct? And anyone who understands any language can understand you.
Any spoken language.
You hear. I didn't put it there. Of course you did. I wasn't the one who put it there. It's always been there. No, it hasn't. It wasn't there 3 nights ago. Yes, it was. You're just fucking blind.
Pretty good.
If I'm so fucking blind, then why at this point? I'll break the other table too, you fuck! Now admit it! And then you just hear that big meaty slap.
Oh my god, I love.
And this continues for another 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Walker will look to Rom pointedly, waiting for her to fucking translate.
Sounds like a couple of dorks.
Nice.
What are they saying?
They're talking about, oh, I didn't put it there, then who did, etc.,
The
etc.
Finally,
I
as you're saying this, one of the one that you haven't heard yet. Well, I'm not going down there. There might be something down there. I'm not going down there.
Oh god, I love this.
Dude,
I'm not
man.
going. No. Oh, what if you don't? Then I'm gonna make you. Yeah. Why don't you go down there and figure it out? No, I'm not. No. It's always been there. I told you. And if it's always been there, then why did we smash it? No. At this point, you hear, that rope is so soft and nice. It's not like any of the other rope we've seen. Well, I'm not going down there. Someone
I'm
put
gonna
it
go
there.
talk to them because they don't sound too unreasonable yet.
Are you certain?
Why are you talking to them?
Why not?
We'll have your back, Rom. Just let us know if you need anything.
And try
You
not
got
to get
it.
the boulder dropped down this hole or blocked at the top. That would be inconvenient.
Oh my god, the ladder! It's really good.
Fucking ladder.
So, Rom goes over there.
How much further back is everyone gonna be from this?
Probably, I mean, Walker's not going to be
A
more
good
than like
distance.
40, 30 feet away from her.
Yeah, I'm with Walker.
I was gonna say it's like 60 feet or farther.
The coward's distance.
In my range.
Yeah. With the boys.
Yushtri is also closer.
Rom, you head up towards the thing. You can still see the ladder hanging there. Well, as best you can in the darkness, you can hear it. Well, not moving anymore. You just hear the bickering and arguing. What do you do?
Question real quick, point of clarification. If someone speaks to you with tongues, you know they're not speaking your language. You just weirdly understand it, right?
If you have enough intelligence.
When the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language and can hear the target understands what it says. I'm going to say it would depend on their intelligence, but if you only speak one language, you would assume that they're speaking your language, I would say.
I would assume that too, because like even if you know more than one language, if you're fully fluent in it, I'll be honest, sometimes I have to think about it, whether it's French or English. I just know that I understand it. If I don't think about it, sometimes I'll just like, not switch over to the right language because I'm not really thinking about it.
Do you think we're speaking French sometimes?
No.
Okay.
But like if I have a patient who like, was speaking to me English and then all of a sudden the other one asks me a question in French, if I'm still thinking in English, I'll answer in English.
Mm.
As you approach Rom, you hear from the apparent one who is doing the accusing here. What? If it's always been there, then what happened before we put the hole there? What happened before we broke it? It was there then? Yeah, why not? The lifty, it was a backup for the lifty. And then you just start hearing stomping.
Pardon me.
I told you there was something! And you just start hearing as one of them starts running.
Oh, shit.
He's scared. He's scared. There's something down
Oh, like
there.
running away or running towards us?
Sounds like running away. Like, it's getting quieter.
Hello.
Yes? I didn't... You then hear, like, Ishri whispering to the other one.
Ishri?
Ishri whispering, as in the Ishri whisper.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
She's
didn't-
not up there with them.
I didn't really think there'd be something down there. I swear. But I told you there'd be something. You didn't listen. Told you that ladder's always been there, and if not, then something down there made it. Well, I'm not gonna. You go down there and talk to it. I'm not gonna die. But I'm not. Wait, what do you want
You
from?
don't gotta come down here. We can talk just like this if you prefer.
Okay. What do you want? What do you want?
Did y'all break our ladder?
Yes.
Now, why would you go and do a thing like that?
Arguing about whether or not it was already there. I knew it wasn't. And you hear like the whipping of a chain. I told you. Oh no, I just didn't. I wasn't. Sorry, I was scared of this down here.
Well, who are you all?
Oh, I'm Mark, and I'm Ig. I like how Rob's doing this in pitch black again. She's talking to 30 feet up.
She can be the ladder fairy. They won't know any better.
I don't think she's within line of sight, is she? She's just like close enough to talk to them.
I'm assuming.
Is it gonna bother y'all if I make a light so I can see who I'm talking to?
You hear a and then you hear a drop, and a couple feet ahead of you, there's a fire. And you see as what looks like a table leg falls to the ground in front of you.
What did he say?
There's a fire. And
I guess
handed you.
he-
He dropped a table leg down for you.
Kindling.
A fire?
What the? You know.
Okay. I mean, Rum can't light fires, but she can cast a light on it.
Oh my god. They might not know the difference.
Cast light on the end, and so then it looks like a torch.
What color's your light?
Looks like a magic wand.
It's a magic wand that's a 3-foot-long table leg!
Perfect.
That's
A
kind of
fairy,
nice one.
fairy ladder.
Well, the fairy's making pink light,
No,
right?
I'm sorry, you cast light on the end of it. What color's the light?
Teal.
Oh, good.
Just like a torch.
And Rom, if you would give me I guess a nature check.
Nature, okay.
You see what you recognize as some sort of very fat ogre, completely pale, with this vaguely scruffy, almost beard. It's very patchy, a bit scarred up, holding a chain wrapped around its arm, and then like holding what looks like a large, almost mace. It's more like you can see it. It's like a large, small trunk of a tree splintered in half with what look like heads of pickaxes pierced through it to make like a spiked mace.
Ugh.
And it's just kind of like bending down over the hole looking. It just... Oh.
Hello?
Yeah. Is it the human? Was that? Yeah? Oh, no, we already ate. What the fuck are you thinking? I'm still hungry. I mean, to think of it, I am too. Are you a
There
human?
are several of us down here. So you
That's-
best not be thinking about eating us.
We're not. Well, that could be dead for like a week. We wouldn't have to hunt those bugs no more.
I can hear what you're saying.
We're not talking about nothing. If we
I
think,
don't think that's true.
give me a persuasion check. Sorry.
Rob, what is happening?
I mean, you can understand what she's saying.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Still asking.
You just...
We are talking. That's what's happening. I'll fill you in a sec.
What,
So let me just tell y'all, we are only passing through and we don't want no trouble. So if y'all don't make no trouble, we won't make no trouble. Got it?
Give me another persuasion check.
Oh, Rom, ask him not to break the ladder again.
Just a sec.
Oh. Okay. I guess. You hear then? They don't want no trouble. But how do they get down here exactly? You never see no humans down here. What? Hey Zorg, won't you come back? I'm not going near them while that beast is down there! You hear echoing from much further down. They both almost in unison, you can hear, like you can imagine them shaking their heads as they both in unison, fucking pansy. Okay, well if you don't want no trouble, then what do you want?
We just want to go through. We're going a secret way.
Secret way? There's nothing secret here.
Well, you said we humans don't usually come here.
Oh,
So
I was talking
kind
to
of a
Eeg,
secret.
but I apologize. What's your name?
My name's Rom.
Bro, oh, that's a good name.
Thank you.
Good name. You see as he's saying that, he's like scratching at his ear and licking his finger.
Sure, he's an ogre.
Does he have one eye or two eyes?
He just have two eyes, yeah.
Are there two eyes that are like vertical?
Does he have layers?
Does he have?
Stop.
Oh, well, okay, think they could help us? Could you help us?
What do you
You
need
see-
help with?
Walker frowns intensely.
As here's what do you need help with from Rob?
Intensely.
Well, I mean, ideally, getting out. We've kind of been down here a while, and eating bugs sucks.
Oh my god.
How long's a while?
How long have we been down? I'm not sure. A while for sure. A long time. The only way you can tell whether or not they're talking to you is whether or not the voice is like exploding down the fucking elevator shaft or not. They seem to only have one volume, and it's just which direction it's directed in.
Pretty funny.
Well, they have two. They have talking very loud and then screaming angrily.
Also, Ishri Whisper.
That's just talking very loud.
Okay.
See,
Just a different direction. At this point, they both kind of begin. Oh, well, you think? So, yeah, can you help us or not?
How often do y'all eat people?
I mean, not in a while. Mostly just bugs now. It sucks. Yeah, it really does. There's nothing great about it. I mean, people taste a lot better, but bugs are okay if you cook them right. Problem is,
But
there's
if
no
we
meat
help
on
you
them.
Get out. Won't you eat more people?
I mean, ideally, I prefer. You see, I prefer the big fat, you know, the big fat spotted thing. Those are really good. And you see him like, you hear like the slap of him, like, of the man like holding the chain and patting his tummy really hard. They just goes, oh, that hurt.
Fat what things?
like a cow spotted thing.
Like the ones that go moo?
Yeah, those. They're good.
God.
Let me talk to my friends and see what they think.
You think she's really got friends? No, there's no way. Can't be more than
Of course
one
I
of
got
them.
friends. You think I would be down here without friends?
I mean,
I'll get lost in a
maybe.
second.
Oh, okay.
Walker has a look of intense displeasure.
Now, you stay right there. I'll be right back.
They both... You can hear the confusion in their as you walk away.
Rom goes back to the squad.
Which are 30 feet away. Except for Simon.
All right.
And she says in a much quieter tone of voice, so I think it's a couple of ogres. I think they're lost down here.
The monsters have asked you for help.
They want to get out.
The
But they also
man-eaters...
imply that they eat people.
The
How
man-eaters
did they get
have
to the
asked you for
mine?
freedom.
Yeah.
We should not, under any circumstances, release them. If anything, we should just kill them, because they're obviously eating people. Or at least scare them away, or
Freedom
just
is not our
avoid them.
priority, Ishri. If they're stuck down here, that is ideal. If you can negotiate passage, Rom, try to leave it at that.
You hear echoing Rom. So where are you trying to go? Down the path. The rest of you hear Bushtakatbula.
Rom shouts back, we're trying to get out the other way We're trying to get out
Rom?
the other way from where we came in.
Rom, if you tell them we're trying to leave, they might try to follow us.
I mean,
We
Could they
don't
make
want
a-
the man-eaters to become free.
Could they make a good distraction for all the soul striders or something?
they
Yes.
said they like eating cows more than they like eating people. We could get them to promise to not eat people for letting them out.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah?
What does Owen know about ogres in Garland?
Give me a
like
nature
that.
check.
I don't like any of that.
I feel like Owen knows a lot about ogres.
They are, for the most part, a colossal, idiotic nuisance. They're incredibly dangerous, mostly on account of their size and strength. They're smart enough to know that discretion is the better part of valor for the most part, and as such, you know, like, the concept of an ogre raiding a farm at night is very common because while they're not overtly hunted, normally when they're seen around civilization, they are hunted because it means, oh, that's danger. They will probably kill something valuable to us. So they will, you know, the idea of ogres pillaging a farm out in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night is very common, and it's normally not something people can really deal with outside of just letting it happen.
When you say pillage a farm, do you mean that
people will hear the sounds of, like, bulls and cows moaning, and then it stops, and then lots of crunching and broken fences. And
But they don't, like, go after the people.
no, they go after the easiest thing, which normally is cows, horses, anything that is not apt to fight back after getting bludgeoned once or twice over the head.
So they're like giant goblins, basically.
Yeah. But they will eat people if there's nothing else.
And the attitude that Gars have towards them is, you know, like a bear.
Yes, they're a fucking nuisance that cannot really, like, they're a brain-dead nuisance slightly more intelligent than a bear. Like, they understand the concept of a crossbow. Like, if you point a crossbow at them, they would know, oh, that thing gives me ouchies. Don't want to get hit by it, whereas a bear would not.
In hurried whispers, Owen will explain, because I think he also shares these sentiments, you know, being a prince of Kintaran, I'm sure he has been to the scene of more than one ogre pillage.
Yes, ogres are smart enough to know, like, you don't go into a city or anything They are, if they are ever a danger to people, it's on the roads, and it's them, you know, they set up a trap. The trap is they knocked over a tree. And then when people move it, they'll, like, steal their horses. And if they get attacked, they'll defend themselves. Unless they feel like they're gonna die, then they'll run. You know. That's all I got.
So yeah, Owen explains that to the lads in hurried and hushed whispers.
We could.
Releasing
use it
manage
as
is a bad idea.
action, I guess.
That's the end of it.
I
What did
tend
he
to
say?
agree with Walker on that. It's just unwise.
So, what should I tell him then?
Well, you have a few options. You can refuse to help them and put us on bad terms. You could promise to help them with the intention to not. If anything, we can give them a false direction. Otherwise, if you can somehow negotiate for no assistance, and also that they leave, we leave each other be, that would be ideal.
You could
I mean, I
always
feel
tell
kind of
them.
bad since we've been talking a little bit, but I guess
You feel bad for man-eaters, Rom?
they're a little bit more like bears that can talk.
We'd always tell them, Rom, that in exchange for safe passage, we can back for them later once we find a way through. It's up to you, really. I can tell you that without the red band here, these things would have been hunted long ago. I have no idea how they could have gotten inside the mine. Probably fell through a different mine shaft somewhere on the other side of the mountain.
Alright, I suppose I'll tell them if they leave us alone, we'll come back for them later.
I mean, if we can talk to them, their size and their strength. I mean, imagine, Walker, what would it look like if you could put some armor on an ogre and send it charging into a battle line, and his eyes kind of glint in the darkness.
Is a monster truly something you wish to rely on? What happens when it becomes hungry?
I
Well,
think you are
just keep it
underestimating
fed, wouldn't ya?
these creatures, Walker. If they can talk, if they can be reasoned with, they are not just monsters.
You say that, but we've seen that talking doesn't exclude someone from being a monster.
No. But it means that they have a way to communicate, to exchange ideas. It's not a mindless beast. I'd wager that there's a lot more monsters currently pillaging Borealis than there are in this cave.
So you wish to release these upon Borealis?
I didn't say that. But I also don't think that we have the time or the resources to slay them ourselves.
Which is why I believe it's best that we not interact with them as much as possible.
Well, I'm all for using them. If you're gonna ask my
Taking these monsters upon this red band-infested town would do nothing but put them on guard even more. The town is already alerted as is. Any further disturbances will only further increase the difficulty of our task.
I do agree on that front. Whatever we're going to do, it's going to have to be fast and it's going to have to be quiet. If any of us want to go home, that is.
Fair
That's
enough.
right. The only use I can see for these, if you wish to use them as a weapon, would be to send them behind us if we are being chased. And even then, that would more or less guarantee their deaths.
Well, I mean, leaving them here is guaranteeing their deaths too.
Is it? How long have they been here?
Well, I don't know how long they've been here. They said they've been eating bugs.
Rom, you definitely would have got the intonation. They have no idea how long they've been here.
They don't know how long they've been here.
Do I
Well,
know
if they have
ogres
food
live?
here, then
Sorry, what was that?
Do I know how long ogres live?
I mean, you've never seen an old one, so presumably their life expectancy is kind of a toss-up because they're pretty stupid and impulsive, and probably, you know, law of averages, they just die of random shit before they ever get old.
Also, if you average it based off of like orcs, which are like, you know, a thing that you kind of know, is they usually don't live much past like 50, 60, so they probably don't live super old.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
orcs don't live that long
there's
because
a
of
reason.
the
Yeah.
funny magic steroids.
Yeah, different is.
But
Listen, all I'm saying is Nick is fully on board with the ogre buddy. and
I'm upset Sophia's in here because Sophia would be so on board with this.
it's just like it makes zero sense
No reason for it.
to help them and, you know, fucking sick them on the town. Dude, imagine! Oh my gosh, they could be our first honorary members of the Shine.
yes! the three of them are your fucking mascot.
Well, I mean, what is everybody else's opinions then?
I mean, I say we just, you know, let them let us through now, and we promise them that when we run out of here, we'll bring far tastier creatures with us.
If you're saying my idea of using them as a distraction, if we're being chased, there's no guarantee we'll be chased. If things go in an ideal manner, we will not be.
Aye, but worst case scenario, we lie to monsters.
Well,
Rom,
worst case scenario is they harass us over having lied to them.
Rom, you hear? Are they still there? Yes. Are you
Yeah,
sure?
we're still here. We're talking.
I just heard okay. From the seemingly cowardly one.
I don't actually know how long I have to speak to them. Actually,
Yeah, none of you asked.
so we should
Best
probably
get it done then.
figure it out. Is that what we agreeing to do then?
I mean, you guys could literally walk up like 20 feet away and ask Sophia, but
It's like a 5.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute walk away.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from everyone. Wait,
What
is
do you
everyone
think,
up?
Simon?
Everyone else is here except for
None of them
Sophia.
have spoken.
Sophia
Evian said he
waited
agreed
in the thing just in case.
Evian had said he agreed with
Should
Walker.
We go ask
Ishri said,
Sophia?
is it really that? I don't think this needs to be discussed any further. They're monsters.
Rom shrugged. And goes back to talk to them again.
Oh, he's back again.
Hello?
Yup, she's back. Oh! At this point, you see a third one, like, leaning over, looking down the hole. Hello! And you can tell he's, like, laying down, like, as if he's got, like, he's scared of heights or something. Like, just barely peeking, so all you can really see is the eyes and the bald, mostly bald head. Yup. You're the evil thing living under... He looks back up at the other two. I told you there was something evil under here. That's why we don't go down there.
I'm not that evil. Promise.
See? She said that evil. Ah, I'm on to you, witch.
That's amazing.
Pretty funny.
You're not so clever, you witch. Saying you're not that evil, that means you're a little. Well, I think she said she wasn't evil. How do you know I'm evil? I don't think I'm evil. Well, I'm definitely not evil.
Did you ever steal something?
They all kind of like look at each other and India's yes, all of them.
That's a little bit evil, ain't it?
Give me a persuasion check.
Skylar's so adorable.
I mean, I guess, but I think that depends on the nature of whether or not you're talking about what evil is, because we're just trying to survive. And this continues to bicker into a full-on argument about the nature of good and evil.
All right. I suppose you got a point, but anyway, y'all make me lose my train of thought. What I was gonna say was, I think that we should leave each other alone, and we're gonna try to find the way out. And when we come back, we might be leading some guys with us that you could maybe snack on or something.
There's like an audible slapping sound as Owen just face palms.
But how do we tell them apart from you? Don't want to hurt you.
We'll meet you, and then we'll say, okay, these are all our guys, and anybody after that, go ham.
I don't know. I mean, all humans kind of look alike, don't they?
But once we pass you, then we won't meet again.
You sure?
Probably not. I don't think we're gonna be coming back this way. Kind of hard to
But
get
it's a
through
shortcut,
here, you know?
you said, didn't you? That's what she said to me. I think so. I mean, it's got to be a shortcut of some sort. Where are you going? What's the goal here?
We're going out.
Well, that's where I want to go, is out. If you're going out, can we come with you?
Walker is. I don't know if Rom looks back at the group at all.
Stage whispers to the rest of the group. They asked if they could come with us. Do I just tell them no?
Tell them that we need to make sure that the way is safe.
Tell them whatever you have to. They can't come with us.
Well, we want to make sure that it's safe for us.
Give me another persuasion check.
Heyo.
I feel like that should have been deception in retrospect. Oh well.
What are you, Alex?
No, that is a blatant lie.
I mean, technically.
Doesn't she have expertise in both?
Yeah.
It
I think it's irrelevant at that point. What's... I mean, she's got a point. I mean, that's what we haven't left, is Culver paying me. Alright! Okay, I mean, come on up then.
Well, you took down our ladder.
Oh, bud. It's like really fucking quiet and obviously embarrassed.
God.
I'm sorry.
Well, don't do it again.
I'm not planning to. Yeah, we were just arguing about it. I think we're good though. We won't. Sorry.
Alright, well, I don't know if we got much more to talk about until later. So, we were all sleeping, so I guess good night?
There's like a quiet, confused moment. Good night, I guess. Good night. Good night. Good night! See you tomorrow! I guess? Do you think we're ever gonna see them again? You know, I'm not convinced that this isn't a hallucination from those mushrooms we found.
Oh, I love these guys.
Wait, if it's if it's from those mushrooms, then why wouldn't it be like the time the snakes were coming out of the wall? Because I'm still convinced that was real. I mean, I ate one of them. No, that was just a piece of my skin you ate, you fuck! Can you prove that? I'm missing! I have a big scar right here! And this begins to go into bickering about whether or not some of their experiences here are real or not. They seem to forget about your presence within 30 seconds or so.
God, this is
Returns to the party and says, you know, they might just forget about us before we run into them again. Maybe?
I suppose it's possible.
They said they wouldn't take down the ladder again.
That's
I'll just get back to bed for now.
Once everyone gets back in the bubble, Owen's gonna ritual cast silence so we don't have to listen to the bickering.
Sophia probably like wakes up and is like, okay, so what happened? And then just like a minute later, it's just complete quiet.
10 minutes.
Okay, fine. But you could ask
He's such compared to you for ritual casting.
Yeah, he's a mere plebeian of a ritual caster.
Fair enough.
So, time enough to inform Sophia on what happened.
There are several very influenceable man-eaters between us and our exit. They want to be freed from the mines.
I mean, we could have fed them red band.
Well, I
this...
told them if we came back through, we might have some people to feed them. But I mean,
I don't know.
I could have been lying.
It's a slippery slope, you know, because sure, today they eat some red band, right? And I mean, that's not a good way to go at the best of times, but they're not. It's not like we can say, no, you ogres, you're only allowed to eat red band. They don't know what that means, Sophia.
I mean, they're intelligent enough to have a conversation with us.
Honestly.
For the record, just to add a bit of quick flavor, at this point, you can hear what sounds like echoing hammering of something. It sounds suspiciously like they're trying to hammer one of the pythons back into place. And you can hear, like, this vague... it seems like they're attempting to whistle.
That's pretty funny.
That's adorable.
If we use them as a distraction while we're fleeing, they'll probably be killed by the red band.
I mean, by you and Owen's description, that doesn't matter, does it?
I mean, I'm not concerned if these beasts are slain. So, honestly, Owen's concern for this aspect seems to be uncalled for, assuming I'm right. But I don't think having them do anything beyond be a distraction for our escape is a good idea.
I mean, from what Rama said, they seem friendly enough.
Except that they eat people.
That's fairly
yeah, but
unfriendly
there's a
minded.
lot of other things that would eat people given the opportunity.
And we're not exactly treating with those things, are we?
No, but most of them are
Last
not
time we
intelligent enough to have
encountered-
conversation.
Last time we encountered a man-eater who was intelligent enough to have a conversation, Ishri cut its head off.
Okay.
It's not like there's no precedent for this.
Well, so you guys just go around murdering stuff that can kill people, and
Sophia, you were with us.
what are you talking about? The werewolves? I suppose. But if they hadn't tricked us in the first place, I would have recommended trying to have a conversation with them.
That we did, where they admitted that they wished to eat people.
I don't. True. I don't remember that.
Well,
They
they
just
stated
said
they
they
wanted-
wanted to. I mean,
they
to
wanted
be
to eat
fair,
people.
they just said they had insatiable hunger. Like, they didn't actively search for people. They ran away from civilization.
Except for
You don't
us.
know that.
They did actively search out to trick us.
Yes, that's why I'm saying they actively tried to kill us, which is why I didn't have an issue with them killing them.
He means the monsters here.
No, I was talking about the werewolves.
William doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about at this point.
We're talking in circles. It's too late for this. I'm tired.
Well, whatever. It doesn't matter at this point. You all have already made the deal, so whatever.
Walker returns to sleep. Who was actually last?
Owen.
Oh.
Oh, okay,
All right. So, as you guys, for the sake of narrative ease, finish resting for what you presume is the night, a strange, seemingly impossible to predict final obstacle before you can make your way through this godforsaken cave and mine. Obstacle, a objective, a possible ally, who the fuck even knows at this point? But as what you hope is morning makes way, you prepare your breakfast, your tea, and God knows what else. We go ahead and end tonight's session. Yes, that it may be.
Man, it's really annoying that tongues is a 3rd level spell.
Is
Yeah.
it? It's appropriate.
It is. I mean, it's still annoying.
I hope you guys
Yeah,
enjoy
sure.
Mock, Zog, and Eeg.
It means that if
I
I
threw
want to cast
ads.
it, that means
What,
that
one
I
of his names Mock?
cast other
Mock,
things that are-
Zog, and Eeg.
Which
was the name
is
for
a
his name
shame
one more
because it
time?
would have been fun to chat with
Mock,
them.
M-O-K.
Yeah, I really wanted to talk
He was
with
the
him too.
apparent guy in charge.
Huh.
Does are they like? Does Owen know if they're like if they have their own language? Could they be taught a different?
This is what Mock
language?
looks like.
Do you
Post
think
a
it would be
picture of Robert.
possible to teach a 2-year-old child to understand a different language? Maybe a
Well,
few words.
But so here's the
I mean,
thing.
yes. The answer
I
is yes,
feel like- I feel
undebatedly,
like-
because me?
You're not real,
glad
Kim.
You're an ogre?
No, but as a 2-year-old child, I'd speak both languages.
If they
Ugh.
have sufficient intellectual capacity to discuss the nuances of good and evil, I feel like grasping another language shouldn't be beyond the realm of
I will say this. I was intonating as part of tongues that it wasn't a literal translation, but the meaning, because a literal translation would have been much more broken. So I was giving them a little, not necessarily more, like, intelligence, but definitely so that Rom could understand what they're saying, rather than just the literal words they were saying. But they do have a capacity for intelligence. You may be able to teach them a few words in a different language.
Like,
I mean, it's
no.
working with Ishri.
No would be a great place to start.
I mean, it'd be like we could probably teach them a few commands the same way you could probably teach a few commands in a different language to a dog, I'd assume.
Yeah,
No means
I mean,
no.
if nothing else, you could teach them like a dog.
Dude, I'm pretty hyped for Ogre Squad. To be
I mean,
honest.
we can have, instead of dogs, we can have dogs and ogres as pets. Listen. I'm just saying.
Dude,
God.
imagine
Dogs and
imagine
ogres.
how far Evian could go if he got fucking
Oh my
launched
god.
by a fucking ogre.
That'd be amazing. Listen, I feel like we should befriend them and have them follow us forever, but that's just me.
Oh, well, we will see what
Ogres are
happens
funny,
next
but
week
such a bad
in
idea of
D&D.
character.
Oh.